Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many allies the Imperium has, the Primarch of the First Legion, Lionel Johnson. Lionel Johnson, also known as the Lion, and the first is the Primarch of the Dark Angels. He was scattered along with the other Primarchs to the far corners of the galaxy. He finally came to rest on the world of Caliban, a beautiful but blighted world tainted by chaos due to its proximity to the Eye of Terror. Lionel Johnson was renowned for a level of strategic brilliance and martial prowess that was rivaled perhaps only by the traitor Horus, but was distrusted by his brother Primarchs for his secretive and taciturn nature. The Chaos Emissary to Lorgar called him the Duelist. Johnson's capsule landed on a remote area of Caliban, far from any human habitation. There are no records of how he survived or what he encountered in the jungle during his early years, and any normal man would have died within minutes of being exposed to the planet. Yet to live he did for a decade in the jungle, alone and with no one to aid him. It would not be until the end of this decade that he would encounter his first humans. On that day, Johnson was found by a group of warrior knights of the Order during one of their quests across the planet. The young Primarch was already far larger than a normal man, wounded by a bolt weapon fired from one of the knights, and covered in the blood of one of the great beasts. While the knights prepared to kill Johnson, one of their number, a man named Luther, sensed something not immediately apparent about this unseemly wild man, and prevented his fellow knights from attacking. Despite the Primarch's near feral state, Luther was able to slowly convince the savage man to come with him. Taking him out of the forest, Luther and the band then brought Johnson back to their fortress monastery, and there, Luther named him Lionel Johnson, which means the lion, the son of the forest, both in honor of the circumstances they found him in, and in honor of his fierceness, which reminded Luther of the most feared of the great beasts, the Calibanite lion. Lionel Johnson quickly grew up under the care of Luther and adapted the customs of the planet's inhabitants, learning to speak at an extremely rapid speed, though he would never speak of his first 10 years of life. Luther and Johnson formed a strong friendship that complemented each other's ability and skills. It was now that Johnson's primary skills were discovered. He was a brilliant strategist and unstoppable once he decided on a course of action. Together, the two warriors rose to the ranks of the Order and spread the name of the Order through the quests they undertook together. When the Order's ranks had swelled with new recruits, Johnson and Luther petitioned for a crusade against the terrible beasts which lived within the forest. Luther used his oratory skills in order to convince many of the grandmasters of other monasteries to join the Order in this quest, and within a single decade, the planet was free from the great beasts, the armies having been led by Johnson. After defeating the beasts, Lionel Johnson demanded fealty from all the other knightly orders of Caliban. The only ones to oppose were the corrupted Knights of Lupus, who were hunted down and destroyed. Eventually, a unit of the Emperor's forward scouts arrived at Caliban. Johnson was immediately given command of the First Legion when the Emperor realized he had found a lost son. Luther and the other members of the Order who passed the Astartes trials were formed into First Legion soldiers, either as a full-fledged Astartes if they were young enough, or through genetic manipulation to increase their abilities if they were too old for the process. The new direction of Caliban did not sit well with many of the older knights of the Order, and they attempted to assassinate both Johnson and the Emperor, but were foiled by the psychic Zahariel. With his power base secured and the new Astartes ready, Johnson publicly renamed the First Legion the Dark Angels after an old Caliban myth. Luther, too old to be a space marine, was the first to be genetically modified and became Johnson's second-in-command. as he had been during the Crusade. Johnson then left with the Emperor and the newly renamed Dark Angels. Befitting his status as the first Primarch, Lionel Johnson received the first Gloriana-class battleship, the Invincible Reason. The Lion found a legion beset by strife, for he had suffered greatly in a series of reckless campaigns and was overcome by a malaise of pride and vainglory. Upon reunion with his legion, the Lion tested his son's mettle by dueling the captain of the company presented before him. Though not clad in power armor and facing a Terminator-clad captain, the Lion bested his foe, and it is said both sides learned respect for the other. From that day forth, the Lion renamed the Legion the Dark Angels. The Council of Masters, however, became anxious at the news, with some worried that their Primarch would think regarding the state of the Legion, and others remaining prideful. However, the Lion granted new purpose and vision for the fractured Legion, his first act being to merge the many teachings of Caliban with the First Legion's Hexagrammaton. He combined both to create something new and more refined. Alongside his Xena allies, the Lion then took a newly mustered host of 20,000 legionnaires, a third of the Legion, and embarked on a crusade of his own. He sought out the scattered companies of Dark Angels across the Great Crusade. Each company encountered accepted their Primarch with dour allegiance, and each had their captain tested but battled by the Lion. The Lion demonstrated his worth by actions and skill rather than words and vague promises, allowing those that might doubt him to match their blades against his in honest combat. Within a few short years, the Lion had gathered 100,000 legionaries to his side and mustered them at the Legion's ancient stronghold at Gramarye. At Gramarye, another Legion Council was held, and this time the Lion dueled the ceremonial council champion, Pyrrhus Calgat, master of the Host of Fire. In an hour-long legendary duel, the Primarch won the trial and accepted the titles of Grandmaster of the First Legion and the 6 wings of the Hexagrammaton: the Death Wing, the Raven Wing, the Dread Wing, the Fire Wing, the Iron Wing, and Storm Wing. Before his legion, the Lion took a final oath before his sons, and they in turn swore oaths to their own Primarch. His oath sworn, the Lion placed new masters over each wing and formalized the various informal orders in the style of Caliban's knightly orders. By this time, the new recruits from Caliban were ready, and the Lion swiftly incorporated them into the Legion. The Lion's first act was to move on Carcassonne, which had since rose in rebellion against its Ultramarines garrison. The reorganized Dark Angels under the Lion fought brilliantly, sweeping aside any memories of their earlier humbling on the world and saving their Ultramarines allies from being overwhelmed. One of the first major commands the Lion oversaw, the vicious Rain-Dan Xenocides, where the Dark Angels took grievous losses and were, for the first time, eclipsed by the Ultramarines' Iron Hands and Sons of Horus in numbers and prominence. During the later stages of the war, a member of the 20th Legion, identifying himself as Alpharius, but admitting that Primarch had not yet been discovered, came before the Lion. This Alpharius offered aid in the Primarch against the Ragdan in hopes that the Dark Angels would maintain their prominence, and thus one day the Lion would be made War Master. The Lion at this time did not even know of the title War Master, but still secretly believed that such a title may one day be likely bestowed by one of the Primarchs. By the Emperor, Alpharius stated that the 20th Legion preferred the Lion for War Master over someone like Roboute Guilliman, as he was not so different from them on their views of secrecy and war. It is not ultimately known if the Lion accepted Alpharius' help or not. Lionel Johnson gained notoriety for his leadership and combat capability in the Great Crusade, but was too secretive and stoic to be considered for the honor of War Master. Indeed, the Lion himself admitted he had difficulty understanding the emotions of others. Horus was instead appointed War Master by the Emperor, and the reaction among the other Primarchs was mixed. Some supported the appointment out of affection for Horus, and others opposed it. The Lion and Leman Russ were, ironically alike in their attitude, cynically accepting the appointment as the final sign of Horus's status as their father's favorite son. During the campaign against the Serash, Luther was able to foil a detonation of a nuclear weapon aboard the Lion's flagship. However, due to his own deep-buried jealousy, he had initially hesitated, something the Lion somehow discovered. As a result, the two had a falling out, and Luther, along with a force of mainly Caliban native legionaries, was sent back to their homeworld. This was ostensibly to accelerate the recruitment of new legionnaires, but Luther felt they had been exiled, particularly after his scolding in the Saruman campaign. 50 years later, and following great success in recruiting, training, and equipping new Dark Angels, Luther and his lieutenants were faced by a widespread rebellion on Caliban. Following investigations on the part of the librarian Jaghatai Khan, it was revealed that Caliban was plagued by a resurgence of monsters, and that the insurgency raised against them included former Knights of the Order who felt that the Lion had betrayed them. At the center of the entire affair was the mysterious cabal of Terran sorcerers, somehow linked to the emergence of warp monsters and twisted undead corpses. Having learned of Horus's rebellion against the Emperor, Luther declared the independence of Caliban and his opposition to Terra and the Lion alike. Few tales have been recorded regarding the Lion and the conduct of his legion during the Great Crusade. One of them is that which is now known as the Saga of the Lion and the Wolf. Sometime during the Great Crusade, the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves assaulted the planet Duban, whose ruled the independent Fash Empire. In addition to disrespecting the Emperor, the leader of the rebels had also insulted Leman Russ by personally naming him the Emperor's lapdog. In response, Leman Russ swore that he would cut the rebel leader's head from his shoulders and demanded that he be allowed to make an immediate attack on the rebels' headquarters. This invasion request was refused because the Lion had spent days gathering intelligence on the headquarters' defenses and had planned a detailed assault of his own. The Dark Angels' attack went forward with few casualties, and Russ could only watch from the grounds as Lionel Johnson killed the rebel leader high on the walls of the fortress. After the battle, Russ stormed into the halls of the headquarters to find out Johnson and vent his frustrations. During the confrontation, Leman Russ struck Lionel Johnson a blow to his head, and the two proceeded to wrestle for a day and night without victory for either combatant. When the two finally broke apart, Russ began to laugh, humored by the circumstances the two were fighting over. The Lion was not amused, however, and what was considered a cowardly act struck Russ unconscious as he was laughing. The Space Wolves Primarch was carried from the chamber by his men, and when he had regained consciousness, the Dark Angels had already escaped the planet to embark on another campaign. Russ swore he would avenge the slight to his honor, and to this day, the two chapters fight honor duels in remembrance of this event. Some say these duels have brought mutual respect and a closer bond between the chapters. On other occasions, however, the rivalry between two chapters has boiled into open hostility, fueled by mistrust and suspicion. Johnson was campaigning in the Shield Worlds against the Gordian League when he received news of Horus's betrayal. The Lion knew that if Horus was to triumph in his rebellion, he would eventually have to confront the Emperor at Terra, for as long as the Emperor remained safe in the confines of the Imperial Palace. Horus could never truly triumph and become the new master of mankind. The Lion decided to act in order to prevent Horus from being able to successfully assault the Imperial Palace. He led a small force of the Forge World Diamad in order to secure several highly powerful siege weapons that Horus would need in order to assault Terra. Faced with superior odds, the Lion nonetheless succeeded in securing the siege weapons, and thus performed a masterstroke. Rather than confronting Horus directly, he had seemingly defeated the War Master with only a handful of troops. Following his victory, the Lion met with Perturabo, who, along with other legions, was on his way to join Ferrus Manus. In confronting Horus at Istvan V, Johnson, seeing the opportunity to become the new War Master following Horus's seemingly inevitable defeat, traded the siege weapons to Perturabo in exchange for his support in his bid to become the new War Master. Tragically, Perturabo was in fact an ally of Horus, as revealed by his actions at Isstvan 5. Immediately following the siege of Diamant and Perturabo acquiring the siege engines from Johnson, the Primarch of the Dark Angels returned to the Shield Worlds, where the majority of his legion were operating with the intention of heading to Terra immediately, as part of Horus's campaign to divert many of the remaining loyalist legions from Terra. The Night Lords were dispatched to the eastern fringes, wherein the Thramas Crusade they rampaged across many loyalist worlds. During the genocide, Konrad Curze would invite the Lion to meet on the planet Seguelsa. There, the Night Haunter would reveal a prophecy to the Lion concerning the future of the Dark Angels. Eventually, the talks would degrade to a fight, and the Lion would leave with his slashed throat and Curze with a sword in his back. The Lion would then go on to obtain a warp engine of unforeseen power known as the Tuchula that would allow him to coordinate entire fleets in a warp jump. During their trip, the Dark Angel ships encountered demons, and Lionel Johnson reinstituted librarians to fight them in direct violation of the Council of Nicaea. This caused a dispute within the Legion that saw the Lion eventually kill Nemiel. Lionel Johnson encounters Kairos Fateweaver at the height of the battle, who attempts to convert him to chaos, but can find nothing in his heart to sway it with, for he was absolutely loyal to the Emperor and viewed loyalty as its own reward. The Lion dismisses the Lord of Change by impaling him through the heart and quipping if the greater demon saw that coming. Using this engine, he would ambush the Night Lords and for a second time fight his brother Primarch. The Night Lords would leave severely injured, with Curze in a comatose state. The Lion would direct a second ambush on the regrouping Night Lords. There, Curze would reawaken and board the Invincible Reason with several of his troops. The battle would end with Curze fleeing to the lower decks, and any surviving Night Lords, including the first Captain Sevatar, being taken prisoner. Curze, however, is loose in the bows of the massive ship and wreaks terror throughout it, killing every search team the Lion sends after him. After losing several squads, the Lion takes up the hunt for Curze himself, stalking him throughout the Invincible Reason for the next 16 weeks. However, he can never find the elusive Primarch. Due to the ruined storm erected by the Wordbearers, the Dark Angels found themselves unable to return to Terra as the Lion had intended. Eventually, they logged onto the land of the Ferrus and made their way to Ultramar, linking up with the Ultramarines and Blood Angels, as well as their respective Primarchs, Roboute Guilliman and Sanguinius. The three Primarchs were instrumental in the formation of the Imperium Secundus, and Lionel Johnson was made Lord Protector of this new empire, a title similar to War Master. When Curze escaped the Invincible Reason and rampaged across Macragge, the Lion aided Guilliman in the unsuccessful attempt to defeat the renegade Primarch. However, the entire battle had been a trap, and Curze brought down the chapel they were battling in. Lionel Johnson and Guilliman both survived only thanks to Barbarous and Antioch, who activated the Pharaohs and teleported them to Sotha. The Lion, feeling responsible for Curze's rampage across Ultramar, obsessively hunted for his dark brother. In the Zebath system, Lionel Johnson commanded the Dreadwing to wreak havoc against World-Bearers and World-Eaters in the search for Curze. The Lion and Guilliman continued to clash over the policy with the Imperium Secundus, particularly over how to deal with rebels on Macragge that the Dark Angels Primarch was certain Curze had a hand in. After a suicide bomber hit an Astartes convoy, Lionel Johnson used his legion to establish martial law on Macragge. The Lion became certain that Curze was hiding in the rebellious Illyrium region of Ultramar's capital, and advocated using weapons of mass destruction to destroy it from orbit. After facing resistance from both Sanguinius and Guilliman over the idea, the Lion instead deployed the Dreadwing to flush Curze and the rebels out. During the attack of Alma Mons, the Lion was finally able to corner Curze, and the two once again came to blows. After a vicious battle, the Lion was eventually victorious. The Lion questioned why Curze turned, to which Curze answered why not, and to say that there was a monster in his head he could not stop. Instead of killing Curze, the Lion pulled back, saying he could not kill him, but then pummeled him again. The lion then ripped off Curze's backpack and brought him down upon his knee, breaking his spine and paralyzing him. Curze was instead brought before Sanguinius and Guilliman to stand trial. Curze admitted to his action, but refused to accept guilt because he was made to act that way, thus they were not crimes. Curze then divided Guilliman from the lion, accusing the lion of ordering secret orbital attacks and pitting them against each other. The lion sought to kill Curze, but Sanguinius prevented him with words and Guilliman broke his sword. The lion responded with anger, but Sanguinius dismissed him, ending the triumvirate and banishing him from Imperium Secundus. The Dark Angels withdrew from the planet hours following the dismissal. Afterwards, the lion continued to brood, questioning his exile of Luther and other decisions as he stood in the chamber of Tuchrulka. Soon, his council arrived, and the lion told them that they would return to Caliban. Before they left, the lion had a thought and ordered Tuchrulka to teleport him and Holgan to Sanguinius' chamber. Shortly before Sanguinius was able to execute Curze back on the crag, the lion appeared, asking for the angel to stop. Troops came into the room, demanding the lion surrender, but he responded that Curze was able to see the future, and he repeated that Curze's claim that his death would be at the hands of an assassin was set by the Emperor. This, to the lion, was proof that the Emperor was still alive. Sanguinius recognized that his own vision of death would also be true. Guilliman demanded what would come of Curze. The lion knelt before his brothers and promised that he would be Curze's gaoler. Curze remained captive aboard the Invincible Reason, and occasionally the lion would visit to speak with him in an attempt to gather information from his prophetic visions, though the Night Haunter rarely proved cooperative. Following the trial of Curze, Sanguinius, Lionel Johnson, and Guilliman all agreed to try to breach the Ruin Storm, to reach Terra and aid the Emperor, who they now knew still lived. In the Ruin Storm, the Loyalist fleet came across a variety of horrors and word of an entity spreading destruction known as the Pilgrim. Not even the Tuchrula could navigate the Ruin Storm, frustrating the lion. During the battle at Pyra, the lion commanded Dark Angel's personnel as Sanguinius received a vision, and he realized that he needed to go where the struggle had begun. Davin. Reluctantly, Guilliman and the lion agreed to trust in Sanguinius, but both had thought they would simply destroy the world upon arriving. While over Davin, Sanguinius shocked the lion by boarding the Invincible Reason and taking the captive Konrad Curze with him. Sanguinius hoped to use Curze's prophetic abilities to determine what he was meant to do upon Davin. Sanguinius then commanded a mass landing on the world, and the enraged lion nearly ordered that Davin be subjugated to exterminatus, regardless of Sanguinius' presence on it. At the last minute, the lion relented and immediately was horrified at what he had nearly done. He realized that some power was attempting to force the Primarchs down the path of damnation and followed Sanguinius down to Davin. At Davin, Sanguinius was trapped within a portal and did battle with the demon Madial, while Guilliman and the lion desperately tried to reach him. A vicious battle erupted both on Davin and above it, in which Guilliman's acting flagship, Samothras, was destroyed in orbit by the demon ship Veritas Ferrum. During the battle at Davin's temple, Guilliman and the lion managed to finally fight as brothers, and together they brought down a massive soul grinder. Eventually, Sanguinius was able to escape the Space Marine forces evacuated into space. Davin was destroyed by cyclonic torpedoes, and with its anchor gone, the demonic fleet vanished, and in place of where Davin once was, a breach in the Ruin Storm was visible. The path led to Terra, but upon further study, it became apparent that somehow Horus had foreseen this route, and a large blockade was erected to block them. Guilliman and the lion agreed to distract the blockade, while Sanguinius and the Blood Angels made directly for Terra, for that was their destiny. The lion expressed his desire to further distract the enemy by attacking worlds Horus had captured along the way to Terra, an act of vengeance he would soon come to relish. At some point before or during the siege of Terra, the Astronomicon went dark for the Dark Angel's fleet. Fearing that Terra had fallen to Horus, the lion became nihilistic, and instead of moving towards Terra, pledged himself to burning as much of the traitor's territory as he could, using the rationalization of attacking the traitor homeworlds in hopes of drawing reinforcements away from Terra to his troops. The lion oversaw the destruction destruction of Chemos and barbarous and spiteful purge dubbed the Passage of the Angels. Without the Astronomicon, the line relied on the Tucholka for guidance. The line eventually made for Deliverance, homeworld of the Raven God, where Corax and Leman Russ were currently mustering. The line is quick to question the Raven Lord's absence for major fronts of the war, but his ire is put to rest by Russ, who points out the survival of his own legion is evidence of their worth. Russ declares he will join the line's crusade of vengeance, including warriors equipped with a new Mark 6 power armor produced on Kiovar. Corax, however, is cautious to command his bloodied legion to what he sees as a needlessly spiteful waste, and only assigns a small expeditionary force of his Raven God to the Lion's forces. Eventually, the Lion made course to Terra, but arrived too late to influence the battle or prevent the Emperor from becoming interred on the Golden Throne.
Christ, that's badass.
Johnson, racked with his grief, returned to Caliban to reinforce his Dark Angels and recover in general. When the ships arrived in orbit, they were hit by a savage salvo of fire from the surface. The fleet pushed back and Johnson tried to find out what was happening. He learned from a merchant ship that Luther had poisoned the minds of the Space Marine garrison on the world and taken control. He could only be seen by Johnson as the taint of chaos. Johnson's fury was let loose and the planet suffered. He ordered a systematic bombardment of the planet, destroying everything they could to rid the world of chaos for all time. The planet burned and the defenses were whittled down to nothing. Johnson led his forces personally against the defenders, who had taken refuge in the Order's fortress monastery. Johnson found Luther and saw him to be completely corrupted. Nothing of his old friend had survived. Luther had been elevated to a strength equal to Johnson by the Chaos Gods, and the two met in a combat the likes which would never be seen again. They leveled the monastery around them, but the planet was also taking a heavy toll. The bombardment began to crack the surface of the planet, and the Dark Angels in orbit unable to see the damage they were doing. The battle between Luther and Johnson was titanic, but ended with a psychic attack that mortally wounded Johnson. Luther then realized what he had done, as if a veil had been lifted in front of his eyes. He fell to the floor, unwilling to fight anymore, but it was too late for Johnson. The gods of chaos realized they had lost again and sent a massive warp storm to wreck the surface of the planet. Caliban then broke apart under the strain and destroyed all but for the monastery of the Order, which had been protected by vast force fields. When the Dark Angels descended to the now asteroid, they searched the ruins and found Luther mumbling that Johnson had been taken by the Watchers in the dark and would return one day and forgive him of his sins. The Dark Angels could not find any trace of the Primarch. The rest of the Dark Angels who had been converted by Luther were sucked into the warp and scattered around the galaxy, now named the Fallen. The final secret, known only to a very select few, is that, buried deeper within the rock than Luther, Johnson lies sleeping, waiting for the Watchers in the dark for the time he will be needed again, to lead the Dark Angels in a new and greater crusade. Save the Watchers in the dark, only the Emperor knows of this secret. As of M41, Johnson is the only loyalist Primarch, other than Roboute Guilliman, definitively known to be alive. This concludes the information regarding the Lion. More in-depth information regarding him and his legions will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the few allies the Imperium has, the Primarch of the Second Legion.
Yeah, they dead.
This concludes the information regarding the Second Primarch. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many foes the Imperium faces. Traitor Primarch of the Third Legion, Fulgrim. Fulgrim, also known as the Phoenician, the Illuminator, the Prefector of Chemos, is the Primarch of the Emperor's Children, one of the 20 Primarchs created by the Emperor in the earliest days of the Imperium, just after the end of the Age of Strife. Fulgrim, like the other Primarchs, was sucked from Terra by the gods of chaos and placed on a faraway world in an attempt to prevent the coming age of the Imperium, constantly seeking to emulate the Emperor by perfecting himself. Fulgrim's obsession bred a hubris that drove him to eventually be consumed by the chaos god Slanesh. Talia, Khorne, and Solax were laborers of the resource-poor world of Chemos, sent to investigate a meteorite impact. Sent without transport, the three had to take shelter from a wildstorm in an abandoned factory. When they reached the impact site, they didn't find a fallen satellite or spacecraft. They found an ever-shifting mass of light. Solax was wary, but Khorne felt that it was harmless. Khorne watched the light take shape, and it touched his mind, learning everything he did before it took the shape of a perfectly formed baby boy. Solax wanted to kill the child, seeing it as a burden on their resources, but the child had entranced Khorne and refused. Talia shot Solax, and neither of them felt any guilt over killing him to save the perfect baby. Noticing that a stream of pure water had formed where the baby had landed, Khorne decided to name the child after the water-bringer of Chemos' creation myth, Fulgrim. Fulgrim spent his early years as a humble factory worker, but soon became a legend in his own right. At half the age of his fellow workers, he was able to fulfill his obligations to the continual running of the fortress factory of Calax with ease. He quickly grew to understand the technology that he had to work with, and began to modify it, increasing efficiency dramatically. By the time he was 15 years of age, Fulgrim had risen from the rank of worker and became one of the executives ruling the settlement. Learning of the gradual deterioration of both Calax and all of the settlements in Chemos, Fulgrim decided he would save his world. Under Fulgrim's leadership, teams of engineers traveled far from their factory fortress, reclaiming and repairing many of the far-flung mighty outposts. As minerals poured back into Calax, Fulgrim supervised the construction of more sophisticated and energy-efficient machinery. As recycling efficiency grew to the point where Chemos was producing a surplus for the first time in years, Fulgrim began to foster a re-emergence of art and culture, aspects of humanity sacrificed in the struggle for survival. Other settlements allied themselves with Calax, and 50 years after arriving on Chemos, Fulgrim was its sole leader. Fulgrim battled many foes during this time, most notably the sword dances of Sulfur. He also engaged in many political marriages to secure the loyalty of other factory cities, marrying several times but quickly outliving his spouses. According to Fulgrim, he loved some of these spouses at first, but after a while stopped caring. Before the heresy, Fulgrim was a warrior that enjoyed the finer arts of civilization and culture of his people, such as art, music, and celebration. He believed that there was little point in conquering the galaxy if they did not indulge in these civilized traits. Fulgrim himself also engaged in the arts and created marble statues of his two first captains, though he felt that his work was not perfect. One of Fulgrim's noted character traits was adopted by his legion was the quest for perfection. He believed that mankind was the perfect creation and that they must strive to emulate his father, the Emperor. As such, he was greatly angered whenever this goal was challenged. He demonstrated this in his hostility to adapting the Leia as a protectorate, and believed that only humanity had the right to rule. There was, however, a flaw here that he secretly believed was something wrong with him and his legion due to the near disaster that claimed half of their number before the start of the Great Crusade. This allowed others to exploit him, and was the reason why he accepted Fabius Bile's genetic treatments of the Legion. Among his fellow Primarchs, Fulgrim's friendships were deepest with Ferrus Manus and Horus, though the former was a stronger bond. It was not long after that the planet's isolation came to an end. From the grey sky came a flight of dropships, armored and battle-scarred, each bearing the same symbol, a two-headed eagle. On hearing this, some fragment of memory stirred in Fulgrim. Chemos had no formal army, but the dropship's landing zone had been surrounded by the caretakers, the police soldiers responsible for maintaining order in the factory fortresses. Fulgrim sent word to the caretakers to stand down and allow the visitors from above into Calax. In his Spartan quarters, Fulgrim was faced by armored warriors from the stars. Their faces bore the scars of many battles, and from their shoulders hung scrolls listing their achievements. Their armor and weapons were finely worked, and their banners and pennants were works of art. Fulgrim recognized that these men were not merely advanced, but civilized. His lost brothers from the stars had preserved the arts he had longed to return to Chemos. From the midst of these warriors stepped their leader, the Emperor of Humanity. Fulgrim surveyed him, and without a word, knelt and offered his sword. On that day, Fulgrim swore to serve the Imperium with all his heart. From the Emperor, Fulgrim learned of the distant world of Terra, of the Great Crusade to reclaim the sundered galaxy, and of his own origins. It is unknown when exactly this event occurred. However, it is recorded that in the construction of a starship for the Primarch of the Third Legion was completed around 160 years before the beginning of the Horus Heresy. Traveling to Terra to meet his new legion, Fulgrim learned that an accident had destroyed the majority of the gene seed designated for his legion, and without their Primarch, replacing it was a slow and laborious process. Fulgrim came to address the 200 space marines of his legion, and the words he spoke were said to inspire the Emperor so much that he named the legion the Emperor's Children, and allowed them to bear the sign of the Aquila, the double-headed eagle that was the Emperor's personal symbol, on their power armor. Fulgrim became driven by the notion that his legions should strive to live up to this honor and the perfection of the Emperor in his vision of imperial culture. This drive to achieve perfection soon applied to all things the Primarch and his legion became concerned with, from military tactics to the embrace of artistic culture that didn't exist on Chemos to the very appearances. Fulgrim was a particularly imposing sight, with shimmering white shoulder-length hair, large, friendly-seeming eyes, and a mouth that was now far from a smile. His armor was of the finest quality, and intricately decorated. Over it, he often wore one of a variety of high-collared cloaks. Fulgrim was anxious to make his contribution to the Great Crusade, but the comparatively small size of his legion meant that the Emperor's children were placed under the command of Horus and his lunar wolves. Horus and Fulgrim grew close to one another while pacifying the Eastern Fringe. Eventually, swallowed by recruits from both Chemos and Terra, Fulgrim was soon able to lead on a crusade of his own, bringing countless worlds into the light of the Imperium. Fulgrim saw perfection and spectacle in these campaigns, as demonstrated when he took the world of Byzas, with only 7 men, despite nearly dying in the process. Fulgrim also established a close friendship with his brother Ferrus Manus, who also attempted to purge the imperfection from himself. Ferrus and Fulgrim eventually came to each other to try to build the perfect weapon, resulting in Fulgrim creating Forgebreaker and Ferrus Fireblade. The two exchanged weapons, and they became synonymous with their respective Primarchs thereafter. In the later stages of the Crusade, the Emperor's children soon made a name of themselves during it, battling fearsome enemies such as the Megarachnids and the Diasporex. During this time, the Emperor's children initiated the cleansing of Leiran, a campaign that required great effort, dedication, and sacrifice from the Imperial forces. At the conclusion of this campaign, Fulgrim acquired a trophy from the field of battle, a Xenos-manufactured sword recovered from a Leiran temple known as the Silver Blade of Leia. He would begin to wield this sword more often than Fireblade, his customary personal weapon. With the benefit of hindsight, it can be recognized that the Leran sword was a demon weapon. It is now believed that this demon sword began to exert a strong chaotic influence over Fulgrim, and that the forces he had deployed against the Leia may have become tainted by the chaos power Slanesh. It is in this perilous spiritual condition that Fulgrim found himself at the center of the emerging Horus heresy. Fulgrim himself met with the renowned Farseer Eldred Ulthran of Ulthway on the maiden world of Tarsus, in which the Farseer attempted to warn Fulgrim of Horus's grievous wounding at the hands of Eugen Timber and his anathema, and how he was slowly beginning to turn to chaos as he recuperated. Fulgrim reacted with outrage at the Farseer's accusations due to his close friendship with Horus, second only to his bond with Ferrus Manus. This was spurred on by the influence of Fulgrim's Leran blade, which was infused with a Slaneshi entity. Fulgrim furiously attacked Eldred alongside his captains, the Phoenix Guard, destroying both Kira and Goldhelm, an ancient and revered Wraith Lord, as well as an avatar of Cain in the process, forcing Eldred and his beleaguered forces to withdraw. This victory led to Fulgrim's subsequent destruction of various Eldar maiden worlds, using virus bombs as a means to end the supposed treachery of the Eldar. Whilst the exact timing and placement of it varies between versions of the story, it is clear that Fulgrim soon met Horus in person, demanding a personal account of his actions. Instead, Horus was able to sway Fulgrim to his cause. Fulgrim's respect for Horus allowed chaos to find its way into Fulgrim's heart, destroying Fulgrim's loyalty to Terra and replacing it with a burning desire to destroy the man who held humanity back from the perfection Fulgrim desired. Fulgrim was immediately sent to meet with Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands. Great bonds of friendship and brotherhood existed between them, and Fulgrim felt he could convince Ferrus of the righteousness of Horus's cause. He was wrong, however, and the meeting did not go well and concluded in violence. When next the brothers met, it would be as enemies. The path chosen, the chaotic rod sped quickly, from Fulgrim to his lieutenants, the Lord Commanders of the Legion, then to company and squad leaders, and finally, all but a bare handful of Marines followed Slanesh rather than the Emperor. Perfection became perfect hedonism. Fulgrim's mental state quickly deteriorated. He began talking to a painting by Serrano de Angelis and killed the sculptor Ostian Delafor after he inadvertently slighted the Primarch. When the Loyalist legions arrived in the Istvan system, the Emperor's children were at the forefront of the fighting, aiding in the massacre of their former brethren. During the infamous Drop Site Massacre, Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus met once again and had their final and fateful duel. Fulgrim wielded the weapon that he made for his brother, the Thunderhammer Forgebreaker, while Ferrus did the same with the sword Fireblade. Though both weapons were shattered, Fulgrim proved the victor after taking up his silver blade, but discovered he could not bring himself to kill his brother. It was at this point that the demon bound within the Leran blade fully exerted itself, and Ferrus Manus was struck dead. Fulgrim was shocked into clear thinking by the death of his brother, aghast at what he had done and at the horrific betrayal and carnage before him. In a further moment of weakness, he agreed to the demon's power descended to oblivion and allowed the war creature to escape from the sword. It took but a moment for it to possess him, body and soul, trapping his consciousness in a tiny corner of his mind. From that moment on, Fulgrim became a prisoner in his own form, his existence fully controlled by the Slaneshi demon. Fulgrim's soul was trapped in the twisted painting of Serrano de Angelis. The only person aware of the fate of Fulgrim was Horus, who recognized the demonic possession almost immediately during the next meeting, but considered Fulgrim too valuable an asset to lose. Lorgar and Magnus also became aware of the true nature of Fulgrim upon encountering him. However, in the months afterwards, Fulgrim was able to regain his body by unknown means, trapping its essence in the same painting he had been trapped in. This was only revealed to his legion when a group of captains led by Lucius realized what had happened to the Primarch and took Fulgrim captive. He allowed them to do this to prove he was no longer possessed and tried to make the demon release its hold over him through extreme torture. Fulgrim revealed that he had forced the demon out and had been himself for some time, and had chosen to devote himself to Slaanesh fully and of his own free will. Fulgrim soon joined forces with Perturabo, Primarch of the Iron Warriors, of the world of Hydra Cordatus. Promising the Lord of Iron perfection, the two embarked on a quest to tip the balance of the rebellion in Horus's favor. By journeying into the Eye of Terror and to retrieve a weapon known as the Angel Exterminatus. Shortly before they were to leave, Fulgrim was hit by a direct headshot from the vengeful Sisyphean crew member Nicolas Sharokin. Fulgrim survived the wound, however thanks to the efforts of Fabius Bile, after a brief boarding battle with the Sisyphean that saw the ship escape yet again. The two Primarchs arrived in the Eye and quickly landed in the Crone world of Idris, entering an ancient Eldar citadel known as the Amon, Nishak, Kalis. The Emperor's children and Iron Warriors had to contend with an army of Wraith God and Wraith Lords that had awoken from their slumber. At the height of the vicious battle, Fulgrim attempted to betray his brother and slip away, but was pursued by Perturabo. Both soon arrived in the massive spherical chamber, and Fulgrim revealed to his brother that there was no Angel Exterminatus, but he rather was destined to become such a weapon on this world. Furious, Perturabo attempted to attack Fulgrim, but was drained of his power when Fulgrim activated the Malgatar Stone that Perturabo had previously received under the guise of a gift. Now, with the Iron Warrior's Primarch's power in hand, Fulgrim revealed the purpose of his plan to achieve apotheosis, better known as demonhood. However, just as Fulgrim was about to complete his ritual and achieve demonhood, Perturabo gathered enough strength to charge at his brother, but were interrupted by an ambush of salamanders, iron hands, and Raven Guard, who had been stalking the traitor fleet in search of vengeance since the drop site massacre. One of the loyalist Astartes during the battle shattered the Malgatar Stone, freeing some of Perturabo's energy and giving him the ability to strike down Fulgrim with his Thunderhammer. However, Perturabo only managed to destroy the Primarch's mortal skin, and he was reborn as the Demon Prince of Slaanesh. Now a massive but elegant serpentine creature, Fulgrim told his brother that they would meet again, and then vanish in a burst of warp energy, along with his Emperor's children. Fulgrim next appeared answering Horus's summons at the Battle of Duel, where he was tasked to lead the Emperor's children to the Halakanaxis stars. Before he could depart, Fulgrim survived another Iron Hands assassination attempt, this time by Shadrach Medusan and a trio of fire raptors. Fulgrim displayed his potent new abilities in the fight, destroying one of the loyalist aircraft with his psychic powers. Afterwards, Fulgrim was tasked by Horus to secretly corrupt the Knight's House of Devine in preparations of the Battle of Molech. Following these tasks, Fulgrim largely vanished as he has become more concerned with the matters of the warp, and his legion disintegrated into various warbands. However, Horus and Eidolon were both confident that he would ultimately return when they reached Terra. After Horus issued his muster for the traitor Primarchs to gather at Ulanor in preparation for the march on Terra, Fulgrim still could not be found. Thus, Lorgar volunteered to find Fulgrim and bring him back to Horus's war effort. By accessing the webway, Lorgar and his entourage eventually arrived inside the Eye of Terror, and then the Palace of Slaanesh itself. Inside, they found Fulgrim engaged in debauchery and degeneracy with his new consort, Nakari. Fulgrim refused Lorgar's demand to come to Ulanor with him, stating that he did not simply care about the war anymore. Lorgar refused to back down, and the two sides came to battle. As Fulgrim was about to strike Lorgar, the Dark Apostle, Sardu Layak, uttered the secret true name of Fulgrim's newly elevated demonic form. Fulgrim was bound to the will of Lilac and forced to come with Lorgar. With a cry across the warp, Fulgrim gathered the Emperor's children back to himself, and by the time the Royal Bearers reached Ulanor, the Legion was whole once more. In truth, Lorgar intended to use the enslaved Fulgrim as a part of a plan place as War Master. However, Lorgar's coup quickly unraveled when the Oracle Jaghatai revealed his plans to Horus, and Zardu Lilac freed Fulgrim from his binding instead of ordering him to attack Horus as originally intended. Fulgrim urged Horus to kill Lorgar, but instead the Primarch was banished from the War Master's sight after a vicious beating. Fulgrim licked the blood from Lorgar's taste, enjoying the sweet taste of revenge upon his former jailer. Fulgrim stayed by Horus' side during the muster at Ulanor, and he and the Emperor's children pledged themselves to the March on Terra. During the final stages of the Civil War, Fulgrim appeared aboard the Pride of the Emperor as a part of the massive trader fleet. All trace of decency amongst the Emperor's children had vanished by the time they partook in the siege of Terra. During the early stages of the siege, Fulgrim did little, goading Angron into fits of fury for his own amusement, and constantly requesting that Horus let himself be unleashed upon Terra. He oversaw a major attack on the southeastern region of the walls of the palace, but failed to penetrate the Emperor's psychic shield. During a meeting of the traitor leaders, he mocked Perturabo for refusing the delights chaos had to offer, while other traitor legions assaulted the Imperial Palace. The Emperor's children embarked upon the spree of terror and gratification amongst the helpless citizenry of Terra. Even by the early stages of the battle, they simply launched attacks to drag away prisoners for their own amusement. However, Abaddon was able to get Eidolon to somehow convince Fulgrim to lead the whole of the Emperor's children against the Saturnine Gate in a bid to quickly end the battle. During the assault on Saturnine, Fulgrim massacred his way across Imperial fists until he encountered Sigismund. Battling the first captain, Fulgrim was impressed with Sigismund's abilities, but quickly outmatched the Imperial Fist's champion. As he was about to finish Sigismund, Fulgrim was then confronted by Rogal Dorn himself. The two Primarchs did battle, with Fulgrim constantly goading and taunting his brother. Dorn refused to respond to Fulgrim's taunts, and seemed to have the advantage against the traitorous Primarch, who was transformed into a standard Primarch form, as opposed to that of a demon prince. Dorn managed to counter every attack and impale Fulgrim, but the Phoenician laughed off the damage as he rapidly regenerated and declared he can't die. It was then that Fulgrim learned that Abaddon's attack beneath Saturnine had failed, dooming the assault on the walls with it. No longer interested in the battle and annoyed with his allies, Fulgrim transformed into his demonic visage and abandoned the fight. However, before he left, he gave Dorn a parting gift by summoning his elite guard by Eidolon to assassinate his brother. Under Fulgrim, billions of defenseless civilians were used as experimental subjects in the effort to create ever more powerful stimulants and pleasure-inducing chemicals used to summon demons, or simply killed to save the bloodlust of the Legion. When Horus was defeated by the Emperor's children left a trail of depopulated worlds in their wake as they fled towards the Eye of Terra. As the supply of slaves was exhausted, they resorted to raiding other traitor legions for fresh meat, leading to a series of conflicts known as the Legion War. Fulgrim was seen in combat a century after the heresy at the Battle of Thessala, with Roboute Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, where he slashed his brother's throat and laid him low with a fatal poison before disappearing from records for many centuries. The Emperor's children claimed that Fulgrim was gifted by Slaanesh with a hidden world of unlimited pleasure for him to rule. Several centuries after the heresy, he was said to be asleep on his world and not active in guiding the Emperor's children. Warbands of Emperor's children, other Slaanesh-worshipping Chaos Space Marines and cultists, and the Imperial Inquisition have sought out this world, but none have returned. Abaddon the Despoiler was also able to somehow find Fulgrim, and was able to gain the favor of Slaanesh by trading an unblemished Pythosian psycho with the Primarch. During the 13th Black Crusade, it is thought that Fulgrim appeared to massacre Imperial Guard during the cacophony of Extremis 6. Fulgrim made another appearance at the conclusion of the Ultramar campaign in the closing days of M41 through the efforts of the Mechanicum and the Eldar. Roboute Guilliman was healed from all the wounds inflicted by Fulgrim. Fulgrim sensed his brother's revival and took the time to possess the Archconsul of Macragge in order to gloat to Guilliman during making his first public appearance in 10,000 years. Through the body of the Archconsul, Fulgrim announces that Guilliman would have many temptations to resist, and that any feeling of self-satisfaction would be his doom. Later he appeared during the Semisite planet strike, where he slew the Iron Hands captain Sin Grolvok. At some point in the 41st millennium, Fulgrim was lured back to Isfan III by a sonic beacon. There, he was confronted by the sole surviving Loyalist Emperor's children, the Dreadnought Rylanor. As Fulgrim tore the Dreadnought apart, an unexploded virus bomb was detonated and engulfed the planet. Though Fulgrim's form survived, his pride was wounded. According to some reports, sometime before M41, Fabius Bile managed to create a perfect clone of Fulgrim. Unlike all previous attempts, this clone was pure and uncorrupted, with not even a hint of the warp affecting him. Why this one had succeeded was unknown, even to Fabius. The clone aged to adulthood quickly, his Primarch genetic memory allowing him to learn quickly, as well as remember the events of the Horus Heresy. Expressing regret for his actions and downfall, he swore to wipe away the sins of his past and atone for his treason. However, this clone was taken by Treason the Infinite when Fabius betrayed him, fearing the clone would go down the same route as before. This concludes the information regarding Fulgrim. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias, the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many foes the Imperium faces. Primarch of the 4th Legion, Perturabo. Perturabo is the Primarch of the Iron Warriors, one of the original 20 Space Marine legions. Bitter and feeling marginalized by the Imperium, he sided with Horus during the Horus Heresy, and has since ascended to daemonhood. He, like his Iron Warriors, had a natural affinity towards technology and a cold logic, but lacked the strength of faith. According to Perturabo himself, he is estimated to have been born around 792 M30. When the Primarchs were scattered to the ends of the galaxy, Perturabo landed on a planet named Olympia. For at least a year, he was alone in the rural regions of Olympia and became a famed wanderer that would slay legendary beasts. However, he was first discovered climbing the mountains below the city-state of Lokos with no memory of anything prior. The gods, having realized this was no normal child, brought him before the Demikos, the tyrant of Lokos. Demikos was intrigued by the child and brought him into his house and treated him as family. Demikos noticed the boy's overwhelming intellect and skill with everything from architecture to the arts to political debate to combat, and he became a wonder with which Lokos secured alliances with other city-states. The young Perturabo, though he knew he was not of this world and was made by design as to oppose nature, was disgusted by the religious Olympians and believed in the cold logic of science and reason. Supposedly, Perturabo never trusted the Olympians and refused to return any affection given by Demikos. Demikos spent plenty of time with his new son, but never got anything in return. Perturabo shunned his siblings Heracon and Andos and only enjoyed the company of his foster sister, Caliphany. Many saw Perturabo as a cold and brooding child, but when considered that he had been thrown into a world with no idea of his origins or purpose, this is perhaps a little harsh. Nonetheless, Perturabo took the name not of venerated Olympian heroes, as was expected of nobility, but rather an ancient title for those with prodigious ability. Perturabo waged wars against rivals for his adopted father, and due to many warring city-states of Olympia gathered enormous experience in siege warfare. Overseeing the construction of many siege engines once thought technologically impossible on the planet, Perturabo soon scored victory after victory and became known as a merciless, bloody-handed warlord. Throughout his life, Perturabo was haunted by visions and feelings of a great maelstrom, though he told no one of it as he feared it would be seen as a sign of weakness. When the Emperor arrived, Perturabo immediately submitted himself to the Emperor's mercy and ousted the tyrant of Locus. Damocos is said to have spent his remaining few years gathering forces to attempt to retake his power. He failed, but created a current of unrest which would be used later. Perturabo spent much time with his brother Magnus on Terra in his early days in the fledgling Imperium, attempting to discover the many secrets of mankind's past, and became particularly interested in the works of famous inventors. It became said that of all the Emperor's sons, Perturabo had the most raw scientific and technological knowledge. Upon taking command of his legion, Perturabo reviewed the war record of his new forces. After heavily analyzing their record, effectiveness, doctrines, and practices, Perturabo found them wanting. His punishment was the decimation. By lottery, 1 in every 10 legionaries was chosen to be beaten to death by his comrades. Such would be Perturabo's reign, brutal and unforgiving. Perturabo went on to lead his new Iron Warriors on a lightning crusade against the planet of Justice Rock and its heretical Black Judges. During the Great Crusade, Perturabo established himself as efficient and highly capable, but also brutal, bitter, and envious. It is widely acclaimed that Perturabo was envious of Rogal Dorn. He was annoyed by his constant reminders of the perfection of his defenses on Terra. The other Primarchs also kept Perturabo at a distance. This might have been because of his supreme command of technology, far in advance of anything the other Primarchs could do. He is referred to as the comrade who devised the best plan to avoid the defenses of Ordog Mashog, an Orc war boss under the attack by Leman Russ, leader of the Space Wolves, and Jaghatai Khan, Khan of the White Scars. The Iron Warriors went on to create citadels throughout the regions they fought in. Small numbers of Iron Warriors were left behind at these outposts, but Perturabo resented being forced to split his army. As time went on, they were stereotyped as being the best army for sieges and garrisons, but eventually the Iron Warriors were so worn out that they simply began to enjoy the killing they had to do after the trenches were dug. A particularly vicious campaign was against the Hrud in the Skatrada Deeps, a region that Perturabo saw as strategically useless. Nonetheless, he dutifully oversaw the purging of the Hrud, despite his legion's heavy casualties, as it was ordered by the War Council. At the climax of the campaign, as his fleet lay devastated by a Hrud temporal shockwave, Perturabo could only blame the Emperor's vanity for the damage done to his sons on this useless campaign. It might as well have been Horus who kept the Legion on this role, allowing him to more easily sway the mind of Perturabo towards chaos. Shortly after the Satrada Deeps campaign, Perturabo learned that his homeworld, Olympia, was in rebellion. Damocos was dead, and in his absence, the politicking and bickering of the city-states had resumed. Perturabo demanded the Olympians themselves enact decimation, killing 1 in every 10 of their own, or face extermination and enslavement. Many refused, and Perturabo purged Olympia city by city, overrunning the fortresses he had built and sparing no one. Iron Warriors that refused to take part in the genocide suffered the same fate. By the time the massacre was over, 5 million Olympians had been killed and the rest put into slavery. While storming Locos' palace, Perturabo came across his old foster sister, Clyphene, and strangled her to death after a furious argument where she blamed the Primarch for what had befallen their world. As Olympia died, Perturabo looked on in cold silence. After the pyres were burning, the Iron Warriors realized what they had done. They were no more the saviors of the Imperium, destroying the Hrud one moment, and the next they were committing genocide. Perturabo realized the Emperor could never forgive him for what he had done. Horus, on the other hand, commended Perturabo for his decisive action, and the Lord of Iron swore an oath of loyalty to the War Master. Horus later made the most of the opportunity by presenting Perturabo with a hammer named Forgebreaker, the gift symbolic of signing of a pact between them. It was in that time that the disturbing news of the Horus heresy and new orders came from Terra. Leman Russ and the Space Wolves had attacked Magnus and his 1,000 sons on Prospero. Horus had turned renegade with his legion, the son of Horus, besides some other legions. The whole Imperium was on the brink of a civil war. The new orders were to join with 6 other legions, and then to face Horus and his forces on Instant 5. The result of the following battle was that the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion all joined Horus, and almost completely destroyed the 3 remaining legions in the Dropsite Massacre. After that, the Iron Warriors were let loose, and Perturabo relished the opportunity to fight in a way they did not rely on massive sieges and trench warfare. Because of their massive deployment throughout the galaxy, dozens of warsmiths took over planets and demanded tithes to support the heresy. After the first siege of Hydra Quadratus, Perturabo was approached by Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children, who promised the Lord of Iron near unlimited power. The two embarked on a quest to tip the balance of the rebellion in Horus's favor by journeying into the Eye of Terra and retrieve a weapon known as the Angel Exterminatus. After a brief boarding action with the Sisypheum, which Perturabo allowed to escape due to his disgust of Fulgrim's legion, the duo arrived in the Eye of Terra and quickly landed on the crone world of Idris, entering an ancient Eldar citadel known as the Amon Nishak Kalis. The Emperor's Children and Iron Warriors had to contend with an army of Wraith God and Wraith Lords that had awoken from their slumber. At the height of the vicious battle, Fulgrim attempted to betray his brother and slip away, but was pursued by Perturabo. Both soon arrived in a massive spherical chamber, and Fulgrim revealed to his brother that there was no Angel Exterminatus, but he rather was destined to become such a weapon on this world. Furious, Perturabo attempted to attack Fulgrim, but was drained of his power when Fulgrim activated the Malgatar Stone that Perturabo had previously received under the guise of a gift. Now with the Iron Warrior's Primarch's power in hand, Fulgrim revealed the purpose of his plan: to achieve apotheosis, better known as demonhood. However, just as Fulgrim was about to complete his ritual and achieve demonhood, Perturabo gathered enough strength to charge at his brother, but were interrupted by an ambush of salamanders, iron hands, and Raven Guard who had been stalking the Traitor Fleet in search of vengeance since the Dropsite Massacre. One of the Loyalist Astartes during the battle shattered the Malgatar Stone, freeing some of Perturabo's energy and giving him the ability to strike down Fulgrim with his Thunder Hammer. However, Perturabo only managed to destroy the Primarch's mortal skin and was reborn as a Demon Prince, now a massive but elegant serpentine creature. Fulgrim told his brother that they would meet again, and then vanished in a burst of warp energy alongside his Emperor's Children. Exhausted and betrayed by his brother, he knew, and now lost any trace of honor, Perturabo allowed the Loyalist Astartes to withdraw and led his own forces off the Crone world, looking to settle the score with Fulgrim and better understand the cosmic power he had witnessed. Perturabo ordered his fleet to sail deep into the Eye of Terra. Perturabo and the Iron Warriors next found themselves trapped by the singularity in the heart of the Eye of Terra. Perturabo gambles in an attempt to escape, diving straight into the black hole at its heart. Perhaps by sheer blind luck, they were transported far across the warp to the Talon system. Once arriving at Talon, Perturabo was made aware of the black oculus hidden beneath the planet, and he immediately drew up plans to invade. Eventually, the Iron Warriors' search for the black oculus was exposed, and they were forced to withdraw from the planet. Following Talon, the Iron Warriors were ordered by Horus to man a defensive line of worlds in order to hold off the Ultramarines, which, with the death of the Ruinstorm, were advancing towards the traitor's rear. Perturabo dutifully oversaw these vicious and bitter sieges. Overstretched and under-equipped, the Iron Warriors once again bled for worlds far from the center of the war without thanks. Perturabo at this point had grown weary and darker, both from the effects of Fulgrim's treachery and the corrupting effects of the Black Oculus. Perturabo's war on Creed was interrupted by Argonus, who brought orders from Horus to find Angron and bring both of their legions for the muster at Ulanor, in preparation for the drive on Terra. Despite having to abandon much of his forces, as well as worlds he had fought so bitterly for, Perturabo obeyed the War Master and journeyed to Serum with a small fleet in search of information of Angron's whereabouts. On Serum, the demon Saram revealed that Angron was on deluge after possessing the body of Vulk, creating the first obliterator. Perturabo then traveled to Deluge, where he confronted the vicious and corrupted demon Primarch Angron. Perturabo and Angron engaged in a brutal battle, with the demon having the clear edge in power and speed. However, despite taking many wounds, Perturabo endured and goaded Angron, declaring that he was born a slave and was now a slave to darkness for all eternity. By using the Iron Warrior's Iron Circle and Vulk to outmaneuver and bombard the World Eaters, Angron was bested as an Ultramarines fleet appeared in orbit over Deluge. Angron laughed and declared that they were all now going to die, but Perturabo reminded the demon Primarch that he had seen his warriors butchered while he had done nothing once before. This moved Angron enough to act, and after creating a warp storm, the Iron Warriors and World Eaters fleets were able to escape the Ultramarines and move to Ulanor, where they accompanied Horus for the muster. Perturabo proved to be a pivotal and primary traitor commander during the Solar War. During the campaign that captured the Sol System, he oversaw the capture of both Uranus and Jupiter defensive spheres from the Imperial Fists. During the early stages of the Siege of Terra, Perturabo was not allowed to lead the siege of the Imperial Palace, but instead fortify the Sol System against Guilliman's expected arrival, something that embittered him greatly. Nonetheless, the Lord of Iron was able to review bombardment data and surmise a weakness in the palace's void shield network. Horus later met with Perturabo personally aboard the Vengeful Spirit, where, while still compelled to obey Horus, he now saw the War Master as little more than a slave to the ruinous powers. Perturabo studied all warp law he saw aboard the damned flagship, pledging to master the Empyrean and achieve powers similar to that of a god. Horus attempted to appeal to Perturabo's pride, emphasizing how much he had appreciated the Lord of Iron's contributions and how he was the only Primarch he could still trust. Perturabo was however still denying the coveted duty of besieging the palace, instead being ordered to clear landing zones for the traitor Titans. After weeks of fighting, the traitor war effort stalled in the face of the walls of the palace, and the demon Primarchs proved aloof and unreliable. Horus thus relied on Perturabo to conduct the main offensive push into the Lion's Gate spaceport. Hoping to overcome Dorn's traps with bluntness, Perturabo put Kroger in charge of the ground offensive while inserting Forex and a unit of Iron Warriors behind enemy lines to seize key bridges into the spaceport. However, the attack stalled in the face of the Emperor's psychic shield of the palace, forcing Perturabo to rely on the Immaterium. By having Zardu Lilac and Typhus summon Korvax's Heart of Light to subvert the Imperial Palace's population. During the main assault on the Lion's Gate spaceport, Perturabo revealed that Forex and his men had been sacrificed as a ruse in order to draw away Imperial Fist defenses, in order to allow the Iron Blood to dock at the spaceport's main spire. As Perturabo sat down, Rogal Dorn met him on the field of battle. However, Perturabo refused to be goaded into battle by Dorn's taunts, knowing the Imperial Fist's Primarch simply intended to buy time for his troops to withdraw. Perturabo instead promised only after he had torn down the palace would he kill Dorn. Following the fall of Lion's Gate, Perturabo landed on Terra's surface and set up a command center to direct the siege. With Horus increasingly losing touch with the Materium, it fell to Perturabo to command the war effort, and he became the face of the enemy to the defenders of Terra. With the blessing of the War Master, Perturabo controlled his allies through command staff that consisted of Abaddon and the Mournival, Ahriman, Typhus, Eidolon, and Krostavok. Perturabo directly connected himself to the traitor data network, absorbing enormous quantities of data and directing every facet of the siege with his own mind. In this state, commanding the greatest siege in history, Abaddon suspected that Perturabo was finally happy. In an uncharacteristically good mood, Perturabo praised Abaddon when he noticed the same flaw in the Saturnine Gate that he had recently also discovered. However, Perturabo was worried that Dorn also knew of the flaw, and exploiting it would be a trap by his brother. As a result, he allowed Abaddon and the Emperor's children to attack Saturnine and suffer the losses and humiliation that would come with it should the assault fail. Sure enough, Dorn had known of the flaw and ambushed the traitors as they attacked. After the setback of Saturnine, Perturabo began to despair over the state of his allies. All save he and the Iron Warriors had by now fallen into chaos, and with his warriors marched all kinds of warp abominations. Perturabo realized that the war was no longer one of legion versus legion, and the ultimate test against his brother Rogal was now tainted. The final straw for Perturabo came after Horus informed him that he was to disperse his Iron Warriors amongst the various war zones, and that his position was now to be taken over by Mortarion and the Death God. Finally, having had enough, Perturabo ordered the Iron Warriors to evacuate Terra and withdrew to the Iron Blood. After fleeing Terra following Horus's death, Perturabo took the opportunity to take vengeance on the Imperial Fists with a trap on Sebastius IV. The trap was known as the Eternal Fortress, a keep centered within 20 square miles of bunkers, towers, minefields, trenches, tank traps, and redoubts. Upon hearing of this, Rogal Dorn publicly declared that he would dig Perturabo out of his hole and bring him to Terra in an iron cage. Rogal Dorn expected an honorable battle, but this was not to be. Beginning by isolating the 4 companies of the Imperial Fists from their orbital support, Perturabo began to carefully divide his enemy and destroy them. Some Imperial Fists managed to penetrate the defenses and reach the center of the Eternal Fortress, only to find that there was no central keep, simply an open space watched yet by more defenses. The fortress was a decoy of no real value, surrounded by 20 miles of killing ground. By the 6th day of the siege, Imperial Fist Space Marines were fighting individually, without support, using the bodies of their own battle brothers for cover. The siege of the Eternal Fortress, later referred to as the Iron Cage Incident, lasted for a further 3 weeks. Relief came in the form of Roboute Guilliman and the Ultramarines, who drove off the Iron Warriors, but the siege left Rogal Dorn a broken man and rendered the Imperial Fist chapter unable to fight for 19 years. The gene seed of over 400 Imperial Fists was sacrificed to the Dark Gods, and Perturabo was elevated to the rank of Demon Prince of Chaos Undivided. Following this victory, the Iron Warriors fled to the Eye of Terra and secured a new demon world named Mendragard, crafting a terrible fortress world where his soldiers ruled in vast towers. Perturabo's stronghold, the Fortress of Hate, is said to be the most redoubtable of all the fortress worlds. Today, the Iron Warriors give their greatest loyalty to Perturabo for saving them from the sacrifice in the name of the Emperor. In the year 400 M32, Perturabo emerged once more to wreak havoc. Invoking Nurgle, Perturabo imbued an extremely contagious curse and released it into the mechanical systems on the Forge World of Toil. The Chaos Plague spread through the machines, and factory complexes changed over the course of 8 days. On the 8th day, giant cables burst from the ground, spewing forth hungry demon engines, while the factories themselves grew legs and prowled the planet's surface. All life on Toil was eventually annihilated. In early M39, Perturabo aided Abaddon the Despoiler in the 10th Black Crusade by opening a war portal for the Black Legion. Perturabo spent much of the subsequent millennia studying the defenses of Segmentum Obscurus and establishing a network of techno-cultist informants. After the 13th Black Crusade and the formation of the Great Rift, Perturabo unleashed 1,000 armies and coordinated them in a grand strategy against the most heavily defended worlds in Obscurus. During this time, he appeared to fight his brother Mortarion in the War of Rust and Ruin. Perturabo fought with an extensive war gear set. His primary weapon during the heresy was the Thunderhammer Forgebreaker, a weapon that had previously belonged to Ferrus Manus before being given to him as a gift by Fulgrim. For protection, Perturabo wore a highly modified suit of cataphracti patterned Terminator armor known as the Logos. One of the most advanced suits of its age, it was equipped with a variety of support systems as well as a teleport beacon. The Logos was also equipped with a pair of 4-barreled wrist-mounted cannons. On the battlefield, Perturabo would sometimes ride a modified shadow sword known as Tormentor. This concludes the information regarding Perturabo. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the few allies the Imperium has. Primarch of the 5th Legion, Jaghatai Khan. Jaghatai Khan, known as the Great Khan, or the Warhawk, was the Primarch of the White Scar Space Marine Legion. Known for his secluded and fierce nature, the Khan was commonly overlooked and seen as a barbarian, but in truth was a highly cultured individual. Most of the records about him are from the White Scars, and as such can be subject to variety and unreliability. The Chaos Emissary to Lorgar called him the Warrior. It is said that the Khan landed on a planet in the Segmentum Pacificus, named by the Imperium Mundus Planus, or as the native population called it, Chigoris. It is a fertile world with wide, open green plains and tall white mountains and blue seas. At the time of the Great Crusade, the people had developed to a black powder stage. A census shows the dominant empire was a well-organized aristocracy, which had conquered most of the planet with well-equipped and highly disciplined armies, maintaining armored horsemen and tight blocks of infantry. Their leader was the Palatine, and he won all of his battles with his great army. To the west of the Palatine's empire was the Empty Quarter, a barren grassland with little resources, and as such was never invaded. It was home to wandering tribes of vicious horsemen who fought each other for their ancestral lands. The Palatine would sometimes lead forces in to capture slaves or to merely hunt the tribesmen for fun. Jaghatai Khan's legacy began here. He was found by Angron Khan, leader of a small tribe, who saw the Primarch as a gift from the gods. It is said that he had a fire in his eyes, the sign of a great warrior. He was hated by the other tribes because of his ability to see beyond the constant warfare on the steppes. It is said that the most influential moment in his life was the slaying of his father by the rival Kurayed tribe. Khan, even as a young child, was the greatest warrior of the tribe and gathered troops to avenge the death of his father. They moved on the Kurayed tribe and razed it to the ground, killing every man, woman, and child in a killing frenzy. Khan took the head of the enemy tribe leader and mounted it onto his tent. This is what shaped him into a man of fierce honor, loyalty, and ruthlessness. From then on he swore to end the fighting, unite all the people of the steppes, and to bring an end to brother fighting brother. He fought hundreds of battles against other tribes and defeated hunting packs sent by Palatine. Each tribe they conquered was absorbed into the Telescars, and he made military service mandatory while splitting up tribes and merging them with others to remove tribal differences. His warriors were fiercely loyal to him, and he promoted from the ranks based on merit and ability. 10 summers later, as the tribe moved to their winter settlements, the Primarch was traveling on a mountainside with a group of his followers. A vast avalanche pushed him and his group back down the mountain, killing the normal men. Jaghatai survived, but could not get back up the mountain in time before the tribe moved on. Khan was caught by one of Palatine's hunting band, and all that returned of that band was one mutilated rider with the head of the son of Palatine, and a note saying that the people of the steppes were not his toys anymore. When the snows cleared, an enraged Palatine gathered a massive army and determined to march west to wipe the tribes from the face of the planet. He had, however, underestimated the power and ability of Khan and brought his usual, highly disciplined army of heavily armored warriors. This proved to be Palatine's downfall, as his army could not catch the lightly armored tribesmen of the Khan. The constant rain of arrows from the tribesmen of Khan took their toll on the tight ranks of Palatine's warriors. Eventually, the tribesmen defeated the army of Palatine, who escaped back to the capital with a few select bodyguards. The rest of the army was slaughtered, almost to the last man. After the battle, the tribal elders gathered and announced that Jaghatai Khan was now Great Khan of the whole land. It was during this time that Jaghatai met comrades who would serve with him for centuries to come, such as Kinza, Hasik, and Targatai Yasugi. Khan now began the long process of conquering the rest of the planet. He gave cities two choices: surrender or be wiped out. Most surrendered, but many were destroyed, utterly wiped from the face of the planet. Eventually they came to the palace of Palatine, where he demanded the head of Palatine on a spike. His request was obligated, and he adorned his tent with his greatest conquest. In 20 years, he had conquered the largest empire in the world's history. Now he had the problems of ruling the empire, not something he had originally wanted. His people had no wish to rule these new lands, only to carry on living in the old ways. The people dispersed back into a tribal existence, and Khan ruled over all of them, with his generals by his side. 6 months later, the Emperor arrived, and Khan knew at once that this man could fulfill his dream to unite all of the stars above them into one mighty empire. He was given command of the 5th Legion of Space Marines. Upon taking command of his new legion, known at this point as the Star Hunters, Jaghatai sought to assimilate the new mostly Terran troops into Chagorian culture and tactics, while his new recruits from his homeworld were being planned. The Legion's tactics were completely overhauled to emphasize little but pure speed and maneuverability. After the battle against the Nephilim on Hode, the Star Hunters became the White Scars. Jaghatai Khan gained a fierce reputation during the Great Crusade, and particularly the Ulanor Crusade, but mostly kept to himself, save friendships with Horus and Magnus the Red. Conversely, he became detested by Primarchs such as Fulgrim. During the Horus heresy, despite the fact that Horus felt that Khan was most likely to join him over all the remaining loyalist Primarch, Jaghatai in fact never intended to switch allegiances and stay true to his father. However, he did receive conflicting astropathic messages as to what had transpired in the Isfen system, and decided to initially hold back his forces until he could determine the true nature of things. When Rogal Dorn sent a plea for all remaining loyal Astartes forces to make their way to Terra, Khan followed suit, reluctantly leaving the nearby Space Wolves to fend for themselves against the Alpha Legion, while also ignoring calls by Horus to attack his brother Leman Russ. The Khan most of all sought answers for what could have led to this bloodshed before he would take any side in the conflict. However, for a time, the White Scars became bogged down against orcs and warp storms in the Chondex system as part of an elaborate trap by the Alpha Legion. Jaghatai eventually managed to break the Alpha Legion blockade and made his way to the source of all these troubles to investigate it for himself: Prospero. At Prospero, the Khan and his men found no clear answers or space wolves as had been reported, only ruins and the ghosts of slain thousand suns. Eventually, however, the Khan confronted a projection of Magnus the Red. Magnus implored his brother and former friend to finally choose a side in the rebellion and discussed what both had hoped to gain from the Great Crusade. But in the end, the Khan shattered the shade with his sword. Shortly after, Mortarion, Primarch of the Death Guard, also appeared on Prospero and tried to convince his brother to join with them. Jaghatai refused yet another offer, stating that while the Emperor is a tyrant, Horus had become a slave to the warp and had attempted to manipulate him to his own ends. This time, the Khan's choice came to a duel. The two Primarchs battled fairly evenly, though Jaghatai was faster and Mortarion had greater endurance. Eventually, when the White Scars and Death Guard fleets began to clash in space, Mortarion withdrew. Meanwhile, in space, the failure in Mortarion's plan became apparent. During his time on Prospero, the Khan was faced with an attempted pro-Horus coup by two of his own commanders, Hasek Khan and Torgun Khan. It was through the efforts on Shivan Khan that it failed. For the next 4 years, Jaghatai had his scars wage a brutal attrition hit-and-run campaign against the traitor lines. But with the road to Terra blocked by enemy fleets and warp storms, he could not reach the Emperor. Following the loss of his close friend and subordinate Kinza in the Battle of the Callium Gate, Jaghatai became determined to forge a path home where he believed his destiny lay. Upon finding the Dark Glass artifact, the White Scars were cornered by their pursuers, and as Jaghatai prepared to settle his score with Mortarion in the face of certain doom, Jaghatai Yesugei sacrificed himself to the device to open a portal into the webway. Refusing to allow Yesugei's sacrifice to be for nothing, the Khan chose to escape over honor and fled from Mortarion. Once inside the webway, Jaghatai's ship, the Lance of Heaven, became boarded by demons, and the Khan slew the Keeper of Secrets, Manushaya Rakshashi. Thanks to the efforts of Revuel Arvida, the White Scars fleet was able to navigate the webway and reappear over Terra. On Terra, Jaghatai Khan was met with Rogal Dorn, Leman Russ, Sanguinius, and Malkador the Sigillite to discuss their war strategy. The Khan disapproved of Dorn's defensive approach to the war and urged a swift action on Horus's forces. He agreed to a degree with Leman Russ, who was preparing to leave Terra and face Horus above the vengeful spirit directly. Jaghatai Khan along with Sanguinius later appeared in the Battle of Beta Garmin, though over a month late due to difficult warp travel. The Khan immediately took to organizing hit-and-run strikes throughout the Beta Garmin war zone. However, the Loyalists were ultimately outmaneuvered by Horus, and Sanguinius and the Khan agreed that Dorn's gambit at Beta Garmin had reached its limit and it was time to return to Terra. During the final phase of the Solar War, Jaghatai dispatched his scars above and below the orbital disk of the Sol system in an attempt to counter flanking assaults by the traitors. During the early portion of the battle for Sol, he expressed his belief that Horus had failed and that they had already bought enough time to allow for Roboute Guilliman to arrive with reinforcements. During the siege of Terra, Jaghatai Khan was initially forbidden from venturing outside the walls by Rogal Dorn, something the Khan refused to abide by. Jaghatai in particular resented abandoning the large amount of Imperial Army conscripts outside the palace to their fate, as well as the lack of a proactive defense strategy. Later, during the first traitorous Astartes assaults upon the outermost trenches around the palace, Jaghatai led a White Scars jet bike charge from the Eternity Wall. They swept through the traitors' ranks, with Jaghatai slaying over 40 Death Guard personally. However, he was eventually forced from his bike and overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of traitor Astartes, being wounded by a warp-tainted blade and becoming ill for the first time in his life. Surrounded, the Khan may have died had he not been rescued by Sanguinius, who pulled his brother back onto a waiting aircraft and withdrawed back to the palace. Following the fall of Lion's Gate, the situation for the Loyalists worsened drastically. During a panicked command meeting, Jaghatai Khan flew into a rage when he heard that General Sao Naborin and Militant Colonel Clement Braun bemoaning the hopelessness of the situation. Khan ejected the two from the Bab Bastion, something Dorn later regretted and saw as unnecessary. Not wanting to be bound by Dorn's purely defensive strategy, the Khan lobbied for a rapid assault to retake Lion's Gate. Dorn allowed Jaghatai a degree of autonomy in an attempt to control him during the battle, During the battle for the Colossi Gate, the Khan led a 300-strong jet bike assault against Death Guard besiegers, before quickly turning around and withdrawing back to their defenses. Alongside Blood Angel's Captain Rogal Dorn, Custodes Captain General Constantine Valdor, and Marshal Adlana Agathé, Jaghatai succeeded in holding the Colossi Gate against the Death Guard, Thousand Suns, and Demonic Assault. After traitor forces penetrated the Mercury and Exalted walls, the Loyalist war effort seemed doomed. However, it was then that Jaghatai Khan announced his intent to retake the Lion's Gate spaceport, not only to slow the flow of traitor reinforcements on the planet, but also allow for Roboute Guilliman to easily land his own forces once he arrived. An exhausted Rogal Dorn did not protest, and the Khan led a massive assault of the White Scars and Terran First Armored alongside the Sky Fortress. During the height of the fighting, Jaghatai Khan again came to blows with his brother Mortarion. Faced with Mortarion's new demonic endurance and strength, the Khan was brutally beaten down and nearly defenseless. However, he was able to find a weakness in the Death Lord with his pride. Jaghatai scolded Mortarion for being weak and giving in to the powers of the warp, while he himself had resisted the temptations of chaos and remained true to the Emperor. Mortarion flew into a rage, which the Khan took advantage of to launch a second wave of dizzying attacks that overwhelmed the Primarch. In the end, the badly wounded Jaghatai Khan was impaled on the blade of Mortarion's scythe, but simply pulled his body along its length to get to face with the Death Guard Primarch. The Loyalist Primarch decapitated Mortarion, who was banished into the warp in a massive explosion, similar to that of a vortex weapon. Later, the Khan's nearly dead body was discovered by Ilya Revelian and Jaghatai Khan, who sought to take him to Malgador. After the heresy, Khan went on to lead the White Scars in the Great Scouring, a counter-offensive against the rebel armies of Horus following the defeat of him in the Horus heresy. During the campaign to conquer the Yasan sector, Khan came into conflict with both traitors and Dark Eldar raiders. During the Battle of Coruscant V against a mighty Dark Eldar Lord, it was reported that Khan was lost within the webway during the pursuit of the Xenos. During the heresy, Jaghatai Khan is seen wielding a Talwar-shaped power sword and wearing a helm that resembled a snarling beast. His more famous war gear consisted of the White Tiger Dao, Wildfire Panoply, an Archaeotech pistol known as Storm's Voice, and a Sojutsu pattern Void Bike. This concludes the information regarding the Khan. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias, the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the few allies the Imperium has, Primarch of the 6th Legion, Leman Russ. Leman Russ, also called the Wolf King, Great Wolf, or the Lord of Winter and War, is the Primarch of the Space Wolves chapter of the Space Marines. He, alongside with Angron and Vulkan, was considered to be one of the mightiest warriors amongst the Primarchs. Known for his fierce and wild personality, Leman Russ considered himself the Emperor's most loyal son and executioner, unquestionably carrying out the punishment of the Master of Mankind. The Chaos Emissary to Lorgar called him the Brawler. When the Primarchs were spread throughout the galaxy by the forces of chaos, one came to a land in the far northwest of the galaxy on a remote ice world named Fenris. He was adopted by a Fenrisian she-wolf and raised among the wolves with his two wolf brothers, Freki and Giri. One harsh winter, the wolves attacked a village and stormed the food storage facilities. The villagers fought off the wolves, but Leman Russ fought them off so viciously that all of his brothers escaped alive. Thengir, king of the people of Russ, sent a raiding party of hunters and villagers to remove this menace for good. with poisoned arrows and knives sharp enough to slice through oak. The raiding party killed many members of the pack, including the she-wolf and one of his wolf brothers. Leman Russ was shot many times and then captured and brought, bound and gagged before King Thengir. Leman Russ proved himself to be more than just another wolf, and was eventually taken in by the king himself. Among men for the first time, Leman quickly learned their skills, showing a natural aptitude for the ways of the warrior. He learned to speak and master their weapons, consisting of iron axes and swords. He was quick to roar with laughter or sing tunelessly, and he slowly realized that he was more human than wolf, but superior to both. Eventually, Leman Russ became sufficiently civilized to warrant a true name. The king named him Leman, or Leman of the Russ. Later in his life, he is said to have been able to turn back whole armies of the king's enemies by himself without scratch, to tear whole oak trees from the ground and snap them over his back, and to wrestle Fenrisian mammoths to the ground. When King Thengir died, there was no question as to who should succeed him. Therefore, King Leman Russ took the throne. He was said to have been the best leader. No one could stand against him, and it was not long after the tales came to the Emperor's notice. The Emperor realized this figure as a Primarch and traveled to Fenris. He entered Russ's court, cloaked in ruins of disguise and confusion. The natives shrunk from this new presence. Russ refused to pay him homage as the master of mankind, leading Russ to challenge the Emperor to a series of tests. The first challenge was an eating one. This the Emperor lost. The second challenge was a drinking one. This the Emperor also failed. For the third challenge, Russ boasted he could defeat the Emperor in combat. This time, after hours of intense brawling, the Emperor eventually defeated Russ, felling him with a blow from his mighty power glove. Leman admitted defeat and swore to serve the Emperor. The first of his brother Primarchs he met was Horus, at that time the only other of the Emperor's sons that had been discovered. Russ learned Gothic in just a few days and recognized Horus's jealousy and disdain for his savage ways. Despite this, Russ expressed a desire for friendship and wanted to brawl with his brother. Just weeks later, Russ was placed at the head of his legion, newly named the Space Wolves, and joined the Great Crusade. He was armed with a thrice-blessed battlesuit of power armor and a new sword, forged from the maw of the great Kraken, Gorman Jarl, and reputably, the blade could cleave the ice mountains of Fenris in half. Leman fought well during the Great Crusade, gaining the reputation as a cunning and fierce, as well as slightly unstable, warrior and leader. After the Wheel of Fire campaign, in which a third of the Legion was lost against orcs, Russ was awarded with the Fang, a fortress monastery, as well as the Spear of Russ. During the course of the Great Crusade, Russ saw little of the Emperor. Instead, he received much of his counsel from Malkador, and the two formed a strong bond. During a conflict on the world of Dulan, Russ and his wolves fought alongside the Dark Angel's Legion. The leader of this particular planet had insulted Leman Russ's honor, and so he wanted to defeat the leader personally for the insult. The two legions, each led by their Primarch, assaulted the rebels' fortress. Leman Russ burst into the throne room just in time to see Lionel Johnson beheading the enemy leader. Angry that the honor was not his, Leman Russ marched up to the arrogant lion. This led to a battle that lasted a week or more, until finally, Russ saw how immature their squabble was and started laughing. Lionel Johnson took this as Russ mocking him, and what was considered a cowardly act, knocked Russ unconscious whilst he was laughing. Shortly after, L. Johnson left the planet with his legion. This led to a bitter feud between the legions, and subsequent chapters, which lasts to this day. Although recent events may finally have led to an end to the rivalry, though it is still customary for selected champions from both sides to engage in a non-lethal duel. Later, when Angron refused to end the Butcher's Nails surgery on his World Eater's Legion, the Emperor dispatched Russ with his wolves to Malkoya to bring Angron back to Terra to answer for his insubordination. However, what resulted was a brief but bloody clash between the World Eaters and Space Wolves, and Russ engaged Angron himself in single combat. In the duel, Russ held back and was defeated by the Red Angel. Russ's true stratagem soon became apparent when it was revealed that Angron had allowed himself to become encircled by Space Wolves' forces during the duel. Russ tried to convince Angron to stand down, explaining to him that whilst he had bested him in single combat, Angron was nonetheless trapped, and that this was a result of his own bloodlust and failure to lead his legion. Infuriated, Angron refused to stand down, and Russ sadly realized his brother was a lost cause. With a howl, Russ ordered the Space Wolves to withdraw. Russ later clashed with another one of his brothers on the Great Crusade, this time almost coming to blows with Magnus the Red, over the fate of the Great Library of Archreach Secundus. A direct confrontation was only stopped thanks to the intervention of Lorgar. Such was Russ's rage at Magnus that day that he made a blood vow to settle their score. Despite being considered ill-tempered and argumentative, Russ was held in great esteem by his brother, Roboute Guilliman, who privately referred to him, along with Rogal Dorn, Sanguinius, and Ferrus Manus, as the Dauntless Few, the 4 Primarchs who could be counted on to carry out their father's designs. Guilliman once said that he could win any war outright if he had one of those 4 in his legion alongside the Ultramarines. Such was Russ's deadly abilities and loyalty that the Emperor appointed him as his unofficial executioner and enforcer, and it is suggested that he had something to do with the fates of the Lost Primarchs. Many years passed, and many more battles. Thousands of worlds were reclaimed by the Imperium, but eventually, the Golden Age came to an end. The Emperor sent Leman Russ and his Space Wolves to deal with Magnus the Red and the Thousand Sons Legion, who the Emperor believed to be the true heretics, due to Magnus using sorcery to warn the Emperor of Horus after being told not to, and nearly ruining his secret project. Horus, seeking to either eliminate or turn Magnus, manipulated Russ into launching an all-out assault on the Thousand Sons' homeworld of Prospero, as opposed to simply bringing Magnus back to Terra. In an attempt to find a peaceful solution to Thousand Sons, Russ sent a plea through what he thought was a hidden one, Caspar Hauser, though in truth he was a Chaos pawn, and thus the message was never received. Ultimately, Prospero was assaulted and bombarded. Thousands died within days. In the final battle between Russ and Magnus, it is said that Russ blinded Magnus and then broke the Cyclops' back over his knee. And just as Russ was about to deliver the final blow, Magnus used his sorcery to escape.
Hi. Yeah, sorry to break the character real quick, but something not listed here in the thing I'm reading. Magnus also punched out one of Leman's hearts, or punched him so hard that one of Leman's hearts ruptured. Yeah, thought I should mention that too.
After Prospero, Russ and his forces were forced into a rout by the Alpha Legion and forced to take shelter at the Alaxis Nebula. Surrounded on all sides and abandoned by the White Scars, Russ consigned himself to defeat and admitted to Bjorn that blindly serving as the Emperor's executioner had been a mistake. Russ pledged to take his own path from now on and laid a desperate last stand against the Alpha Legion, unwittingly battling Alpharius himself, who was disguised as one of his Lernian bodyguards. However, Russ's forces were eventually saved by a detachment of Dark Angels, and he returned to Terra. There, Russ helped Malgador organize the plan to have the Knights Errant assassinate Horus during the Battle of Molech. He then announced his plans to leave Terra and take the fight back to the traitors. Russ was still on Terra when Jaghatai Khan and his legion arrived. Upon meeting the brother who had abandoned him at Alaxis, Russ expressed his seething anger, but admitted that Terra needed all the help it could get. After returning to Terra, Russ was changed. He challenged the wisdom of the Emperor openly and expressed regret for being manipulated into destroying Prospero. Thinking that it was his destiny to deal with Horus personally, Russ eventually led the wolves out from Terra to try and engage the War Master, despite disagreement from Rogal Dorn and Sanguinius, who wished him to remain for the coming siege. Thanks to the efforts of the Knights Errant during the Battle of Molech, Russ was able to track the location of the Vengeful Spirit in order to confront Horus directly. Before moving on Horus, however, he returned to Fenris to conduct a ritual with his rune priests to try and ascertain a weakness in the War Master. The ritual, overseen by Kva, Bjorn, and 7 other rune priests, saw Russ enter the Underverse through the volcanic cavern known as Surtur's Door. Within the Underverse, Russ entered the Hall of the Earl King, a warp entity that collects the Fenrisian souls which die outside of battle. Russ was about to be consumed by the Earl King's hordes of Wolfen when he offered to complete 4 challenges in exchange for his soul. The Earl King accepted and challenged him first to drink the damned souls of Amarok's mole dry, next to wrestle an old crone, and finally move the Earl King's great sleeping wolf. Russ failed in the first 3, and his soul rested on completing the 4th, which was to explain what the Earl King challenged him to complete. Russ revealed that the first challenge symbolized the changing of the seasons on Fenris, the old woman represented by the inevitability of age, and the unmovable wolf representing inescapable death. The hull crumbled, replaced by a finely dressed, civilized version of Russ that was revealed to be his fate had he never landed upon Fenris. This Russ revealed the nature of the spear, that it held a portion of the Emperor's power and could illuminate the truth to those it pierced. With that, the false Russ impaled the Wolf King, revealing to him the truth regarding the nature of the Primarchs. Russ despaired, and the false Russ revealed that this knowledge would one day see him leave Fenris. Nonetheless, Russ had gotten what he was looking for, as he understood that the Spear of Russ could not only wound Horus, but change the course of the war. Russ emerged from Surtur's Door with Bjorn as the only surviving member of his retinue. He announced his intention to confront Horus, despite it being suicidal. He allowed his wolf lords to decide if they would follow him or not, but none refused. Using the roads placed aboard the vessel of the Knights Errant and Molech, the Space Wolves fleet ambushed the Vengeful Spirit as it was docked over Trisolian A4. A vicious battle erupted between the 2 armadas, and Russ boarded the Vengeful Spirit and confronted Horus himself. Horus was disgusted with what had become of his brother, and unsurprisingly rejected his offer to join him in overthrowing the Emperor. The 2 engaged in a titanic duel, with Russ deliberately allowing himself to be wounded by Horus's lightning claw to create an opening to impale the treacherous War Master with the Spear of Russ. However, Russ hesitated to strike down his brother for a second, allowing Horus to deflect some of the blow and turn a fatal strike into a wounding. Nonetheless, Horus was grievously injured, and more importantly, the power of the spear cleared him of the corruption that he had suffered since Molech. Faced not by a creature of chaos, but by Horus Lupercal, Russ again engaged his brother in battle, and this time was badly injured. But before Horus could land the final blow, hundreds of Space Wolves swarmed the War Master and gave Bjorn and Grimnir Blackblood time to drag the barely conscious Primarch back to their ship, the Hrafnkel, and flee. After the fight against Horus, the badly wounded Russ fell into a comatose state. Abaddon pursued the depleted Space Wolves to Yarant, where he besieged them. Russ awoke only when Corax arrived with the Raven Guard, awake long enough to read the Raven Lord and give Bjorn the Spear of Russ. In the end, the Space Wolves were able to evacuate Yarn with Corax's aid, but Russ remained unconscious. Corax brought Russ and the Wolves to Deliverance, where the Wolf King was able to eventually heal from his injuries, eventually meeting up with Lionel Johnson at the Raven Guard's Fortress Monastery. The Lion is quick to question the Raven Lord's absence from major fronts in the war, but his ire is put to rest by Russ, who points at the survival of his own legion as evidence of their worth. Russ declares he will join the Lion's crusade of vengeance, including warriors equipped with the new Mark VI power armor, produced on Kievar. While Corax is more cautious to commit his forces to such a bloody campaign, the Wolf King relishes his role as the Emperor's executioner and unleashes a campaign of vengeance on the traitors. Russ was not known to be present during the Siege of Terra, and the Emperor was entombed upon the Golden Throne. Upon his arrival to Terra and the discovery of what had happened, Leman Russ became distraught and verbally clashed with Constantine Valdor, who suggested the events had transpired as the Emperor had planned. When the newly appointed Lord Commander of the Imperium, Roboute Guilliman, tried to reorganize the Legiones Astartes into chapters based along his new Codex Astartes, Leman Russ protested heavily and sided with the Imperial Fists during the Codex crises. Ultimately, the Space Wolves would heavily deviate from the Codex Astartes, and their only successor chapter became the ill-fated Wolf Brothers. In 211 M31, Russ, at a great feast with his legion in attendance, stood and said, "In the end, I will return for the final battle, for the Wolf Time." He then left the Fang and embarked into the Eye of Terror, accompanied by his personal retinue bar one, Bjorn the Fell-Handed, who remained on Fenris in the role of Great Wolf. The tale of his disappearance is retold every 1,000 years by Bjorn, now the oldest dreadnought alive. Every once in a while, the Space Wolves embark on what is called the Great Hunt to search the galaxy for their missing leader. Though they have searched far and wide, they still haven't found any sign of their Primarch. Many within the Space Wolves believe that Russ has sought out the Tree of Life to restore the Emperor to hell. Apparently, the Wolf Primarch's arch-nemesis Magnus knows the Wolf King's whereabouts, but keeps it secret. While Leman Russ was still present within the galaxy, he wielded a variety of war gear. Leman Russ's primary weapon during the Horus Heresy was the Frostblade Mjolnir, an ancient weapon known as the Sword of Bale Knight. Prior to taking out Mjolnir, he wielded the chainsword Krakenmaw before it was destroyed by Angron during the Night of the Wolf. To complement his sword, Russ also wielded the frost axe Hellwinter. For longer ranged engagements, Russ wielded the Combi Bolter's Scorn Spitter. Russ is also known to have had an artifact known as the Spear of Russ, but he hated the weapon and ultimately gave it to Bjorn during the Battle of Yerent. For protection, Russ wore a singular suit of artificer armor, known as the Armor Elvagar. This concludes the information regarding Leman Russ. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the few allies the Imperium has. Primarch of the 7th Legion, Rogal Dorn. Rogal Dorn, also known as the Praetorian of Terra, was the Primarch of the Imperial Fists Space Marine Legion. He was one of the 20 Primarchs created by the Emperor in the earliest days of the Imperium, just after the end of the Age of Strife. Dorn, just like other Primarchs, was randomly transported across the galaxy by the gods of chaos and placed in a faraway world in an attempt to prevent the coming of the Age of the Imperium. During the Horus Heresy, Rogal Dorn oversaw most of the Loyalist war effort and ultimately orchestrated the defense of the throne world during the Siege of Terra. He was the first known Lord Commander of the Imperium, ultimately ceding the title to Roboute Guilliman. The Chaos Emissary to Lorgar called him the Soldier. Very little is known about Rogal Dorn's youth. It is believed that he was raised on the planet of Inuit in the system by the same name, by an ice-caste native of the ice hives of the world. The patriarch of the clan, the House of Dorn, soon became as a grandfather to him and taught him much of tactics and survival. Even after he discovered he was not blood-related to his grandfather, Dorn held his memory in high value, such as keeping a fur-edged robe that had belonged to the man and slept with it on his bed every night. Eventually, Rogal Dorn became the leader not only of his caste, but of the whole world, and then the surrounding region of space, ruling the Inuit cluster as Emperor of the House of Dorn. Intrigued by the enormous station, known as the Phalanx orbiting Inuit, Dorn spent many years reactivating the vessel. 40 years after his grandfather's death, the Great Crusade reached the ice hives of Inuit. Dorn greeted the Emperor at the helm of his enormous phalanx, as the Seventh Primarch to be found. The Emperor welcomed Dorn and returned the phalanx to his care, making it the fortress monastery of the Imperial Fists. Commonly dressed in armor of burnished copper and gold, Dorn also wore a red velvet cloak and unfurled eagle wing motif. It was heavily present on most parts of his gear, most notably on a decorative section of his armor that rose above his shoulders. He had a stern and naturally unsmiling face, topped with an unruly stalk of short, boned white hair. During the Great Crusade, Dorn himself was fiercely loyal to the Emperor and never once sought any favor from him. He exemplified the truth and could never tell a lie, even if it would have aided his cause. Because of this, Dorn's statue stands as one of 4 on the crag, next to that of Roboute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines. Dorn commanded his legion and expeditionary fleets with peerless devotion and military genius. It was said that he possessed perhaps the finest military mind of the Primarchs, as ordered and disciplined as Roboute Guilliman's, and as courageous as Lionel Johnson's, but still inclined to the flashes of zeal and inspiration which marked the successes of Leman Russ and Jaghatai Khan. Indeed, the War Master had once said that he esteemed Dorn and the Imperial Fist so highly that he reckoned if the Fists, noted masters of defense, were to hold a fortress against him and his lunar wolves, the resultant conflict would result in a never-ending stalemate. Despite his fierce reputation as a general, Dorn had compassion for civilian populations, as demonstrated during his clash with Curze and the Trinaut War and with Ferrus Manus in the Ashrani campaign. When the Emperor returned to Terra for his own secret work, Dorn went as well. Always having excelled in the construction of fortresses, he was tasked with designing the defenses for the Imperial Palace. These would prove to be magnificent and would be well tested through the following years. Fulgrim once asked if Rogal Dorn thought he could withstand the Iron Warriors Legion, and Dorn's truthful answer infuriated Perturabo to such a degree they would almost destroy each other in battle years later. Later, upon reflection, Dorn considered his overly competitive relationships with Perturabo to have demonstrated personal weaknesses, presumably including the exchange which resulted in Perturabo's outburst. Dorn also clashed with his brother Konrad Curze for his many atrocities, having been informed by Fulgrim of Curze's vision of what would eventually become the Horus heresy. Dorn kept this secret from his brother until they were on a joint mission on Sherrod. Curze was so enraged by this revelation that he attacked his brother and slashed his face with his lightning claws. Dorn would have died if not for his endurance as a Primarch. In the aftermath of the Eleanor Crusade, Dorn and the entire Imperial Fist Legion were recalled to Terra to take up guard stations there as the Emperor worked on his new project. Before the Imperial Fists could arrive at Terra in full complement, the events of the Horus heresy overtook them. Stranded for some considerable time by severe warp storms, the Imperial Fist fleet eventually discovered the badly damaged Death Guard frigate Einstein and learned of Horus's betrayal. At first unwilling to believe it, Rogal was eventually convinced by several members of the Einstein survivors, notably Captain Nathaniel Garrow and Remembrancer Mercedes Oliton, and that his brother, Horus, was staging a full-stage rebellion. Dorn therefore dispatched the bulk of his legion to the Ascent III system on a war footing. He himself returned to Terra with his veteran companies to bring word of the events personally. Declared Lord Commander of the Imperium until the arrival of Roboute Guilliman, Dorn was subsequently charged with bolstering the defenses of the Imperium Palace even further and oversaw the construction himself. He felt that it was marring the perfection and beauty of the existing structure in doing this, and regretted it, even though it was necessary. As the Emperor was held up with the war within the Webway, Dorn effectively managed the Loyalist war effort, while Malkador the Sigillite handled the political spectrum. Dorn divided the Sol system into several spheres of defense, attempting to contain the traitor advance and the subsequent Solar War. During the Battle of Pluto, Dorn seemingly killed Alpharius, Primarch of the Alpha Legion, but lost his trusted Housecarl's commander Archimus in the process. Later, Dorn appeared to greet Vulkan when the Salamander's Primarch emerged from the webway. Vulkan sensed that Dorn was mentally and physically exhausted from his duty and the constant bad news and embraced his brother. Dorn next held a war council with Leman Russ, Jaghatai Khan, Sanguinius, and Malkador the Sigillite, during which he revealed that the Ruin Storm was weakening, and intended to exploit this by mustering his forces in the Beta Garment system until Guilliman and Lionel Johnson could arrive to crush Horus from the rear. The Khan and Russ both disagreed with Dorn's actions, and Russ left Terra with his legion to confront Horus directly, despite Rogal pleading with him to stay. In 014 M31, Horus finally struck at the Sol system and brought about the final phase of the Solar War. Dorn at this point had conceived a 5-tiered defense layer based around buying as much time as possible in order to stall for Guilliman's arrival. Commanding from the Bat Bastion with his primarily human staff during the initial phase of the battle, as Luna and Mars came under direct attack, Dorn finally decided to unleash the Phalanx into the battle and moved aboard the battle station. However, as they were departing Terra's orbit for the battle, Garviel Loken, a loyalist Luna Wolves member, brought the Remembrancer Mercedes Olitan aboard the station with urgent news. Dorn, having been given the initial news of Horus's treachery from Olitan years prior, trusted her judgment when Loken confirmed to him that Olitan had to speak with the Primarch. However, this was a trap by Chaos, and Olitan was revealed to have been unknowingly corrupted by Malakers, a traitor Luna Wolves member, years prior. The demon Samus manifested directly aboard the Phalanx, bringing with him hordes of demonic creatures. Dorn and the Imperial Fist aboard the Phalanx fought a desperate battle, with the Primarch even engaging Samus in direct combat and slaying the creature. However, Samus was continually reborn by possessing the bodies of the fallen, and Dorn was ready to order the self-destruction of the Phalanx until Olitan committed, closing the portal from which the demons manifested. With the Sol system falling around him due to Horus's attacks, Dorn ordered that the Admiral Noira Sukassin take the Phalanx to the outer reaches of the system, while he returned to Terra to command the defenses of the world for Horus's coming attack. During the final battle on Terra's surface, Dorn was charged with the overall command of the defenses of the Imperial Palace, personally commanding the effort from the Bat Bastion and later the Sky Fortress, an orbital station that surrounded Terra. During the early stages of the battle, he attempted to maintain a sense of normalcy by allowing the Council of Terra to meet within the Great Chamber of the Senatorium Imperialis, but in truth he was completely occupied by the traitor's siege. He forbid his brother Primarchs, Sanguinius and Jaghatai Khan, from leaving the palace walls and planned to instead bleed Horus's forces in a protracted siege to buy time for Roboute Guilliman's expected arrival. However, he later relented on his plan to not allow the deployment of his best troops outside the palace, opening the Helios Gate of the palace and allowing Sanguinius to lead a counterattack by the Blood Angels, Imperial Fists, and Legio Salaria to rescue the Imperial Army conscripts being overrun outside. During the battle for Terra's Lion's Gate spaceport, Dorn put Fafnir Ran, a captain of his legion, in charge of the defenses, but was later forced to send in Sigismund to lead in reinforcements. During this period, Dorn confronted Euphratai Keeler over her proto-imperial cult, but the future saint refused to back down and insisted she would aid the defense of Terra through faith. She desired to send Sigismund on a crusade to slay Abaddon, something which infuriated Dorn. Later, as Sigismund faced death at the hands of Karn, and traitors were overrunning the spaceport, Dorn took to the field himself to allow time for the Loyalists to withdraw. He easily bested Karn, swatting away the Chosen of Khorne like an insect. It was then that Perturabo sat down on the field from the Iron Blood, and Dorn attempted to goad the Lord of Iron into a personal duel in order to buy time. However, Perturabo refused to be baited by Dorn's taunts, promising to only slay his brother after Terra's defenses had been subdued. Dorn responded that Perturabo had spent an immense amount of lives to merely take the first wall, and that many more awaited. Despite the fall of the spaceport, Dorn was not distraught, as he held it longer than he expected to, and knew that all that mattered was to hold out until Guilliman's arrival. After the fall of the Lion's Gate, the strategic situation for the Loyalists worsened, and 4 key areas were now threatened: the Colossi Gate, the Saturnine Gate, Gorgon Bar, and Eternity Wall spaceport. However, the Loyalists only had enough resources to defend 3 of these sites. Dorn was thus faced with the difficult decision of abandoning one and its defenders with it, eventually choosing the spaceport. While stopping Cairo's Cindermen from a possible attempt, the Remembrancer's words made Dorn realize that he overlooked a flaw in the Saturnine Gate that Perturabo could possibly exploit. Dorn thus set a trap for the traitors at Saturnine as he prepared to abandon the Eternity Wall spaceport. At the height of the battle for Saturnine, Dorn saved Sigismund from his fallen brother Fulgrim, with the 2 Primarchs coming to battle. With Fulgrim in his human state, Dorn was able to resist his constant goading, match his swordsmanship, and land mortal blows. However, Fulgrim quickly regenerated and laughed off the damage. Dorn then informed Fulgrim of his trap and that Abaddon's subterranean assault had failed. Fulgrim became fed up with his allies and quit the battle, though not before summoning his elite guard led by Eidolon to assassinate the Primarch. With the help of Sigismund, Dorn was able to survive the battle. He next took direct command of the Shard Bastion, along with the Mercury Exalted Kill Zone, organizing defenses against the massive Legio Mortis assault alongside 400 Imperial Fists. 3 months into the siege, Rogal Dorn had not slept or even rested for a single moment. The strain finally caught up with his even superhuman biology, and he began to slow. Admitting the war effort was lost, he nonetheless continued his work and did not oppose when Jaghatai Khan launched a counterattack to retake the Lionsgate spaceport. While admiring the Khan's ultimate achievement and seeming sacrifice, he did not think the recapture of the port would change the battle's outcome. With loyalist positions collapsing across the inner palace, Dorn soon found that his own bastion, under siege by traitor forces that fought alongside Sigismund and Fafnir ran. Dorn later joined the Emperor and Sanguinius on the assault on the Vengeful Spirit, Horus's flagship. Helping bring back the bodies of the Emperor and Sanguinius back to Terra, he was among those who received the Emperor's final instructions before being interred on the Golden Throne. After the fall of the Emperor, Dorn was stricken with grief. He felt the Emperor's near demise to be his fault, and led his legion on a crusade of penitence across the Imperium. He was summoned back to Terra when Roboute Guilliman announced the adoption of his Codex Astartes, turning his legions into chapters. Dorn was initially outraged at this proposal, feeling that the Imperium blamed him, and rightly so, he thought, for the fall of his brother Marines. But realizing what damage another internal conflict could do to the fragile peace of the Imperium, Dorn agreed. This was a dark period for Rogal Dorn's life. He had failed both the Emperor, and his legion faltered without the guiding light of the Emperor. Some controversy still exists in the next event of Rogal Dorn's life. What it is clear is that the Imperial Fists could not be as easily divided into chapters as, for example, the Ultramarines could. The total commitment to the Legion was bred into each Marine, and many didn't wish to form their own chapters. Dorn found the answer to his problem in meditation through self-inflicted pain, using a device known as the Pain Glove. The pain-induced vision revealed that his legion had to be redeemed in the eyes of the Emperor, and that the only way to salvation was through pain and self-sacrifice. The collective pain needed to cleanse the chapter was decided by Dorn to be an Iron Warrior's fortress, the Iron Cage. Perturabo had built the massive fortifications to mock the Imperial Fists, and Dorn led his most diehard followers on a siege that would last for several weeks. Followers of the Iron Warriors claimed that the Imperial Fists suffered a crushing defeat, and that Dorn and his legion would have been wiped out if Perturabo hadn't prolonged Dorn's suffering so long that the Ultramarines managed to intervene. Imperial records indicate otherwise. The Imperial Fists always had been masters of siegecraft, and even unprepared and at a disadvantage, they fought like lions. Dorn stood as a giant in their midst, his mind clear with purpose after years of doubt and guilt. The Iron Warriors would have had to sacrifice their lives in Primarch to destroy the Imperial Fists, a price they weren't ready to pay. The arrival of the Ultramarines cut the conflict short, and the Iron Warriors fled for the Eye of Terror. The Imperial Fists had suffered staggering losses, but they had proved their loyalty to the Emperor and cleansed themselves of earlier failures. What remained of the Legion was divided into 3 chapters. The most zealous Marines formed the Black Templars, while the more rational and newly recruited Marines, the Crimson Fists, and the ones most devoted to their Primarch and Legion remained the Imperial Fists. Rogal Dorn spent the next 20 years rebuilding and reforming his chapter according to the standards of the Index Astartes. Though there were other chapters, such as the Soul Drinkers, for instance, that were formed, though it is unclear when they came into existence. Rogal Dorn is missing and presumed dead after attacking a Chaos fleet with a vastly outnumbered force. Seeing the importance of attacking the enemy fleet while they were still preparing, he relied on hit-and-run attacks until his reinforcements could arrive. Dorn went missing aboard the Despoiler-class battleship, the Sword of Sacrilege, after leading a desperate attack on its bridge. Only his hand was recovered, which is kept in stasis by his chamber aboard the Phalanx. Dorn's skeletal fist is kept within the shrine, the bones intricately engraved with the heraldry of all the chapter's previous masters. Only the chapter master has the right to engrave his name upon the bones. Each bone corresponds with former commanders. Left hand, the first metacarpal, Lord Bronwyn Abramort, Maximus Thane, Count Manflodensbog, with the first phalanx of the thumb, engraved Ambrosian Spector, etc. Despite being considered dead by the Imperium at large, Dorn's status remains unclear. During the War of the Beast, the rediscovered Primarch Vulkan stated to Cortland, a captain of the Imperial Fists, that he would speak well of the Imperial Fist to Rogal Dorn. According to Konrad Curze, however, Dorn is dead and was torn to pieces by the enemy. This fate is foreseen by the Night Haunter when the two brothers meet on Ostramo, and it's confirmed many years later when Curze reflects on his past while waiting to be executed by Imshen. Like the other Primarchs, Dorn wielded a series of war gear that was unique to him. Rogal Dorn's primary weapon was the massive chainsword known as Storm's Teeth, said to have been constructed on Inuit before the coming of the Emperor. For long-range combat, he was equipped with the ornate bolter, Voice of Terra. This firearm was given to him as a gift by the Adeptus Custodes to honor his appointment as Defender of Terra. For protection, Dorn wore a massive suit of power armor, known as the Auric Armor, which was constructed from the same auric adamantium alloy as the Emperor's own armor. After several attempts on his life during the Horus Heresy, Rogal Dorn was often seen being transported in a specialized Thunderhawk known as the Atos Dios. Another device associated with Dorn is the Soul Spear, and of course, later on in his career, Rogal Dorn took up the Pain Glove as an act of atonement. This concludes the information regarding Rogal Dorn. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many foes the Imperium had. Primarch of the 8th Legion, Konrad Curze. Konrad Curze, also known as the Night Haunter, was one of the 20 Primarchs created by the Emperor. Raised on the hellish world of Nostromo and plagued by prophetic visions of death, Curze became known as one of the most brutal and unstable Primarchs, a creature of terror and darkness that set him apart from many of his brothers. Ultimately, he betrayed the Emperor and joined with the War Master Horus in the Horus Heresy. The Chaos Emissary to Lorgar called him the Killer. The child that would come to be known as Konrad Curze was first recorded as crashing through the surface and onto the core of the night-shrouded world of Nostromo. The crust of Nostromo bore high quantities of the mineral adamantium, which provided the basis of the planet's immense mining and purifying industries. The vast majority of the planet's population lived in abject poverty, toiling in the mines all the rich glue and affluence, exploiting the already downtrodden workers. Crime ran mostly unchecked, depression was inescapable, and overpopulation was kept in check more than by any other measure. Unlike many of the other Primarchs, Konrad Curze was not taken in by any family and was left to raise himself. He spent his early life surviving off of his wits and determination, feeding himself by hunting the feral animals that roamed through the vast city of Nostromo Quintus. He was continually plagued by visions of the darkest possible future, horrifyingly potent waking dreams that would curse him throughout his life. During his short youth, Curze was pitched into a destructive cycle of persecution and murder, focusing on the criminal elements of Nostromo's society. His vigilante actions began small, intervening when he witnessed something he believed to be wrong, but rapidly escalating into hunting down those he believed had committed transgressions. At first, several people prominent within the city's corrupt hierarchy disappeared. Leaders of the most vocal oppression to the status quo vanished in similar circumstances. Bodies of known criminals began to appear, gutted like fish by some cruel assailant. Officials were found hung from high windows. Body parts blocked stormwater drains. Many of the corpses found were so horribly beaten by their assailant that identification was impossible. Within the year, the crime rate of Nostromo Quintus fell to near zero. Society underwent massive changes, most notable of which was the self-imposed curfew that came into being. Mothers began to threaten children that if they continued to misbehave, the Night Haunter would come for them. The term quickly came into common usage, describing a dark creature that stalked the city, ready to disembowel anyone it believed to be a criminal or heretic with dirty, razor-sharp talons. Curze saw hope for the inhabitants of his world. He had become the only object of fear and hate within the city, appearing before the nobles that had survived his vigilante purge. Night Haunter became the first monarch of Nostromo Quintus. He assimilated knowledge almost greedily and became considered a fair and temperate ruler until word of some injustice reached his ears. He would then hunt the guilty through the streets, wearing them down, and then killing and mutilating them. The unpredictable pattern of benevolent wisdom and hideous vengeance ushered in a new level of efficiency and honesty. Other cities around the planet followed suit in an attempt to keep the Night Haunter from their doors. A short time into the reign of Night Haunter, the Emperor's Great Crusade reached the outskirts of the Nostromo system. The coming of the Emperor of Man was an event that had been prophesied in Nostromo's history, an event that would lead to the planet's downfall. The Emperor, Fulgrim, Ferrus Manus, Rogal Dorn, and Lorgar landed on Nostromo and led a delegation to the center of Nostromo Quintus on foot. The citizens of Nostromo, adapted to the near-constant darkness, could not bear to look upon the radiance of the Emperor. Most wept as the healing light he projected reflected off the rain-slicked streets into their faces. Those brave enough to look upon him directly were blinded. At the end of a broad road leading to the Night Haunter's palace, the Primarchs stood, waiting for the delegation to approach. As they did, he succumbed to a vision so potent and horrifying he tried to claw his own eyes out, but was stopped by the Emperor. Night Haunter then looked at the Emperor and his brothers, and it is said he foresaw the fates of them, as well as his own death. He then looked at his father, and the following dialogue ensued. The Emperor spoke. "Konrad Curze, be at peace, for I have arrived and intend to take you home." Curze replies with, "That is not my name, father. I am Night Haunter, and I know full well what you intend for me." During the Great Crusade, when Curze first took command of his legion, He was vicious and horrifying to behold, but nonetheless, he was a regal leader with a clear sense of justice. This Curze was in stark contrast to the monster he would eventually become. The Night Haunter quickly adapted to the teachings of the Imperium, studying the complex doctrine of the Adeptus Astartes under Fulgrim's tutelage. During this time, Curze had visions of the Horus heresy and Fulgrim's fall, telling him of their dark future. Curze was eventually placed in command of his Space Marine Legion, to which he named the Night Lords. Although he and his legion excelled in many theaters of war, a tendency soon became apparent. It never occurred to the Night Lords to use anything other than their total and divisive force to achieve their goal. Over the first few years, the Night Lords were molded by their Primarch into an efficient, humorless force, possessing the fanatical thoroughness of witch hunters, a sect of the Inquisition. Night Haunter encouraged his legion to decorate their armor with images designed to inspire fear in the enemy, a tactic that proved incredibly effective. Soon, rumors of the impending presence of the Night Lords would cause a system to pay all outstanding tithes, cease all illegal activities, and put to death any mutants and suspected heretics. Reinforcements to replace the Night Lords that fell in battle were selected from the population in Nostromo. But in Night Haunter's absence, the population of the planet collapsed back into the corrupt and decadent ways that had prevailed before his arrival. Originally, Curze had intended to only have the best and brightest of Nostromo serve within the Legion, but in a ploy to avoid the Imperial tithe, the noble family of the world emptied its jails and sent in murderers and thieves. By the time Curze had realized what was happening, he already viewed the Night Lords as a corrupted legion. Curze began to lose some of the control he held over his legion, and the visions that plagued him increased in both lucidity and quantity. Curze was unique among the Primarchs in that he hated his own legionaries, viewing them as the very criminals he sought out to destroy. Curze's relation with his brothers were equally strained. The Night Lord's brutal tactics caused controversy amongst the other Primarchs, most notably Rogal Dorn and Vulkan. However, while he was widely reviled, Curze himself states that he didn't hate any of his brothers, save Corvus Corax. The two were extremely similar in their appearance, tactics, and upbringing, but unlike him, Corax had retained his humanity and dignity despite his hellish upbringing. Curze himself did not know if he hated Corax out of self-loathing, or the fact that he saw the Raven Lord as still holding onto naive ideals despite his upbringing. For his part, Corvus Corax stated that he hated nothing about Curze save his methods of waging war. Relations with Vulkan were even more strained, with the Primarch nearly fighting Curze over the fate of Karatan, a world brought under the Imperium through Curze's brutal tactics. Sometime after Curze had a particularly violent vision where he saw the future monstrosity he was destined to become. Curze was horrified by his future, and when snapped out of his trance, he realized he had murdered one of his archivists. This was the first known person Curze killed whom he considered innocent, and it was at this moment that Curze realized that he himself now deserved punishment. Later, a campaign with the Imperial Fists and Emperor's Children in the Sherrod system, he learned the renewed crime and anarchy on his homeworld. Falling into anguish, the Night Haunter tried to confide in his brother Primarchs Fulgrim and Rogal Dorn, but they had never been close to him in the beginning, and the reaction was less favorable to his claims. When Fulgrim revealed Curze had told them of his disturbing visions of civil war, Dorn confronted the Night Haunter on the matter. Finally snapping from Fulgrim's betrayal of confidence, Curze attacked and wounded Dorn, as well as massacring several Imperial Fists that were guarding him before taking the Night Lord's fleet to Nostromo. A few Imperial pursuit crafts arrived just in time to see the Night Lord's laser batteries firing into the hole left by the Night Haunter's arrival nearly decades earlier. This resulted in Nostromo's core overheating and the world exploding. During the events of the Horus Heresy, the Night Haunter's terrible acts caused him to become susceptible to the whispers of chaos. The campaigns of the Night Lords became less justifiable. Terror campaigns leaving a trail of devastated worlds across the galaxy. Night Hunter no longer crusaded in the Emperor's name, instead fighting only in the name of death and fear. Eventually, the Emperor was forced to order the recall of Night Hunter to answer charges laid against him and his men. But before the Night Lords reached Terra, a new crisis erupted. When the Horus heresy broke out, Night Hunter was quick to swear his legion to the forces of War Master Horus. Curze revealed his treachery during the Drop Site Massacre, launching his legion against the loyalist forces of the Raven Guard, Salamanders, and Iron Hands. During the battle, Curze and Lorgar battled against Corvus Corax. After the massacre, Curze captured Vulkan, but found that the perpetual Primarch could not be killed despite his best efforts. After unleashing every torment imaginable on Vulkan, the Salamanders Primarch was eventually able to escape Curze's clutches. 2 years after the Drop Site Massacre, Curze engaged Lionel Johnson in a series of hit-and-run battles all over the Thramas sector. Eventually, Curze would leave a message for his brother to meet him on the planet Silgualsa. Here, he would reveal some prophecy to Lion regarding the fate of his Dark Angels. Afterwards, a fight would ensue between the two Primarchs and their respective troops. Eventually, Curze would slash the Lion's throat, and the Dark Angel Corswain would stab the Night Haunter in the back. Both legions retreated, with the next encounter between the two brothers would begin when the Dark Angels ambushed the Night Lords and would end in the Lion dealing Curze 11 identifiable wounds that were instantly fatal to an Astartes. These injuries would put Curze into a comatose state while recovering. Sevatar, a known and well-respected captain of the Night Lords, would take temporary command of the Legion and divide it into 6 fleets that would go wherever the respective commander directed it. During this reorganization, the Dark Angels would attack again. During the second attack, Curze would reawaken and board the Invincible Reason, the flagship vessel of the Dark Angels. He would remain in hiding aboard the Dark Angels flagship for the next 16 weeks. Curze was able to evade capture on the massive ship, massacring every search team and confounding the Lion himself. When the Dark Angel ship arrived over Macragge, Curze made his escape and landed on the planet by hacking into the Invincible Reason and initiating a mass drop pod landing, commandeering one of the vessels. Curze then unleashed havoc upon Macragge's capital, massacring all he came across and eluding any capture. After killing Phrastus Augustum in a chapel within the fortress of Hera, Curze was confronted by both Roboute Guilliman and Lionel Johnson. Managing to hold out against both Primarchs simultaneously, Curze unveiled his trap and detonated the explosives he had rigged around the chapel. Curze escaped with chaos, while Guilliman and the Lion only survived thanks to Barbarous Dentiok, teleporting them to Sotha, the Ferrus, a piece of ancient Necron technology. Thinking both Primarchs dead, Curze swept aside a pack of space wolves and was about to kill Guilliman's mother, Tarasha Uten, when he was beset by the now insane Vulkan, who had teleported to Macragge. Curze, in genuine shock due not to having any visions of Vulkan, battled the Salamanders Primarch across Macragge. The duel was only interrupted by the Cabal assassin, John Grammaticus, who stabbed and apparently killed Vulkan with the Fulgurite, an artifact capable of killing a perpetual. Curze wished the Fulgurite for himself, and as he attacked Grammaticus, his comrade Damian Parentis used the captured demon to banish the Primarch into the warp. After being trapped inside the warp for what seemed to him to be weeks, Curze managed to escape and re-emerged into the Mortarion in front of Macragge's capital. Haunted by visions of Sanguinius' death aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Curze then infiltrated Emperor of Imperium Secundus' throne room on Macragge, badly wounding Azkaban and using him as a hostage. Curze revealed to the Angel that he not only foresaw the death of Sanguinius, but his own as well. Curze had come to believe that the scattering of the Primarchs, his own life on Nostramo, the Horus heresy, and his own eventual death by the Officio Assassinorum were all part of a grand scheme by the Emperor. The Night Haunter wished to know why Sanguinius chose to be a slave to the Emperor, and why he had not accepted the offer of demons on Cygnus Prime to become their champion. When Sanguinius expressed his continued faith in their father, Curze gave the angel a chance to strike him down. An offer Sanguinius refused and instead pleaded with the Night Haunter that there was still a final chance to join the Loyalists and seek redemption, stating that Horus's rebellion was nothing in the grand schemes of things. The galaxy was doomed to eternal war, and only chaos existed in the end. Curze set off an explosive trap and escaped from the throne. Curze continued to plague Macragge, spreading terror and working with anti-Guilliman bandits on the world. Curze was even able to set a suicide bomber to destroy a strategically important bridge on Imperium Secundus' capital. However, Lionel Johnson was able to corner the Night Haunter on the Alma Mons region of Macragge. After a vicious battle, Curze was defeated by the Lion. However, the Lion could not bring himself to slay his demented brother, and instead broke his back over his knee. Curze was brought into custody and put on trial before the Emperor of Imperial Secundus, Sanguinius. During the trial, Curze admitted to his actions, but refused to accept guilt because he was made to act that way. Thus, they were not crimes. Curze then divided Guilliman from the Lion, accusing the Lion of ordering secret orbital attacks and pitting them against another. The Lion sought to kill Curze, but Sanguinius prevented him with words, and Guilliman broke his sword. Later, Guilliman and Sanguinius stood before Curze in judgment and to execute him. However, Sanguinius was filled with his psychic power and attacked Curze to his cries that it was not how he would die. Suddenly, the Lion then appeared, asking for Sanguinius to stop. Troops came into the room, demanding the Lion's surrender, but he responded that Curze was able to see the future, and he repeated Curze's claim that his own death would be at the hands of an assassin sent by the Emperor. This, to the Lion, was proof that the Emperor was still alive. Sanguinius recognized that his own visions of death would also be true. Guilliman demanded what would become of Curze. The Lion knelt before his brothers and promised that he would be Curze's Gowler, and Curze laughed at the confusion of the scene. Curze remained a chained captive aboard the Invincible Reason, and then Lion occasionally visiting him to try and use his prophetic visions and insights into helping their effort. However, the Night Haunter, having since regenerated from his spinal injury, rarely proved cooperative enough and continued to taunt the Lion. Curze, aboard the Invincible Reason, was part of the combined fleet of Guilliman, the Lion, and Sanguinius as they tried to breach the Ruined Storm and reach Terra. Upon having a vision that his destiny lay in Davin, Sanguinius went aboard the Invincible Reason and took the chained Konrad Curze with him, hoping to not only use his prophetic insight into what he must do, but also try to show the Night Haunter that destiny could be changed. Sanguinius was forced to defeat several Dark Angel guards through non-lethal force, enraging the Lion and almost causing him to destroy Gavin with cyclonic torpedoes. However, the Lion and Guilliman both eventually followed Sanguinius and Curze to the surface, and together the four Primarchs journeyed to the temple on Devon where Horus had fallen. At the temple, Curze fell into anger and depression as he realized he had foreseen none of this, and that his view that destiny was set in stone was being tested. When Sanguinius was swallowed up by the demon Maniel's portal, Curze broke down and seemed genuinely concerned for Sanguinius. Guilliman and the Lion attempted to get Curze to predict a way to save Sanguinius, but the Night Haunter in his despair declared he had no idea what to do, as he had foreseen none of this. As demons erupted across Devon, Curze was dragged back aboard the Invincible Reason. Following the battle, a way to Terra was clear, but blockaded by the fleets of Horus. Guilliman and the Lion agreed to distract the blockade, while Sanguinius and the Blood Angels raced to Terra, as was their destiny. Sanguinius took custody of Curze and brought him aboard the Red Tier, declaring that he would face the Emperor's judgment. However, once aboard the vessel, Sanguinius put Curze in a stasis coffin, and said just as he was about to meet his destiny on Terra, so must Curze follow his foreseen path. The raging Night Haunter was frozen in the coffin, and then shot into the void of space. Within his stasis capsule, Curze floated through the void of space for the rest of the heresy, eventually being discovered in the human salvage ship, Sheldrune, several years after it had ended. A hidden Imperial assassin of the vessel broke the surface of the capsule, awakening Curze, who proceeded to massacre all on board. In the end, only Curze, a crewmate known as Elva, and a Calidus Temple acolyte Gunn remained. Gunn was able to alert his temple to Curze's general location on the galaxy before meeting his end, while Elva was taken by Curze as a slave to navigate the Sheldrune. As the ship lacked a warp drive, the trip to Curze's intended destination, Sequelsa, would take 4 years. During that time, Curze tormented Elva while also instructing the slave in his philosophies. After years of travel, the duo arrived at Sequelsa and rendezvoused with the Night Lord's force under Talos Velcorin. However, Elva saw a glimpse into Curze's mind, coming to the realization that the Night Haunter in fact had doubts regarding his vision and beliefs. To keep the secret safe, Curze had the Night Lords dispose the slave. On Sequelsa, Curze was able to rejoin his legion. After the invasion of Terra, the Night Lords did not splinter and flee like the rest of the traitor legions. Instead, they continued to attack the Imperium. However, their tactics seemed to change, betraying a self-destructive desperation. The Night Haunter himself was gradually losing his sanity and sense of purpose that had earned him the respect of his legion, and in his last days would frequently erupt into fits of violence, incoherency, and sadism. Many, such as Scimitar, became disheartened at what their Primarch had become, just as was foreseen. The Emperor himself, wishing to disband the Night Lords forever, dispatched half of the Calidus Temple of Assassins to terminate the renegade Primarch. Konrad Curze was eventually killed, assassinated by the Calidus Shen. He fully knew when he would be slain down to the anointed hour, and in the time before his death, he conversed with a corpse statue that he addressed as the Emperor. Surprisingly, the corpse spoke back, and the Emperor apparently assured Curze that his insanity was never his fault, and he had acted as intended until chaos interfered. Curze broke down when the Emperor questioned his belief that fate was predetermined, stating that he himself had chosen this path. He tore the corpse puppet to pieces, and it is unclear if it was actually the Emperor speaking to him, or a mere hallucination. Thereafter, he completed his memoirs, known as The Dark, hiding the book away within his fortress. Later that night, it is believed the assassin Shen was allowed to infiltrate his palace on Sequelsa, as she encountered no guards between herself and his throne room. Confronted with her, he simply said, "Your presence does not surprise me, assassin. I have known of you ever since your craft entered the eastern fringes. Why did I not have you killed? Because your mission and the act you are about to commit proves the truth of all I have ever said or done. I merely punish those who were wronged, just as your false emperor now seeks to punish me. Death is nothing compared to vindication." The video log then shows Shen leaping forward, although the kill was never confirmed, as the video feed cuts out right before they fight. It is believed that the Night Haunter allowed himself to be killed, as he saw himself as a murderous and corrupt villain, the very thing he sought to destroy. Regardless, his final words are considered one of the great enigmas to the Imperium's history. For war gear, Curze's primary weapons were twin lightning claws, known as Mercy and Forgiveness. For protection, Curze wore a terrifying suit of power armor, known as the Nightmare Mantle, which was decorated with the flayed skin and body parts of his victims. In combat, he was also known to have wielded a flaying knife-shaped power sword and throwing knives known as Widowmakers. This concludes the information regarding Konrad Curze. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy galaxy. All of this information comes from the lexicanum provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many allies the Imperium had. Primarch of the Ninth Legion, Sanguinius. Sanguinius, or the Great Angel, was the Primarch of the Blood Angels Space Marine chapter. One of the most beloved figures in the Imperium, Sanguinius was among both the most noble and mightiest Primarchs. His charisma, humility, and loyalty to the Emperor, to the point of self-sacrifice, has earned him a great deal of reverence, even in the 41st millennium. When the Emperor began his great crusade to reunite the galaxy, he created the Primarchs, superhuman warriors, to lead his space marines across the galaxy. The powers of chaos stole the Primarchs, but unable to destroy them, set them astray in the warp. The infant Sanguinius came to rest upon the radiation-soaked moon of Bal Secundus and was adopted by a tribe of humans known as the People of the Pure Blood, or simply the Blood. Sanguinius, like all Primarchs, grew quickly and soon surpassed all his teachers, and was capable of mighty feats of strength and endurance. At 3 weeks, he was a large child capable of walking. Within a year, he was taller than any man. Before even being found by the Blood, Sanguinius slew an infamous predator known as the Ball-Light Fire Scorpion. Uniquely amongst the Primarchs, he sported a pair of angel-like wings from his back, though whether this was by the design of the Emperor or a mutation caused by the high levels of radiation on Bal is unknown. He was also said to have psychic powers, especially the ability to divine the future. Using these skills, Sanguinius led the Blood against the numerically superior mutant hordes of Bal. While he was known for his loyalty and amicability in battle, Sanguinius was known for his total and unstoppable wrath to those who threatened his people. Thanks to the effort of Sanguinius, the Blood was victorious over the mutant hordes of Bal, and he became worshipped by his people as a god. Ultimately, the Emperor arrived on Bal and, disguising himself, infiltrated and addressed by Sanguinius to his followers. There, the Master of Mankind witnessed his lost son give an impassioned speech that displayed both humility and courage. However, like Konrad Curze, Sanguinius had already foreseen the arrival of the Emperor and immediately recognized him. When Sanguinius confronted the Emperor, he demanded his father swear an oath to leave the Pure of Bal in peace. Moreover, he asked what would happen if he refused the Emperor's offer. Being the only Primarch to do so, the Emperor stated that he knew Sanguinius would not refuse, for he yearned to save the people of the galaxy, just as he had saved those on Bal. Moreover, the Emperor agreed to Sanguinius' terms regarding the Balites. Satisfied, Sanguinius pledged himself to the Emperor, and the Emperor conducted the best warriors of Sanguinius' tribe into his pre-existing Space Marine Legion, which soon became known as the Blood Angels. Sanguinius would not be reunited with his legion immediately, instead spending 3 years with Horus and his lunar wolves to learn the ways of the Imperium. During this time, he grew close to Abaddon and Tarek Togadon. He first met his then savage Revenant Legion during the pacification of Tegar Pentaris, but shocked all assembled by first learning the name of each and every one of his warriors. Giving a speech before his assembled sons, Sanguinius stated that he would swear an oath to his legion, instead of the vice versa. Sanguinius stated he hoped he could live up to leading his sons, and that he would stand with them whatever may come, be it glory or damnation. He declared the Ninth Legion to be scattered and broken no longer, and that they alone would conduct the coming campaign without the aid of the Lunar Wolves. Sanguinius' humility roused the assembled warriors, who immediately pledged themselves to their Primarch. During the subsequent war on Tegar Pentaris, Sanguinius' first kill was a ferocious cat-like beast called a Carnodon. The pelt of the beast was fashioned into a ceremonial war cloak for the Primarch. The noble angel was highly respected by all the legions and by all his brother Primarchs. Even Horus highly valued his brother's advice. During the Emperor's Great Crusade, Sanguinius and Horus became close brothers, and it was said that they were closer than any of the other Primarchs. He provided counsel that Horus listened to during the incident with the Interrex, a technologically advanced subspecies of human, shortly after Horus became War Master, and was generally the one with the most sway on Horus after the Emperor. It was Sanguinius who convinced Horus to accept the name change of the Lunar Wolves to the Sons of Horus. Horus even revealed that he believed Sanguinius would have been proclaimed War Master instead of him, and pointed to Sanguinius to be the new War Master when he thought he was dying on Devon. Sanguinius was a beloved figure who was revered by all of the Imperium. Roboute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, privately referred to Sanguinius as one of the dauntless few, four of his brothers that Guilliman trusted most. Despite his seemingly peaceful nature, Sanguinius was known for his martial prowess, to the extent he was considered a match for Horus and Lionel Johnson in combat ability. The following is a quote from Horus, said during the heresy. Sanguinius, it should have been him. He has the vision and strength to carry us to victory, and the wisdom to rule once victory is won. For his aloof coolness, he alone has the Emperor's soul in his blood. Each of us carries a part of our father within us, whether it is his hunger for battle, his psychic talent, or his determination to succeed. Sanguinius holds it all. It should have been his. Ironically, this belief was reflected later during the Horus heresy, while Horus was plotting the Blood Angel's downfall at Cygnus Prime. Horus deviated from the battle plan laid out by Erebus by insisting Sanguinius must die. Horus claimed this was because he knew his brother would never turn to chaos, but the daemon Kyrus asked whether Horus was afraid of having a rival. That Sanguinius was the only one of the Primarchs who, if turned, would have a chance of finding greater favor with the gods of chaos than Horus himself. Despite the apparent rivalry between Sanguinius and Horus, the two were quick to become close friends. The two were close to the point when Horus discovered the genetic flaw of the Blood Angels while on a joint campaign. He kept the secret from the Emperor. Before Horus's treachery was revealed, he sent Sanguinius to a world named Cygnus Prime to supposedly fight the Xenos known as the Nephilim. However, once in the Cygnus system, the Blood Angels were ambushed by hordes of demons, and they soon became stranded on the damned world. At the peak of the fighting, Sanguinius confronted the greater demon of Khorne, Kabanda, who managed to wound the Primarch by breaking his legs. Sanguinius was then rendered comatose by a psychic backlash created by the Rage Fire, a psychic construct built by Erebus intended to be used as a tool to corrupt Sanguinius and amplified by the deaths of his son at the hands of Kabanda. The Red Thirst subsequently erupted across the Blood Angels, and they slaughtered both friend and foe alike in their rampages. Fortunately, the Legion librarians managed to eventually restore the Primarch, and he was able to defeat Kabanda in a second duel, banishing him back into the warp. Sanguinius then led his forces into the Chaos Fortress on Cygnus, the Cathedral of the Mark, where he was confronted by the Keeper of Secrets Kyrus the Perverse. Kyrus gave Sanguinius a choice: sacrifice himself to the Rage Fire and have the Red Thirst forever lifted from his sons, or allow his legion to face eventual destruction due to the genetic flaw. Deciding to sacrifice himself, Sanguinius was about to step into the Rage Fire when he was beaten to it by Apothecary Miros, who was transformed into the Red Angel. Mourning Miros, Sanguinius slew Kyrus and swore vengeance on Horus. Reeling from the catastrophe that had befallen him on Cygnus, but determined to defeat Horus, Sanguinius had the Blood Angels set course for Terra. However, as a result of the ruin storm created by the treacherous Erebus, navigation and communication across the Imperium was made almost impossible. Following the Pharaoh's psychic beacon, Sanguinius eventually found his way to the crag, where Roboute Guilliman, fearing Terra lost, declared a reluctant Sanguinius the new Emperor Regent of his contingency empire, the Imperium Secundus. Sanguinius was soon plagued by his visions of death at the hands of Horus, and realized this was no omen, but a window into the future. Later, during the Battle of Sotha, while Guilliman and Lionel Johnson were both away, Sanguinius was confronted by Konrad Curze, who had infiltrated his throne room on Macragge and badly wounded Ascalon. Curze confided that he had foreseen Sanguinius' death on the Venetrant Spirit and wanted to know why the angels still followed the Emperor when their mutual visions had proven his teachings to have been lies. He also asked why Sanguinius had rejected Kyrus' offer at Cygnus Prime, and if the angel felt he was more deserving of the title War Master than Horus, to which Sanguinius responded he was not, trying to teach Sanguinius that fate could not be changed and that his own death would not be here. Curze let Sanguinius come at him with his sword and goaded him to cut him down. Sanguinius ultimately halted his sword, urging Curze that it was not too late, and joined with his loyalist brothers, proclaiming that there was only chaos in the end. Curze set off an explosive trap and escaped, as the Lion and Guilliman continued to clash over policy in Imperium Secundus. Sanguinius attempted to mediate the two. He later presided over the trial of the now captured Konrad Curze. After Lionel Johnson attempted to kill Curze during the trial, while enraged at the Night Haunter's accusations, Sanguinius dismissed him from Imperium Secundus. Later, Sanguinius became determined to pass the sentence of death down onto Curze himself. But just as he was about to strike down the Primarch, Lionel Johnson reappeared, demanding to be Curze's jailer and stating that Curze was able to see the future, and he repeated that Curze's claim that his death would be at the hands of an assassin sent by the Emperor. This, to the Lion, was proof that the Emperor was still alive. Sanguinius recognized that his own visions of death would also be true, and he shared his visions of death at the hands of Horus with both of his brothers. Following the trial of Curze, Sanguinius, Lionel Johnson, and Guilliman all agreed to try and breach the Ruin Storm to reach Terra and aid the Emperor, who they now knew still lived. Sanguinius was now beginning to suffer the beginning stages of the Black Rage, which infected Sanguinius' mind due to the prophetic visions of his own death. In a fit of hysteria, Sanguinius nearly struck down one of his own sons aboard the Red Tier. He was desperate to prevent all of his sons from falling as he was, and seeking any answer. While in the Ruin Storm, the Loyalist fleet came across a variety of horrors and word of an entity spreading destruction, known as the Pilgrim. During the Battle of Perran, Sanguinius received a vision, and he realized that he needed to go where the struggle had begun. Davin, the world where Horus had fallen. Reluctantly, Guilliman and the Lion agreed to trust in Sanguinius, but both had thought they would simply destroy the world upon arriving. At Davin, the Loyalist fleet found the entire world surrounded by a shell made of the bones of trillions, dubbed the Necrosphere. A bombardment managed to penetrate the sphere, and the fleet was soon in orbit above Davin. While over Davin, Sanguinius shocked the Lion by boarding the Invincible Reason and taking the captive Konrad Curze with him. Sanguinius hoped to use Curze's prophetic abilities to determine what he was meant to do upon Davin. However, the Dark Angel's guard did not submit before Sanguinius, and he was forced to dispatch several using non-lethal methods. After escaping the Invisible Reason, Sanguinius conducted a mass landing upon the world, and the enraged Lion nearly ordered that Davin be subjugated to Exterminatus, regardless of Sanguinius' presence on it. On Davin, a mass drop pod assault was conducted, but nothing was found, and the population was absent. The 4 Primarchs eventually traveled to the temple where Horus had been subjected to the ritual by Erebus and the Serpent Lodge that had corrupted him. Inside the temple, Sanguinius stood at the altar where Horus had been laid and proclaimed that he would change his destiny. This activated Davin itself. Warp storms roared above, and a portal opened that swallowed up Sanguinius. Inside the portal on Davin, Sanguinius was back on Terra in a beautiful garden at the Imperial Palace. He, for the first time, was experiencing a vision that was not his death aboard the vengeful spirit. He saw Lorgar dead by his hands, and the remaining traitor Primarchs brought before him in chains. The Emperor congratulated Sanguinius on his victory and named him the Imperator Regis of the Imperium. With Sanguinius as the Emperor's regent, he went on to lead a great campaign that purged the Imperium of all corruption and evil, and the galaxy was his to rule. Seeing this future and observing the Emperor's mannerisms, he became suspicious as to what was going on. At last, he cut down the image of the Emperor, who was revealed to be the demon Madial in disguise. Sanguinius and Madial engaged in a vicious duel. Madial had unleashed a demonic horde through the portal to prevent Guilliman and the Lion breaking through. The host included a massive soul grinder, which was destroyed in a combined effort by the Lion and Guilliman. On the other side of the portal, the Angel was eventually pinned by Madial's host of demonic troops, and the Preacher of Chaos Undivided announced that Sanguinius would serve or die. Madial dubbed Horus an imperfect vessel and urged Sanguinius to strike Lupercal down and take up the mantle of War Master of Chaos. If he did so, Madial declared, his sons would be spared of the Black Rage. However, despite the temptation, Sanguinius denied the demon and broke free of his captors. Sanguinius and Madial again engaged in a duel, but this time the demon was impaled by both the blade and carmine and the spear of Telesto. The two wounded warriors wrestled with one another until they were both in the portal, torn between the Materium and Immaterium. On Davin, Guilliman and the Lion saw Sanguinius' upper half sticking through the portal and rushed to his aid, but were blocked by demons. The stalemate endured until Sanguinius' herald stepped forth and declared he would take the Angel's place in the portal. Realizing that this was his herald's destiny, and that he needed to confront Horus at Terra for the Imperium to endure, Sanguinius solemnly agreed. The Sanguinor charged into Madial, and he tackled the demon back through the portal and was transformed into a golden angelic form. The Primarchs and their escorts managed to escape the temple just as it collapsed. In the place of where Davin once was, a breach in the ruined storm was visible. The path led to Terra, but upon further study, it became apparent that somehow Horus had foreseen this route, and a large blockade was erected to block them. Guilliman and the Lion agreed to distract the blockade, while Sanguinius and the Blood Angels made directly for Terra, for that was their destiny. Sanguinius took Curze with him, stating he would face their father's justice. However, once aboard the Red Tier, Sanguinius revealed that he would allow Curze to follow his destiny as well, at the death of the hands of an Imperial assassin. Sanguinius stated that while it may take millennia for him to be found, Curze's fate would catch up with him eventually. With that, he sealed Curze in a stasis coffin and jettisoned the frozen Primarch into space as the Night Haunter roared in rage. The delaying action of Guilliman and the Lion allowed Sanguinius and the Blood Angels to reach Terra. There, he met with Rogal Dorn, Leman Russ, Jaghatai Khan, and Malkador the Sigillite to discuss their upcoming strategy. Sanguinius urged Russ to remain on Terra for the battle instead of leaving to face Horus directly. Though not as much as Dorn, Sanguinius' arrival was publicized greatly by loyalist media. His angelic figure used as propaganda to boost the morale of the failing Imperial war effort. Sanguinius, alongside Jaghatai Khan, later appeared in the Battle of Beta Garmin. Though over a month late due to difficult warp travel, Sanguinius immediately took over the confused loyalist war effort and launched a major offensive towards Beta Garmin II. During the battle, which saw over 1,000 Titans battle one another, Sanguinius and his sanguinary guard boarded the traitor Imperator Titan Axis Mundi, destroying it from the inside. However, the entire battle on Beta Garmin II was an elaborate ploy from Horus, whose real target was Beta Garmin III. The loyalist forces on Beta Garmin II were largely destroyed in a shower of orbital debris caused by the detonation of the Starfort, the Anvil, And in the aftermath of the disaster, Sanguinius and the Khan agreed that Dorn's gambit at Beta Garmin had reached its limit, and it was time to return to Terra. During the final phase of the Solar War, Sanguinius appeared in Dorn's bastion alongside Jaghatai Khan, and Malkador expressed belief that Dorn's defensive efforts in the Sol system were ultimately futile, as the war would either be decided at Terra, and he was destined to face Horus. In the subsequent Battle of Terra, Sanguinius was a key symbol of morale for the besieged loyalist forces. He was forbidden from flying in the open or leaving the palace walls by Rogal Dorn, something that he would sometimes violate. During the early stages of the siege, he led a sortie out of the walls to rescue Jaghatai Khan from swarms of Death Guard, as well as to inspire the beluga conscripts manning the outer defenses around the palace. Later, during the first traitorous Astartes assault upon the walls of the palace, Sanguinius led a Blood Angels, Imperial Fists, and Legio Solaria counterattack out of the Helios Gate to buy time for the Imperial Army troops outside to retreat within. During this battle, he was confronted by Angron, who roared a challenge at the Angel. Sanguinius refused, instead saluting his brother and proclaiming, while that they would one day battle, today was not that day. Later, Sanguinius was put in charge of the defenses of Gorgon Bar, fighting alongside Imperial Fist's Captain Fafnir Ran and a large regiment of the Imperial Army. During the battle, Sanguinius discovered that his visions had grown to include real-time visions of what some of his brother Primarchs were currently seeing. Sanguinius saw the siege through Angron's own eyes. During the battle for Gorgon Bar, Sanguinius was able to fell the Legio Volpa warlord Titan by assaulting its head, an act so impressive that its 3 accompanying Warhound Titans fled at the sight of the Angel. After the battle, Sanguinius informed Dorn that he had a vision of Angron as sensing the destruction of Nuceria by the Dark Angels, indicating that the Lion was still alive. During the final stages of the Siege of Terra, Sanguinius led the defense of the Eternity Gate, the entrance to the Sanctum Imperialis itself. Before the hopeless battle, Sanguinius stated any of the defenders who wished to leave could, though apparently none did. He then took to the skies and beheaded the traitor Reva Titan, daughter of Torment, which had previously delivered Horus's terms to the defenders, after unveiling the tortured form of the Blood Angels' captain Idamus. In the subsequent battle, Sanguinius heroically led the defense, slaying traitors wherever they appeared, before being assailed by the bloodthirsty Kabanda, the same creature he had fought on Cygnus. Sanguinius was able to break the creature's back with the hilt of his sword, sending the demon back to the earth to be consumed by the lesser of his kind. Though weakened from his fight with Kabanda, Sanguinius nonetheless faced his demonic brother Angron. After a climactic airborne battle, Angron impaled Sanguinius upon his black blade. However, Sanguinius used the opportunity to rip out Angron's butcher's nails, causing the demon Primarch's head to explode. With Angron banished into the warp, the World Eaters lost whatever sanity they had and began to cut down their own allies. This broke the traitor advance just short of the Eternity Gate, which managed to finally seal shut as the surviving loyalists fled inside. When the Emperor teleported aboard Horus's battle barge, the Vengeful Spirit, Sanguinius was with him, but they became separated, and the Primarch was forced to face Horus first. Despite being in the pit of Horus's tainted and mutated chaos-fueled battle barge, Sanguinius tried to revert his brother to the side of the Emperor, using their old friendship as a lever. Horus would not listen to or agree with any of Sanguinius' words, and the two argued and tried to sway one another on the side of heresy they stood upon. Sanguinius was eventually struck down by Horus, with the only damage Sanguinius doing was create a small dent in Horus's armor. Some say, however, that it was through this chink in Horus's armor that the Emperor was able to deliver the fatal blow, thus the belief that Sanguinius did not die in vain, but by dying allowed Horus to be slain and the heresy destroyed, Sanguinius' body was taken by the Imperial forces as they retreated from the buckling Chaos Barge, and his body was borne away to his home planet of Ball, where he was laid to rest in the golden sarcophagus deep within a vast tomb, whose doors were topped with massive angel effigies. In honor of the fallen Primarch, of all the Primarch, Sanguinius is commonly held in the highest honor because he is generally believed to have sacrificed himself to allow Horus, the great betrayer, to be defeated. The Primarch's name is cherished by the common citizens of the Imperium. Temples devoted to Sanguinius rise, alongside those of the Emperor. Sanguinius is commemorated on its sacred day of celebration called the Sanguinala, where adepts across the galaxy wear on their breast the red badge of Sanguinius. An apparent avatar of Sanguinius appeared before Mephiston, the current chief librarian of the Blood Angels, in the warp, revealing the truth of the Gold Angel and the Black Angel. The Gold Angel being the Sanguinor, and the Black Angel, a warp entity that grows stronger every time a Blood Angel falls to the Black Rage. This being cryptically stated that he is not Sanguinius, as Sanguinius is dead. Yet Mephiston and Dante both suspect a psychic echo of the Primarch may still endure within the Immaterium. This concludes the information regarding Sanguinius. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many allies the Imperium had. Primarch of the 10th Legion, Ferrus Manus. Ferrus Manus, the Gorgon, was one of the 20 Primarchs created by the Emperor before the Great Crusade. He led the Iron Hand Space Marine Legion. During his time on the world of Medusa, Manus's hands became encased in a hard metallic substance, and he became known for his iron resolve and disdain for weakness. Just like his brothers, Ferrus was stolen away by the forces of chaos, and he spent the first years of his youth on the planet Medusa. As a youth, he discovered an X mark on the pod that first brought him to this world, and that the chamber was too precise to be a natural formation. Exploring further, he discovered runes and electroconductive stalagmites all around the chamber. His inspections awakened an imprisoned, colossal, biomechanical worm-like creature which attacked him and escaped. Ignoring his attacks, he followed its path of destruction and swore he would destroy the beast he had unwittingly released. When he reached the surface, he saw other men in the distance, but wouldn't reveal himself to them, instead keeping his recent oath in mind. Over time, Ferrus had gained a significant legend to the clans of Medusa. The storm giants of the Karashi Pinnacle called him the Cataclysm. Due to his unleashing of the worm, he was also known as the Hunter. The Phantasmagoria dubbed him the Finality. The Megarachnes and Phase Wraiths that sought him out had seemed to classify him as Ryu Nijir, or Son of Man. Meanwhile, the Supplement had called him the Flesh. Years later, Ferrus walked unscathed and fully formed from the mountains where he had encountered the roaming clans and tribes of Medusa. Ferrus would not join these tribes as many of his brothers did. Instead, he sought out physical challenges to make himself stronger and more resilient. These tests ended with his battle against the Great Silver Worm, Basirnoth, a metallic beast impervious to harm, with Ferrus only managing to kill the beast by drowning it in magma. The melted flesh of the worm fused to Ferrus's flesh, giving him the true metal hands his legion would take its name from. Ferrus returned to the tribes and lectured them on technology. The clans advanced at a stunning pace, and Medusa prospered. But Ferrus took care to leave the inter-clan rivalry and fighting by never taking sides, as he saw the competition between them as healthy and good. The Emperor finally came to Medusa, and Ferrus Manus tested himself in a cataclysmic battle that is said to have laid waste to entire mountains. Finally, having found someone equal, Ferrus accepted the Emperor as his master and took command of a legion of space marines. Ferrus met his brother Fulgrim early on, and initially was disdainful of the Phoenicians' appreciation for art and culture, seeing it as a waste of time when a galaxy needed to be conquered. Fulgrim jokingly referred to Ferrus as the Gorgon, a reference to the mythical Terran creature whose ugliness turned men into stone. The title ultimately stuck. During the Great Crusade, thousands of planets would fall to the remorseless Iron Hands. Under Ferrus's leadership, each weak link in humanity was to be purged if mankind was to grow stronger. Scholars spoke of the wave of piety and faith that spread before the Iron Hands, with many planets suddenly motivated to look into themselves when they heard that the Iron Hands were approaching. During the Great Crusade, the Iron Hands battled the human Diasporax alongside the Emperor's children. This was symbolic of the bond shared by Ferrus Manus and the Emperor's children Primarch Fulgrim, who were close friends. However, during the conquest of 1544, he received visions from the Eldar, alluding to his eventual demise at Fulgrim's hands. Distrustful of the Xenos, Ferrus rejected the prophecy. Ferrus was one of the 4 Primarchs, primarily referred to by Roboute Guilliman as the Dauntless Few, the 4 of his brothers who most exemplified their father's design, and whose legions reflected their best qualities. Ferrus did not get along with all of his brothers, however. During the Astrani campaign, he had a severe dispute with Rogal Dorn over what should become of the Astrani Machine Empire. Ferrus, alongside his Mechanicum backers, wished for the civilization's destruction as heretics, while Rogal Dorn wanted them assimilated into the larger Imperium. Ultimately, it fell to Horus Lupercal and an honored duel to settle the dispute, which resulted in the Astrani Machine Empire being mostly destroyed had Horus not intervened. Before the heresy, Fulgrim approached Ferrus Manus and tried to lure him to join Chaos. Ferrus Manus was so enraged at this proposal that he attacked Fulgrim. A short duel took place where Ferrus destroyed Fulgrim's sword Fireblade, the same weapon Ferrus had given to him many years before. Fulgrim escaped after rendering Ferrus unconscious, leaving him alive, but taking with him the massive Thunderhammer Forgebreaker he himself had created for his brother. The Iron Hands were one of the loyal legions of the Emperor that were called to Istvan V. Given the large distance, Ferrus Manus took the legion's fastest ships and departed with only his veterans. However, this was a trap, as the Dropsite Massacre would occur here. Most of the Iron Hands Ferrus brought with him would die in this battle. Following the loss of their Primarch, they were struck down by the traitor legions, caught between the hammer of the Emperor's children and a puppy anvil of the Force-Uphold legions, the second wave. Ferrus Manus would ultimately fall to Fulgrim, as the traitor Primarch would strike down his brother. Using the demon weapon he acquired fighting the Leia, Fulgrim would deliver one strike that would cleave Ferrus's head from his body. Fulgrim, however, was distraught with grief that his closest brother was dead by his own hand, and was soon thereafter possessed by the demon within the sword. The possessed Fulgrim then delivered Ferrus's head to Horus. This would mark Ferrus Manus being one of the first major casualties of the Horus heresy. After his death, when Guilliman heard report that Ferrus had fallen, along with Vulkan and Corvus Corax, he lamented that of the 3, he would miss Ferrus most of all, with Guilliman saying, "Now, it seems he is gone, dead, brother, friend, warrior, leader, Ultramar's most stalwart ally." Later during the heresy, as Horus fell deeper and deeper into chaos, and his mental state perhaps began to deteriorate, he took the skull of Ferrus Manus, mounted it on his throne and began to increasingly speak to it. During their one-sided conversations, Horus lamented that he only had bloody-handed tyrants, mass murderers, and demons for his generals, instead of strategists and men of duty like Ferrus. During the final climactic struggle of the war within the Webway, the Emperor summoned the souls of fallen heroes of the Imperium to serve as an army against the demonic hordes. Ferrus was reanimated as a blazing spectre and briefly fought at the Emperor's side. Since the Horus Heresy, Clan Cargill, the fourth company of the Iron Hands, maintains that Ferrus Manus will return one day when the Emperor needs him once more. To this end, they maintain Eternal Warden over the Karashi Heights of Medusa, awaiting his return. The other clans do not have the heart to impede the Cargill in this, for as long as they maintain their vigil, hope remains. 10,000 years later, in the 41st millennium, a demon knight of Slanesh taunted Iron Hand Sergeant Naeem Morvox on Shark Dennis, a hive world, claiming that it had seen Manus's head, and that it is still screaming. On the world of Dreor, Inquisitor Kindbad, accompanied by a companion named only as Scarborn, uncovered an ancient obelisk detailing a pact made between Guilliman, Dorn, and the Shattered Iron Hands Legion. In return for their adherence to the nascent Codex Astartes, the Iron Hands will return with the skull of Ferrus Manus. How exactly Guilliman and Dorn retrieved the skull is unknown. As of M41, Ferrus' skull is rumored to be at the center of the Eye of Medusa, upon an altar watched over by a Hellfather who does not eat, drink, sleep, or blink in his ceaseless watch of the Primarch. There are rumors that following the Dropsite Massacre, a mentally volatile Fulgrim would have Fabius Bile, chief apothecary of the Emperor's children, clone Ferrus. However, these clones proved unstable, and each refused to turn against the Emperor, forcing Fulgrim to once again kill his brother and driving him even madder. Though not a clone, a group of extreme Iron Fathers of the Iron Hands, calling themselves the Cult of the Gorgon, attempted to resurrect Ferrus shortly before the Siege of Terra, in an attempt to control the Iron Hands remnants and oppose the legitimacy of Shadrach Medusan. The Cult of the Gorgon somehow acquired one of the metallic arms of Ferrus and attached it to a heavily armored and cloaked mechanical puppet. This shameful construct was destroyed by Vulkan. The war gear of Ferrus Manus was primarily the Thunderhammer Forgebreaker, crafted for him by Fulgrim. Manus wore a finely wrought suit of cataphractic pattern Terminator armor, known as the Medusan Carapace. More than a simple suit of armor, it possessed many servo mechanisms and support system. He was also seen fighting with a wrench-shaped power weapon. This concludes the information regarding Ferrus Manus. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many allies the Imperium had, the Primarch of the 11th Legion.
Yeah, they dead.
This concludes the information regarding the 11th Primarch. More in-depth information regarding them will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the lexicanum provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many foes the Imperium faces. Primarch of the 12th Legion, Angron. Angron, also known as the Red Angel, and originally as Angronius of Nuceria, Lord of the Red Sand, is the Primarch of the World Eaters. He was raised on the brutal world of Nuceria, fighting as a gladiator slave and having his aggression enhanced by surgical implants known as the Butcher's Nails. The only Primarch taken into service of the Emperor against his will, he fell to chaos during the Horus Heresy, afterwards becoming a demon prince of Khorne. Savage and in a state of constant rage, he was nonetheless renowned for his battle prowess, and alongside Leman Russ and Vulkan, was considered to be one of the most physically powerful Primarchs. The Chaos emissary to Lorgar called him the Fighter. The following is a description of the Primarch before he fell to chaos. Khan, captain of the 8th Assault Company of the Warhounds, the previous name for the World Eaters, was struck by his Primarch's visage when he first saw it. Wiry, copper-red hair curled away from a high brow. Pale eyes sat deep behind cheekbones that angled down like axe strokes to an aquiline nose and a broad, thin-lipped mouth. It was the face of a general to follow unto death, the face of a teacher whose feet the wise would fight to sit, the face of a king made for the adoration of worlds, the face of a Primarch, and rage made it the face of a beast. Rage pulsed and distorted the features like a tumor breaking out from the skull beneath. It made the eyes into yellow, empty pits, debased the proud lines of brow and jaw, peeled the lips back from the teeth. According to the custom of the gladiators he was raised among, Angron cut scars into his torso after each of his battles, and a continuing length known as the Triumph Rope. For every victory, the scar would be left to heal normally, while for every defeat, the warrior would work some dirt into the wound and cause the scar to turn black. Angron was the only gladiator in this world's history without any black scars. The Primarch Corvus Corax believed that no other Primarch could have bested Angron in single combat, save for Horus and perhaps Sanguinius. Leman Russ was often considered his equal, while Rogal Dorn, on the other hand, believed that he could easily defeat Angron, and feared him much less as an adversary than he did Horus. Before possessing the Butcher's Nails, Angron displayed an inherent psychic ability, which allowed him to not only feel, but also somehow absorb the pain and negative emotions of others. He used this ability to calm child slaves in the caves of Nuceria. During the scattering, the boy who would become known as Angron was thrown into the civilized world of Nuceria, far from Terra. He plummeted into the icy mountains of that planet, and not long after, a slaver found him in a scene of carnage. Surrounding the wounded young Primarch were the corpses of numerous Xenos. Imperial scholars would later theorize that they were Eldar who had foreseen the great bloodshed that Angron would cause and had tried unsuccessfully to stop him. After being enslaved and nursed back to health by the planet's ruling masters, known as High Riders, Angron was brought to the planet's capital, Deschia. Still a frightened young child, he was subsequently dumped into a pit consisting of a single ziggurat with hundreds of other slaves. Acid filled the pit, and to the cheers of the spectators, Angron was eventually forced to kill all around him in order to stand upon the ziggurat's upmost platform and survive. Shedding a tear for the last time, Angron was proclaimed a promising newcomer to Deshia's arena combat and given the name Angron Thalkir, which meant Child of the Mountain and the property of House Thalkir. After this, Angron became a famed gladiator known as the Unbeaten, becoming a fan favorite of Deshea and reaping many victories. The closest thing he had to a father during this time was the older gladiator on a mouse. But after the duo managed to slay 2 berserk Ogrins, his masters ordered the 2 to fight one another to the death. Angron refused, and the High Riders ordered that he undergo a psychosurgery known as the Butcher's Nails as punishment. Upon being implemented with the nails, Angron was loosed upon Anya Mouse and killed him in a blind frenzy. When Angron regained his senses, the despair of this revelation caused him to unleash a bestial howl for days. The death of Anya Mouse proved to be the last straw for Angron, and he led a slave revolt among his fellow gladiators. Gathering a great army of slaves, they fled into the mountains of the planet, where he lived for several years. The civilized cities sent armies to destroy Angron, but none were able to oust the Primarch and met the same demise. Nonetheless, the issue was never in doubt. His forces had little to eat, and the barren mountains were exhausted from the constant battling. His fate seemed sealed when 7 well-equipped armies surrounded Angron and his starving forces. In desperation, Angron fed his trusted comrades his own blood to keep them alive. Just as the battle was about to begin, the Emperor of Mankind's fleet arrived in orbit over the planet. The Emperor teleported directly to Angron's point of deployment with a few trusted Adeptus Custodes. The Emperor promised Angron a legion made in his image, limitless power, and lifetime spent perfecting the art of conquest. But to the Emperor's surprise, Angron refused. He chose instead to die amongst his comrades while fighting his oppressors. Reluctantly, the Emperor returned to his flagship above, yet, just as the battle was about to begin, the Emperor teleported Angron against his will back up to the fleet. Angron could only watch in anguish as those he regarded as his brothers and comrades were quickly annihilated. In a rage, Angron killed one of the Custodes members, which surrounded him, but was forced into a state of submission by the Emperor's psychic might. Angron angrily asked why the Emperor did not intervene to save his comrades upon Usaria's surface, but the Emperor dismissed the question as lacking vision. He was the Emperor and had his eyes set upon the galaxy, not a single tyrant battling a slave revolt. The Emperor expressed hope that Angron in time would learn to understand what he had done. Angron stated to the Emperor that he was meant to die upon Usaria, and now but a ghost remains. The Emperor replied that a ghost would suffice for what he had planned for him. Before Angron could reply, he was teleported to a nearby vessel of the 12th Legion, this time known as the Warhounds. Angron initially refused to have anything to do with his legion, and when several captains tried to talk to him, he brutally killed them, as they had been ordered by the Emperor to not raise a hand against Angron. The dead included the acting Legion commander, Gear. Eventually, Captain Khan of the 8th Assault Company managed to form a rapport with Angron, talking about the rituals of Angron's gladiators and the traditions of the Warhounds. Now convinced of their worthiness, Angron took full control of his legion, which he renamed the World Eaters, saying they would form new traditions together. However, in the early days of Angron's leadership, he still refused to acknowledge most of his sons, who could not survive the implantation of the Butcher's Nails. At one point, Angron simply abandoned his legion, hijacking a frigate and disappearing. After 2 years of searching, Khan was able to track him down to a feral world where Angron lived like a savage, and revealed that he was simply seeking a foe that could put him out of his misery. Khan eventually convinced Angron to rejoin the Legion by reminding him that his Nusarian comrades would hate to see him in this state, and with the promise that he would try to lead the World Eaters to shed their weakness. Most infamously, Angron ordered that the World Eaters conquer the targeted world within 31 hours, a single Lucerian day, and the time he had scored his greatest victory upon the planet. The World Eaters consistently failed to capture worlds within this time limit, and each time, Angron ordered decimation as punishment, forcing 1 out of every 10 World Eaters to be killed by his other 9 brothers. After several of these episodes, Centurion Margot finally refused to again enact decimation after the Gehenna campaign. This caused Angron to be thrown into a rage frenzy, during which he murdered several nearby World Eaters until being subdued by his librarians, while Angron lay comatose and had his memories of Nuceria absorbed by the young Lexicettum Tethys. A crisis erupted across the Legion as Margot attempted to stop Galan Surlak from installing the perfected Butcher's Nails into all of the World Eaters. Mago's revolt came to its climax on Gehenna, where Khan slew the rebel Centurion, while Angron slew Tethys. Now at the head of a legion wielding the nails, Angron reaped many victories across the Great Crusade, although some criticized the extreme and bloodthirsty tactics he used to ensure the destruction of his opponents. At some point, following the rediscovery of Angron, Magos Arkan land of the Adeptus Mechanicus was brought into a secret laboratory hidden in a dormant volcano in a tundra location on Terra to aid in the Emperor's investigation of Angron's crude augmetics as the Primarch lay unconscious. Land had previously experienced the device taking over Angron's body, having seen it when investigating the Hexarchian vaults before he ordered them sealed due to the threat the items within presented to the machine cult. He told the Emperor that it was called the Crucimen, but the versions he saw were more crude. The Emperor explained that the implants were not of his doing, and that he believed they led to Angron's instability. He also explained that they were recreated to remove the ability to enjoy anything but anger. When asked if the Emperor could remove it, he admitted he could, but the tendrils were deep in Angron's head and spine, and he was missing his limbic lobe and insular cortex. Butcher's nails therefore replaced part of Angron's brain, allowing him to live. During the Night of the Wolf, the Emperor himself criticized Angron for the changes he made to his recruits. Like all other gladiators on his home world, Angron had received special nerve implants known as the Butcher's Nails, which tremendously heightened his aggressiveness, but also had the side effect of uncontrollable rages outside of battle. Angron ordered his 10 Marines and apothecaries to duplicate the technology, and that all recruits undergo the process that would turn them into aggressive and fearless warriors. Despite the obvious advantages, the Emperor was displeased and ordered him to stop. Angron paid him no heed, and he continued the unsavory practice secretly. This led to the World Eaters being criticized for their general bloodlust and barbarity by their fellow legionaries. They were known for blood rituals when not in combat, and competed with each other for the number of enemy heads they could take in battle. Eventually, the Emperor dispatched the Space Wolves and Leman Russ to Malkoya to deal with Angron and demand an end to both the Butcher Nail surgeries and massacres carried out by the World Eaters. A tense standoff between Wolves and World Eaters resulted in all-out warfare, eventually breaking out in a brief but bloody battle. Angron engaged Russ in single combat, defeating Russ, but allowing himself to become encircled by Russ's bodyguards in the process. Angron failed to understand that his bloodlust and disregard for both his life and his legionaries had allowed him to become encircled. Disappointed that his brother had not learned this lesson, Russ ordered a retreat. Angron saw this as a victory, for while he would have fallen had Russ gave the order to open fire, he had bested the wolf, and the World Eaters suffered fewer casualties than their enemies. After this debacle, the Emperor dispatched Horus to bring Angron back in line. A fatal error, as Horus was already corrupted by the forces of chaos. As a master psychologist, Horus told Angron exactly what he wanted to hear, that the Emperor was a weakling, devoid of honor, and that there was a place for him in a new order, along with revenge against the brother Primarchs that had criticized his legion. Angron needed no further convincing, throwing his legion on Horus's side when the Horus heresy broke out. During the heresy, Angron would team up with the Shadow Crusade with Lorgar and his word bearers to strike at Ultramar in conjunction with the traitor offensive at the Battle of Calth. Angron, seeing Lorgar as a weakling, refused to cooperate with him and frequently wasted time sacking and butchering strategically worthless targets. The tensions between the two Primarchs boiled over to a near battle, which was only interrupted by a Dark Eldar attempt to assassinate Angron himself. After the two Primarchs worked together against the Dark Eldar, they decided to put their feud aside. However, Lorgar, recognizing Angron's instability and hidden sorrow over his forced departure from Nuceria, recommended that Angron return to his adopted homeworld to find a sense of closure, as well as possibly overcome the Butcher's Nails, which was slowly killing him. When the two Primarchs arrived, however, they discovered the slave lords of Nuceria had massacred Angron's comrades and told the population that he had fled during their last stand. Infuriated, Angron ordered that the World Eaters and Word Bearers purge Nuceria of its population. During the battle against Imperial forces, Angron saved Lorgar by stopping a Warhound Titan's foot with his bare hands before it could stomp on his brother. Later, the Ultramarines led by Guilliman arrived, determined to exact vengeance on the traitors for the Battle of Calth. Angron went to duel Guilliman himself during the battle, defeating the Primarch in a furious rage, but while Guilliman managed to escape thanks to an intervention by nearby Ultramarines, this was precisely what Lorgar had wanted. The Wordbearers Primarchs began a coordinated ritual. Using Angron's rage as a conduit, Lorgar channeled the power of Khorne and surged the Red Angels with the powers of chaos. Angron was transformed into a hulking, even more bloodthirsty avatar of violence and rage that had overcome the debilitating effects of the Butcher's Nails. For his new form, he was given a massive black rune sword forged by the Dark Mechanicum. The first words that the newly ascended Angron spoke was his desire for Khan to massacre slaves in the lower decks of the Conqueror and build him a skull throne. Angron and his World Eaters went on to mindlessly rampage throughout the galaxy, ignoring Horus's calls to muster at Ulanor in preparation for the drive on Terra. Perturabo himself was eventually sent with orders to bring Angron to Ulanor at all costs. Upon the world of Deluge, the Iron Warriors arrived to find the population butchered and stacked into mountains of corpses. After withstanding an assault by crazed World Eaters and cornate demons, the sky opened up and Angron himself entered the carnage. Perturabo and Angron engaged in a brutal battle, with the demon having the clear edge in power and speed. However, despite taking many wounds, Perturabo endured and goaded Angron, declaring that he was born a slave and was now a slave to darkness for all eternity. By using the Iron Warriors' Iron Circle and Volk to outmaneuver and bombard the World Eaters, Angron was bested as an Ultramarines fleet appeared in orbit over Deluge. Angron laughed and declared that they were all now going to die, but Perturabo reminded the Demon Primarch that he had seen his warriors butchered while he had done nothing once before. This moved Angron enough to act, and after creating a warp storm, the Iron Warriors and World Eaters fleets were able to escape the Ultramarines and move to Ulanor, where they accompanied Horus for the muster. Angron subsequently appeared in the climax of the Solar War, as a massive warp rift opened over Luna, which allowed the primary traitor of Strikeforce to assail Terra itself. Angron was seen perched aboard one of the battlements of the Conqueror. By the siege of Terra, Angron was a blood-crazed slave to Khorne. He demanded that Horus allow him to directly attack the Imperial Palace, regardless of the fact that the Emperor's psychic barrier around the world would see him likely die in the process, until such a time where the traitors could weaken it. After hearing that Mortarion's Death God would be instead the first to assault Terra, Angron fell into a rage and massacred all he came across within the bowels of the Conqueror. Latara Sarin, the captain of the Conqueror, feared that he would murder the tech priests attending to the vessel's reactor, risking a catastrophic meltdown. This forced Khan to confront Angron within the ship, where the Primarch revealed he knew of the 8th Captain's ultimate destiny and wished to supplant him as the chosen of Khorne. The two battled, with Khan being little match for his Gene father. However, before Angron could finish him, Khan placed a teleport home on the Primarch, which transported him to the shifting maze within the nearby Night Lord's flagship Nightfall Within. Angron became trapped and spent his time battling the many traps within the maze. Later, when traitor rituals weakened the Emperor's psychic barrier on Terra, Angron was shot out of the Nightfall and into space, where he made his way to the surface. Angron appeared in front of Terra as a flaming meteor, landing and slaying friend and foe alike. He fought his way to the walls of the palace, where he saw Sanguinius and roared for a challenge. Sanguinius refused, saluting his brother and stating that they would battle one day. This was not that day. Angron raged, but due to the lingering effects of the Emperor's barrier, could not pursue him into the palace. During the battle for the Lion's Gate spaceport, Angron destroyed a Capital Imperialis and then a Leviathan, but it was again unable to advance past the palace walls when the Lion's Gate spaceport fell to a massive traitor assault, and the Emperor's shield shrunk to only encompass the Sanctum Imperialis. Angron led a horde of world eaters onto the Eternity Wall. Angron and Khan led an assault on the Eternity Wall spaceport, and in a moment of clarity, the Primarch regained some of his old, noble visage. He gave an opportunity for the defenders of the spaceport to surrender, though they responded by blasting him to pieces with their gun batteries. Angron quickly regenerated, and along with his world eaters, massacred the defenders of the Eternity Wall spaceport. He later struck down the lone Imperial Army trooper Alanius Piers, soon become mythologicalized as Alanius Pius, as the mortals stood before him. In the prelude to the siege of the Eternity Gate, the barely sentient Angron was psychically guided by Horus to find and kill Sanguinius. At the feet of Eternity Gate itself, Angron finally met Sanguinius in battle. Though weakened from his earlier fight with Kabanda, Sanguinius nonetheless faced his demonic brother. After a climactic airborne battle, Angron impaled Sanguinius upon his black blade. However, Sanguinius used the opportunity to rip out Angron's butcher's nails, causing the demon's Primarch's head to explode as Angron pleaded. With Angron banished into the warp, the world eaters lost whatever sanity they had and began to cut down their own allies. This broke the traitor advance just short of the Eternity Gate. Eventually, Horus was slain by the Emperor, and the traitors were forced to flee Terra in defeat. Already savage and brutal, the world eaters quickly found a new master in the form of the blood god Khorne, eternally demanding sacrifice and skulls. Angron led his legion to their worship, and oversaw his legion's retreat into the Eye of Terra. Post-heresy, during the middle of the 38th millennium, Angron and 50,000 Khorne berserkers sorted their way through Imperial space for over 2 centuries. This incident became known as the Dominion of Fire. The wars and rebellions of the forces of Khorne ravaged over 70 sectors. In the end, it took 4 Space Marine chapters, 2 Titan legions, and more than 30 Imperial Guard regiments to retake what the Imperium had lost. 90% of the area has since been recovered by the forces of mankind. During the First War of Armageddon, in 444 M41, Angron invaded the Imperial Hive world Armageddon. He led 4 World Eaters companies and a demonic host against the local defenders and their Space Wolf allies. Angron's forces ravaged the planet, but he was continually forced to slow his advance to erect monuments to Khorne in order to sustain his demonic form in the Materium. In the end, however, he was defeated when he was confronted by a force of 109 Grey Knights. Angron and his escort of 12 bloodthirsters, the Kuror Praetoria, initially decimated the Grey Knights sent before him, until a newer recruit, an extraordinarily powerful psycho named Hyperion, managed to first snap, then break the Black Blade at the height of the struggle. Now at a disadvantage, Angron was banished back to the warp by brother Captain Lorgar Aurelian in a battle that only 13 Grey Knights survived. Angron's current status is that after the formation of the Great Rift, the Salamanders prevented an attempt to summon him upon Armageddon. Sometime after, Angron appeared once more to lead a vast Khornate host against the Dominus Crusade fleet Quartus on the world of Malakabale. This interferes with the plans of the demon Vastor, who is traveling to Malakabale to deal with the situation. Angron's war gear, like his brother Primarchs, was unique to him. During the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy, Angron wielded the twin chain axes, Gorechild and Gorefather. Before these twin weapons, he wielded the primitive chain axe Widowmaker, which was broken in battle against Leman Russ during the Night of the Wolf. To replace it, Angron took up the massive axe Brazen Tooth, which was eventually given to the Wordbearers as a sign of their allegiance. For protection, Angron wore a massive suit of power armor, designed from his Nucerian gladiatorial armor, known as the Armor of Mars. Angron also wielded the plasma pistol's Spite Furnace, and upon becoming a demon prince, Angron abandoned most of his mortal weaponry, taking up the demon weapon known as the Black Blade. Upon his recent return to the Materium, Angron has taken up the demon weapon as Sanguinius and Chainax Spine Grinder. This concludes the information regarding Angron. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many allies the Imperium has. Primarch of the 13th Legion, Roboute Guilliman. Roboute Guilliman, also known as the Avenging Sun, is the Primarch of the Ultramarines, an accomplished warlord and diplomat who ruled his empire before rediscovery by the Emperor. Guilliman was unique among his brother Primarchs in that he saw himself not only as a warrior, but also a builder of civilizations. In addition to his leadership of the largest Space Marine Legion during the Great Crusade, Guilliman became renowned for his efforts to preserve the Imperium in the aftermath of the devastating Horus Heresy, becoming Lord Commander of the Imperium. Among his most noteworthy achievements is the authoring of the Codex Astartes and the creation of the modern Imperial military structure. Shortly after the 13th Black Crusade, Roboute Guilliman was restored from his wounds and now once again leads the Imperium as its Lord Commander and Imperial Regent, the living voice of the Emperor. The following is an extract from Ultima Operational Record 1136.27.v. Describes the Ultramarines Primarch thus: he is handsome in a plain way. He is handsome the way a regent on an old coin is handsome, like a good sword is handsome. He is not handsome like a ritual weapon, the way Fulgrim is. He is not angelic, like Sanguinius. There is a dutiful line to his jaw, like his good brother Dorn. They share a nobility. There is great strength of Ferrus and the vitality of Mortarion. There is, sometimes, the rogue glint of the Khan in his eyes, or the solemnity of the lion. In the architecture of his nose and brow there is, many claim, an energy and triumph of Horus Lupercal. There is none of the bitterness that shadows Corax, or the persecuted despair that haunts poor Konrad. There is never any of the deliberate mystery that obscures Alpharius or Magnus, and he is more opened than that buried soul of Vulkan. He never displays the pitch of fury found in Angron, nor do his eyes ever ignite with a psychotic gleam of Russ. He is a high achiever. He knows this of himself. Sometimes it feels like a fault that he has to excuse his brothers, but then he feels guilty for making excuses. He writes a great deal. He codifies everything. Information is power. Technical theory is victory. He uses a stylus by choice, recording in his own handwriting. He has been writing notes on Tevanti war practices for 17 minutes, but he has still noted and marked 1,500 data bulletins and updates that have tracked across the secondary screens to his left. He sees and reconciles everything. Information is victory. Like the other Primarchs, Roboute Guilliman was one of 20 genetically engineered sons of the Emperor of Mankind. Like his brothers, Roboute was taken as an infant by the powers of chaos and removed to a far-flung world in an effort to prevent the coming of the age of the Imperium. The infant Guilliman's capsule fell to Earth on a crag, where it was discovered by a group of noblemen hunting in the forest. Inside the capsule, they found a child, surrounded by a glowing aura. He was taken back to Condor, one of the 2 consuls who governed Macragge, who adopted the infant as his son and named him Roboute. Roboute's arrival on Macragge was a pretentious time, and many reported strange sights. Most notably, Condor dreamed of the Emperor and found himself beside Hera's Falls in the Valley of Lepanus. Upon awakening, Condor assembled his bodyguard and rode to Hera's Falls, where they found the child. The name Condor gave the child. Roboute means Great One. Guilliman would also be raised by Condor Sensashal, Tarusha Uten, a strong-willed and capable woman. Roboute was a prodigy, growing fast in both body and intellect. By age 10, he had mastered every subject the wisest men of Macragge could teach him, and his insights into matters of history, philosophy, and science often stunned his elders. However, his greatest talents were as a military leader. These talents led his father to give him command of an expeditionary force to Illyrium, a mountainous region in the far north of Macragge, whose wild inhabitants had terrorized the civilized regions for years and successfully resisted every previous military campaign. Not only did Roboute fight a brilliant campaign, but he also earned the respect of the wild men, who never again threatened the most civilized parts of Macragge. While the history books state Guilliman militarily subdued the Illyrians, the reality was more complicated. Rather than engage in a protracted mountain guerrilla war, he simply occupied the Illyrians' sacred shrines. This caused the Illyrians to search forth to meet his armies, but rather than crush them then and there, he challenged their chieftain to battle. During the duel, Guilliman only defended himself from his foe's blows, but never launched his own attacks. The chieftain eventually exhausted himself, but rather than slay his enemy, Guilliman instead presented him with the Illyrians' most sacred religious artifact, which centuries before the consuls of Macragge had stolen. Guilliman's act of diplomacy and humanity convinced the Illyrian chieftain to halt his campaign, seeking to become a just lord like Guilliman instead. It was at this moment that Tarusha Uten realized Guilliman had proven himself a true king. On his return to the capital, Roboute found the city in chaos, and his father's co-consul, Galen, had attempted a coup. Galen led a faction of Macragg's nobility who were used to enjoying their wealth and position at the expense of armies of slaves, and resented Connor's legislation favoring the common people, among whom he was immensely popular. Approaching the city, Roboute and his soldiers saw the city in chaos, being sacked by mobs of Galen's men, while the consul house was under siege. Roboute left his men to restore order to the city, while he rushed to the consul house and lifted the siege, only to find his father close to death. Surrounded by his loyal bodyguards, he had been mortally wounded by an assassin in Galen's employ, and with his dying breath, told Roboute who was responsible. Roboute swiftly crushed the rebellion and, amid a wave of popular relief, assumed the title of sole consul of Macragge. He set about punishing the treachery and carrying out his father's vision. Galen and his co-conspirators were executed, and their lands and wealth were redistributed to the people. With superhuman energy, Roboute reorganized Macragge's entire social structure, creating a meritocracy where office and honors were given to the hardworking rather than the wealthy and influential. Under his leadership, Macragge prospered as it had never had before. The arrival of the Emperor. While Roboute was prosecuting his war against the Illyrian rebels, the Emperor of Mankind and his armies had reached the neighboring planet of Espinor. It was there that the Emperor heard stories of the extraordinary son of Consul Condor and realized that he had found one of the lost Primarchs. However, due to an unexpected warp storm, the Emperor's ship was thrown off course, and by the time it reached Macragge, Roboute had been ruling for almost 5 years. When the Emperor reached Macragge, he found a world that was self-sufficient, prosperous, with a strong and well-equipped military, and engaging in trade with the nearby systems. Impressed, the Emperor assigned command of the Ultramarine Space Marine Legion to Guilliman, and relocated the Legion's forward base to Macragge. During the Great Crusade, with the exception of the Lunar Wolves, no legion conquered as many worlds, or conquered worlds as fast, or left conquered worlds in a good state during the Great Crusade as the Ultramarines. Whenever Guilliman liberated a world, he would not move on until he had set up a self-sufficient defense system and left advisors behind to create industry, set up trade routes with the rest of the Imperium, and form a government whose first concern would always be the well-being of the people. At the same time, with the help of his new advisors, Guilliman created a supremely efficient military machine on Macragge and its surrounding worlds that provided the Ultramarines with a steady flow of new recruits. This factor, combined with the minimal casualties suffered thanks to Guilliman's tactical skill, allowed the Ultramarines to become the largest of all the Space Marine legions. When Horus was appointed War Master by the Emperor, the reaction among the other Primarchs were mixed. Some supported the appointment out of affection for Horus, some opposed it, and some were cynically accepting. However, Guilliman, Rogal Dorn, and Jaghatai Khan supported the appointment, believing in their cool, rational judgment that Horus really was the most worthy of them. For this reason, and because of their military genius, Horus valued Guilliman and Dorn as his closest advisors. Privately, Guilliman held 4 of his brothers in the greatest esteem: Dorn, Sanguinius, Leman Russ, and Ferrus Manus. He referred to them as the Dauntless Few, and pronounced that he could easily win any war outright if he had any one of those 4 and his legion at the Ultramarine side. Conversely, relations between Guilliman and Lorgar became miserable after the Emperor had the Ultramarines destroy Monarchia and be present during the shaming of the word-bearers, while Guilliman carried out these orders to the letter and appeared to be firmly supportive of the Emperor in front of Lorgar. In truth, he was uncomfortable with his actions and upset that the Emperor used his legion as a tool for humiliation that drove a wedge between the Ultramarines and word-bearers. At the outbreak of the Horus heresy, Guilliman and the Ultramarines were tricked by Horus, who sent them to the Viridian system, while Horus carried out his treasonous plot. When the treachery was revealed, the Ultramarines were poorly placed to react to it. While the Ultramarines mustered their forces at Calth in Ultramar, they were attacked by the Word-Bearers, and the Legion took heavy losses. However, the Word-Bearers had overlooked 2 major points: the unbreakable fighting spirit of the Ultramarines, and the brilliance of Guilliman's command. In an attempt by Lorgar to assassinate Guilliman with a demon who attacked the bridge of his flagship, forcing Guilliman to be sucked into space and fight several word-bearers without a helmet, Guilliman was eventually able to reboard his ship and promised to hunt down and kill Lorgar for the betrayal. At the climax of the battle, Guilliman ripped out one of the two hearts of Corferon, the word-bearer's commander in Calth, after he had tried to tempt Guilliman to join the forces of Chaos. Meanwhile, Angron of the World Eaters and Lorgar of the Word Bearers had launched a shadow crusade on the isolated worlds of Ultramar. Their plan was to destroy as much of Ultramar as they could, while the Ultramarines were occupied on Calth. After the victory at Calth, Guilliman, presumably under the guidance of his newly reinstated librarians, traveled to an isolated warp jump point to the outer fringes of Ultramar. There, he encountered Sanguinius of the Blood Angels, who had just recently finished his war in the Cygnus cluster. The navigators of the Blood Angels had been ordered to find the closest stable warp zone, which many assumed to be Terra. Instead, fate brought them to Ultramar. With the addition of the Blood Angels to his forces, Guilliman pronounced that they could finally begin countering the Shadow Crusade. After Calth, Guilliman pursued Lorgar, who had since been allied with Angron, to the world of Duceria. There, the Ultramarines engaged both World Eaters and Word Bearers, while Guilliman himself battled Lorgar, finding the once weaker Word Bearer's Primarch to be surprisingly capable in combat. The situation for Guilliman got worse when Angron arrived, battering Guilliman with a furious assault and eventually defeating the Lord Macragge. However, as Angron was about to land the final blow, Ultramarines were able to arrive and safely retrieve their Primarch. As a result of being cut off by the Ruin Storm created by the traitorous Word Bearers, Guilliman feared the Imperium lost and created a second empire, Imperium Secundus, as a contingency. Many loyalist brothers were brought to Macragge thanks to the activation of the Xenos device known as the Ferrus. Not wanting to appear vain and power-hungry like his brother Horus, Guilliman refused to declare himself Emperor of Imperium Secundus, instead initially trying to convince Lionel Johnson to take the position, despite being distrustful of the Dark Angel's Primarch's motives. While organizing the creation of Imperium Secundus, Guilliman survived an assassination attempt by an Alpharius squad disguised as Aeonid Thiel and other Ultramarines. Later, when Konrad Curze was let loose upon Macragge, Guilliman and the Lion battled the Night Lord's Primarch together, but were led into a trap. Instead of being cornered, Curze detonated charges and brought the entire structure down upon their heads. Guilliman and the Lion survived thanks to barbarous Dantiok activating the Pharaohs, which teleported the duo to Sotha. The Lion and Guilliman then made their way back to Macragge, where the Blood Angels had now arrived. Guilliman decided to name the reluctant Sanguinius the Regent of Imperium Secundus. However, Guilliman frequently clashed with his distrustful and taciturn brother Lionel Johnson over policy. Obsessed with hunting for Konrad Curze and Macragge, the Lion insisted that the Night Haunter was behind rebellious plaguing the world and demanding martial law be instituted. After a bombing hit an Astartes convoy on Macragge, the Dark Angels were deployed by the Lion to establish martial law without Guilliman's express permission. Guilliman and the Lion again came to disagreement over the rebellion in the Illyrium region of Macragge, the Dark Angels Primarch wishing to use the weapons of mass destruction to flush them out, as he suspected Curze was hiding there. Ultimately, the Lion led the attack into Illyrium, and Curze was captured. At Guilliman's insistence, he was given a public trial. During the trial, Curze accused the Lion of ordering secret orbital attacks against the rebellion, which enraged the Dark Angel's Primarch and nearly led to him slaying Curze in the court. Guilliman and Sanguinius dismissed the Lion from Imperium Secundus as a response, but later, the Lion reappeared and asked to be Curze's jailer instead. Following the trial of Curze, Sanguinius, Lionel Johnson, and Guilliman all agreed to try and breach the Ruin Storm to reach Terra and aid the Emperor, who they now knew still lived. In the Ruin Storm, the Loyalist fleet came across a variety of horrors and word of an entity spreading destruction known as the Pilgrim. During the voyage through the Ruin Storm, Guilliman's fleet was ambushed by traitor forces at Anuari, where the Avenging Sun survived an assassination attempt by word bearers armed with Athames, weapons that were said to be able to manipulate the fabric of reality. Believing he could study the weapons for better understanding of the enemy and potentially using it against them, Guilliman kept the blades in his vault. During the Battle of Piran, Guilliman commanded the Ultramarines personally, as Sanguinius received a vision, and he realized that he needed to go where the struggle had begun. Davin, reluctantly, Guilliman and the Lion agreed to trust in Sanguinius, but both thought they would simply destroy the world upon arriving. While over at Davin, Sanguinius shocked the Lion by boarding the Invincible Reason and taking the captive Konrad Curze with him. Sanguinius hoped to use Curze's prophetic abilities to determine what he was meant to do upon Davin. Sanguinius then commanded a mass landing on the world, and the enraged Lion nearly ordered that Davin be subjected to exterminatus, regardless of Sanguinius' presence on it. Becoming horrified at the thought of killing his brother, the Lion expressed to Guilliman that he believed something was trying to manipulate them to the path of damnation. The Ultramarine Primarch knew what he must do, and crushed his captive Earthfame blades with his power fist. He declared he would not be tempted the same way Horus had. At Davin, Sanguinius was trapped within a portal and did battle with a demon Madial, while Guilliman and the Lion desperately tried to reach him. The vicious battle erupted both on Davin and above it, in which Guilliman's acting flagship, Samothrace, was destroyed in orbit by the demon ship Verdus Ferrum. During the battle at Davin's temple, Guilliman and the Lion managed to finally fight his brothers, and together they brought down a massive soul grinder. Eventually, Sanguinius was able to escape, and the Space Marine forces evacuated to space. Davin was destroyed by cyclonic torpedoes, and with its anchor gone, the demonic fleet vanished. In the place of where Davin once was, a breach in the ruined storm was visible. The path led to Terra, but upon further study, it became apparent that somehow Horus had foreseen this route, and a larger blockade was erected to block them. Guilliman and the Lion agreed to distract the blockade, while Sanguinius and the Blood Angels made directly for Terra, for that was their destiny. After the death of the Ruined Storm, Guilliman gathered whatever forces he could and made haste for Terra. In his path lay a large defensive chain of hundreds of worlds manned by the Iron Warriors. In a series of bitter engagements, both sides took heavy losses, but the Ultramarines were able to maintain a steady advance. Ultimately, Guilliman was able to set course for Holy Terra, traveling at maximum speed. His legion was only hours away, alongside the other legions. This ultimately decided the Imperium's fate when Horus was forced to gamble by letting the Emperor teleport upon his battle barge. The fight that then took place is known throughout Imperial record. In the aftermath of the Great Betrayal, the Emperor had been incapacitated, and the Space Marines' numbers had been decimated by defections to Chaos and battle losses. The Ultramarines were left as the largest loyal legion, and Guilliman assumed the title of Lord Commander of the Imperium. For years thereafter, Guilliman deployed and led the Ultramarines throughout the galaxy, reclaiming worlds lost to Chaos and preventing the loss of still others to the rebellion or invasion from outside forces. At the same time, Guilliman reorganized the Space Marine legions as chapters and composed the Codex Astartes, the tome that the Ultramarines and many other chapters would follow strictly. Guilliman led the assault against the Alpha Legion on Escrador in the aftermath of the heresy, and due to the vanity of Alpharius, he utilized a surprise attack at the heart of the traitors and killed Alpharius in a duel. However, he and the Ultramarines were greatly mistaken in the belief that the snake would die without the head, as indeed, the Alpha Legion symbol is a Hydra, the multi-headed serpent. The Ultramarines were soundly pushed back time and again by traitor Marines, undaunted at the loss of their Primarch. Guilliman eventually pulled his forces back into orbit and bombarded the planet from above. Sometime before the Battle of Thessala, Guilliman tasked the tech priest, Belisarius Cole, with two deeds: the resurrection of Guilliman should he fall, and the creation of the next generation of Space Marines that would soon be known as Primaris Marines. Later, in the Battle of Thessala against the Emperor's children, Guilliman had been grievously wounded, while Alpharius had not greatly embraced the powers of Chaos and was essentially unchanged from his original Primarch form. Fulgrim had been to the Eye of Terror, reaping the terrible powers therein, and had been elevated by Slaanesh to a mighty and fell demon prince, no longer resembling a man. but of its original purity of form corrupted and augmented by the ruinous powers. Fulgrim was now a serpentine creature of immense stature and multi-limbed. Each limb carried a poisoned sword, and in the clash, Fulgrim stabbed Guilliman in the neck. Guilliman was interred in a stasis field by the apothecaries and remains frozen in the instant of death, while Fulgrim escaped to the Eye of Terror. For the next 10,000 years, Guilliman's mortal body remained in stasis on the shrine of Guilliman deep within the Temple of Correction, one of the holiest places in the entire Imperium. Some pilgrims claimed that the Primarch's wounds were slowly recovering, a feat credited to the power of the Emperor. Others deny the phenomenon and point out the sheer impossibility of change within the stasis field. Yet enough believed the stories to come and witness for themselves the miracle of the Primarch. Shortly after Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade and the destruction of Cadia, the tech priest Belisarius Cole and Saint Celestine led a group of Imperial survivors into the Webway with the aid of the new Eldar allies. The group arrived at Macrog, where Cole revealed that he had in fact lived for the last 10,000 years and was ordered by Guilliman himself to complete 2 tasks in the event of his downfall. One of these was to revive Guilliman, a feat that Cole can now accomplish thanks to Eldar aid. Using a suit of power armor that regenerated the wounds inflicted by Fulgrim, Guilliman was restored just as Black Legion forces invaded Macragge. Reborn, Guilliman swiftly drove off the Chaos Invaders before taking in the truths of the Imperium after his 10,000-year absence. Guilliman displayed several miracles after his rebirth. His mere presence was able to cure any afflicted by a Nurgle-created blindness-inducing illness. However, disgusted by the decay, superstition, and ignorance that surrounds the modern Imperium, Guilliman convened a war council of his Ultramarines as to what to do next. After several days, he declared his intent to travel to Terra and see his father upon the Golden Throne. However, Guilliman's revival had attracted the gaze of the Gods of Chaos and Demon Primarchs, throwing the warp into an uproar. The journey to Terra, known as the Terran Crusade, became an arduous affair that saw his fleet trapped in the Maelstrom after an ambush by Magnus and his 1,000 sons. Inside the Maelstrom, the Imperial expedition was defeated by Kairos Fateweaver and the Red Corsairs, with the Primarch himself trapped in crystal chains made from his own doubts. Held by Kairos inside a Blackstone fortress, the Imperial expedition seemed doomed. However, thanks to the efforts of the Harlequin, Salandri Veilwalker, and Fallen Angel Cypher, Guilliman and the rest of the surviving expedition were freed and escaped towards a Webway portal. Guilliman held the portal long enough for his men to escape, defeating the bloodthirster Skarbrand after witnessing the sacrifice of Marshal Malaric. The Imperial expedition eventually arrived through another portal to Luna, but this time were followed by Magnus and his 1,000 sons. On the surface of Luna, Magnus and Guilliman dueled as the battle raged around them. Guilliman was overcome by Magnus's psychic abilities until the arrival of reinforcements from Terra that included the Sisters of Silence. With Magnus's psychic powers weakened, Guilliman was able to impale his demonic brother and force him back into the Webway as the gate was sealed. Soon after, Guilliman landed on Terra and gained access to the Emperor's throne room. Inside the Imperial Palace, Guilliman stood before the Golden Throne alongside Captain General Trajan Valoris and the Emperor awoke for the first time in millennia in a surreal experience which Guilliman cannot fully remember. The now nearly inhuman Emperor told him that he was the last hope to save mankind and brutally assaulted his mind with dark truths of the galaxy and its history. What exactly transpired is unclear. According to Valoris, Guilliman spoke in silent, psychic conversation with the Emperor for several minutes, while Guilliman remembers falling to the ground in agony. Moreover, only minutes seemed to pass for the two. But when they emerged, it had been over a day. Regardless of the truth, Guilliman emerged with a new determination. He gathered the High Lords of Terra and declared that the Imperium would be reorganized and rearmed under his leadership in order to confront the coming threat of chaos. With that, Guilliman declared himself Lord Commander of the Imperium once more. He later declared himself Imperial Regent, the living hand of the Emperor. One of his first major acts as Lord Commander was to defend Terra itself against the forces of Khorne at the Second Battle of Terra. Guilliman subsequently declared the Indominus Crusade to reclaim the devastated worlds isolated from Terra by the Great Rift. The campaign was waged for the next century as Guilliman acted as Supreme Commander and Chief Administrator of the Imperium. He simultaneously oversaw vast campaigns spearheaded by Belisarius Caul's new Primaris Space Marines and sweeping civic reforms, which culminated in the Codex Imperialis. As the Indominus Crusade wound down, he rushed back to Ultramar to protect his sons from the onslaught of Nurgle. During the Plague Wars, Guilliman survived an assassination attempt by Mortarion, Typhus, and Kugath, a great unclean one, on Parmenio. Guilliman was nearly cornered in the trap, but was saved by the efforts of a mysterious young girl that seemed to be a powerful living saint. The Plague Wars came to the dramatic conclusion at Ajax. Guilliman learned of the plot being enacted there by Mortarion and Kugath through interviewing a captured demon host. Much to the objection of his Tetrarch Decimus Felix, his Eldar liaison Ilianda Tasse, and the Grey Knights. Despite knowing he was walking into a trap, Guilliman decided to nonetheless confront Mortarion on Ajax. On the Blighted World, the two came to blows, and Guilliman was able to hold his own for a time, but was eventually defeated by the Demon Primarchs' warp-enhanced might and resilience. With Guilliman disabled, Mortarion administered the deadly phage known as the God Blight, which was capable of even killing a Primarch. Guilliman remained defiant as he succumbed to the disease, refusing Mortarion's goading to give in to Nurgle in order to have the pain end. Seemingly dead for a time, as his spirit hung in the balance, Guilliman experienced a surreal vision of his reunion with the Emperor upon his return. The vision makes it clear that not even Guilliman truly knows what transpired in the throne room that day, save that the Emperor awoke for the first time in millennia. In reality, the Emperor's psychic might flowed through Guilliman, and the Primarch was able to spring back to life, causing a shocked Mortarion to flee before the power of his father. Channeling the Emperor directly, Guilliman raised his father's sword and unleashed a psychic attack that cut into the garden of Nurgle itself. The mighty blow was enough to damage a portion of the garden and wound Nurgle personally. With that, the Primarch fell into unconsciousness. Guilliman reawoke back in orbit over Ajax, having been evacuated from Ajax by Kulkan's custodians. He met with militant apostolic Matthew in order to thank him in his part for the victory on Ajax, and the priest informed the Primarch that the Emperor was preparing to return. Matthew died shortly after, and Guilliman would declare him a saint in the aftermath of his heroism on Ajax. Now questioning his father atheism and preparing to move his attention to the Pariah Nexus, Guilliman began to probe Belisarius Caul for means to bring the Emperor back. After Ajax, he also expressed his intent to leave the Imperium Sanctus and journey into Imperium Nihilus. Like the other Primarchs, Guilliman wields a series of war gear unique to himself. It is known that at the height of his power during the Horus Heresy, Guilliman was armed with a Hand of Dominion, a mighty power gauntlet that with Guilliman's strength could fell a Titan. The Gladius Incandor, a blade of exceptional craftsmanship and a symbol of his legend, as well as an arbitrator, a customized combi bolter. For protection, Guilliman wore a suit of power armor known as the Armor of Reason. Upon his resurrection at the end of the 41st millennium, Guilliman continued to use the Hand of Dominion, but took up the Emperor's sword as his primary weapon. In addition, he now wears the Armor of Fate, the very device that allowed him to heal from the injuries sustained by Fulgrim 10,000 years earlier. This concludes the information regarding Guilliman. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many foes the Imperium faces. Primarch of the 14th Legion, Mortarion. Mortarion, also known as the Death Lord, the Pale King, was one of the original 20 Primarchs. He was given command of the Death Guard Legion on the arrival of the Emperor to his world of Barbarous, but turned to the forces of chaos during the Horus Heresy. Mortarion's appearance is a rather plain one. During the height of his powers as a servant of the Emperor, Mortarion was described as having an ashen, hairless face. He was extremely tall and thin, and wore a heavy collar around his throat that constantly emitted wisps of poisonous air. He wore a grey cloak over his personalized suit of brass and bare steel power armor, known as the Barbaran Plate. He carried a huge, handcrafted Shenlongi energy pistol at his side called the Lantern. He also wore a string of globe-shaped brass sensors which contained poisonous gases from his homeworld, which were utilized as phosphex bombs. His signature weapon was the Man Reaper's Silence, a battle scythe a foot taller than him. The Death Shroud were Mortarion's personal bodyguard. Two accompany him at all times and are never more than 49 paces from his side. They are Marines who are listed as killed in action, and they wear a mask for the rest of their lives so that only Mortarion may know of their true identity. They each carry their own Man Reapers, copies of the Primarch's weapon, proportionate for their own hands. The only consistent information regarding Mortarion and his homeworld come from a single source: the Stygian Scrolls of Lackland Thorn, a historian and polymath attached to the explorator fleet that discovered Barbarous. Mortarion crash-landed on the world of Barbarous. He came to rest at the site of a huge battle fought across a vast plain. All around him were strewn the bodies of the dead and dying for miles in all directions. Barbarous was constantly covered in a poisonous fog, and the mountains were ruled by fierce warlords. The normal humans, dropped off millennia before, were forced to live in the lowest areas of the planet amidst the choking fog. They were condemned to an endless life of servitude, and were in constant fear of those who moved above them. The winner of the battle in which Mortarion had landed was the greatest of the warlords, a man known as Necker. He was reveling in his victory until the silence was shattered by the scream of a child. It is said this warlord walked the battlefield for a day searching for the child, not stopping once until he found it. For a moment, he considered killing the child, but he realized that no human should be able to breathe at this height, yet alone cry out. He considered what he had found, and then bundled the child up and carried it from the carnage. He now had a son, something he had craved for years, despite his dark magical powers. The warlord christened the child Mortarion, Child of Death. The warlord tested how high the child could survive in the poisonous atmosphere of Barbarous, and then erected a massive wall of black iron. He then moved his mansion past this to keep it from the child. Perhaps he knew the child was better than him, and that one day he would come for the warlord. Or perhaps he was afraid of the small child able to breathe, or no other of his kind could. Whatever he felt, he trained the child in his image. He taught everything of warfare to Mortarion. He was constantly at the front, fighting against all of the other warlords' armies, sometimes of undead humans, some of more demonic creatures. Mortarion was still human though, and he sought to know of those who had dwelled below the layer of fog. After witnessing the overlords hauling captive humans away for torture and experimentation, Mortarion escaped from his holdings and descended the mountain, the warlord bellowing after him of his treachery, and that to return would mean death. As Mortarion descended, he began to realize he had found his people. He smelled the scent of food for the first time. He saw people unobstructed by the fog, and for the first time he heard laughter. real laughter, not that of victorious warlords. He realized that the prey that the warlords fought over was his own people, and with this came a sense of hatred, and he vowed to give them justice over their oppressors. His acceptance into the community of humans was not easy. He was seen as just another monster from above them, and that was quite true due to his appearance. He had pallid skin and hollow, haunted eyes, and he terrified most of the inhabitants. He may have been feared, but Mortarion bade his time and helped to get the meager harvest in, and was generally a useful and productive member of the society, more than most were. Eventually, the time he had waited for had arrived, a way to prove himself in the eyes of his fellow humans. A lesser warlord had arrived with his shambling undead legions and began to carry off those they could for their master's plans. In the ensuing Overlord Wars, the peasants fought back as best they could, but they only had fire torches and farming implements to defend themselves. Each of them had fought many times like this during their lives, and it was all they could do. They could not run, let alone put up an effective countermaneuver. Until, that is, Mortarion himself joined into the fray. He strode above his fellow humans, dwarfing all around him. He used an enormous two-handed scythe and charged into the ranks of the enemy with the hatred that had been building for years before, and drove them from the village. The warlord smiled and withdrew to the poisonous area above. Unaware of the Primarch's amazing respiratory abilities, Mortarion dispatched the warlord, and his place among the villagers was sealed. As Mortarion grew, he taught the villagers all he knew of warfare. Word of his knowledge and exploits spread, and the people came from far and wide to learn from him. Soon, villages were becoming strongholds, and the villagers were more effective defenders. Eventually, Mortarion began to move from village to village, teaching along the way, and if need be, defend the settlements. His ultimate vengeance was always denied to him because of the fog that prevented the humans from pushing home their attacks. Mortarion then recruited the strongest and most resilient of warriors from the villages he went to. He formed them into elite units and drilled them himself. He turned blacksmiths from tool working to weapon making when time allowed, and had them craft armor. He also armed his warriors with crude air filtration apparatus. It is said that the next attack that descended from the mountains above was repulsed quickly, and Mortarion, leading his death guard, as they had become known, followed them up into the fog above, massacring the remaining forces and killing the warlord. For the first time in history, Mortarion had led the people into the toxic fog and survived. Mortarion continued to improve the breathing apparatus and campaigned even higher into the fog. The constant exposure to the toxins hardened his warriors, a useful and transferable skill retained by the Death Guard. Only the top of the mountains denied him access. After hundreds of battles and wars, there was just one inaccessible mansion, one which Mortarion knew well, the one where his adopted father resided. Mortarion returned to his village, confident in the knowledge that he would return for his final battle. When he returned, there was word of an amazing visitor who brought promises of salvation. The mood of the Primarch darkened. His final battle had been building for years, and he was not happy that someone else would share his glory. People say that Mortarion flattened the wooden door to the banquet room, and he found the elders and a stranger who was their opposite in every way. Where they were gaunt and pale-skinned, the stranger had bronzed flesh and a perfect physique. The connection between father and son immediately formed and was plain to see. Although Mortarion knew nothing of the link, the stranger challenged the young Primarch to capture the last mansion alone, but if he failed, he would join the stranger in total obedience. Mortarion turned away and began the ascent to the final mansion, that of the man he had called father, alone. He marched to the top with the anger given by years of building hatred for their final warlord. He climbed higher than he had ever gone before, ignoring the increasing toxins. When the confrontation came, it was mercifully short. Even the hoses of his suit began to corrode and rot down, and Mortarion was gasping for breath. The last thing he saw was the Overlord walking towards him to fulfill the promise he had made years before. Then, the stranger stepped between them and, defying the fog, killed the warlord with one mighty sweep of his sword. When Mortarion had recovered, he bent his knee to the stranger and pledged his service. Only then did the stranger reveal himself to be the Emperor of Mankind and Mortarion's father. He then was given command of the 14th Legion of Space Marines, the Dusk Raiders, though they would be renamed to the Death Guard later. During the Great Crusade, it was said that Mortarion brought his relentlessness to the Death Guard Legion, and they followed his ideals. He only ever found friendship in two of the Primarchs, Night Haunter and Horus. So close did Mortarion and Horus become that the ever-watchful Roboute Guilliman of the Ultramarines and Corax of the Raven Guard approached the Emperor with concerns as to where Mortarion's loyalties lay. The Emperor waved it aside with a hand gesture, as he viewed loyalty to Horus was loyalty to himself. Meanwhile, Mortarion was frequently critical of Magnus the Red over his use of librarians, and was one of the chief voices to ban psychers among the Astartes Legion at the Council of Nicaea. Mortarion expressed a hatred of all things related to the warp, and felt betrayed when he managed to sneak into the Imperial Palace and discovered the Golden Throne under construction. However, after Malcador explained the purpose of the Golden Throne was to remove mankind's need of the warp, Mortarion was put more at ease. Mortarion also clashed with other Primarch who he felt had upbringings far easier than his Helon Barbarous, particularly Sanguinius, Jaghatai Khan, and Fulgrim. Like Perturabo, Mortarion proved bitter over his perceived sidelining and underappreciation by other Primarchs during the Great Crusade. Jaghatai Khan remarked that besides himself, Mortarion was the only Primarch whose deeds in history were not well known to the greater Imperium. Mortarion even proved critical of Horus' promotion to War Master, agreeing that while Horus was the best choice, the Emperor's decision to name a War Master in the first place had been a mistake. Mortarion predicted that only strife between the Primarchs would rise if the Emperor were to abandon the Great Crusade personally and used Horus as his proxy. During the Great Crusade, Mortarion led his legion to battle against the Xenos race known as the Rogal. At the start of the heresy, Horus found Mortarion more difficult to bring to his cause than either Angron or Fulgrim, and for a time, it seemed the War Master may have failed to convince the Lord of the Death Guard. However, Horus at least found a chink in Mortarion's armor. He was beginning to see the Emperor as having been corrupted with power, and was now just another tyrant drunk with power. Indeed, Mortarion had become disgusted with what exactly the Emperor was, considering him a warp-tainted aberration like his tyrant-adopted father. Horus also used Mortarion's distrust of the warp to his advantage, arguing that the Emperor had used the warp in the creation of the Primarchs. Horus eventually used these doubts to bring Mortarion to his cause. Mortarion led his legion in their betrayal of the Imperium at the Battle of Isfahan III and the Dropsite Massacre. Mortarion later came to blows with Jaghatai Khan on Prospero after failing to convince him to join with them in rebellion. During the fight, the two Primarchs were able to challenge the other, with the Great Khan proving faster and the Death Lord proving more durable. Following the battle, Mortarion abandoned his pursuit of the White Scars and instead began a spiteful purge of the systems surrounding Prospero. During the purge, Mortarion encountered a demon possessing the body of a woman and was forced to kill it using his innate psychic abilities, despite it being against Imperial and at this point, his very own dogma. Realizing that the Emperor had lied to him about the Empyrean, Mortarion vowed to master it. Mortarion next appeared during the Battle of Dwell, summoned by Horus alongside Fulgrim to aid him in gaining the powers of the Emperor on Molech. During their meeting, Mortarion survived an assassination attempt by Cedric Medusan, who assaulted the Primarchs with a trio of fire raptors. Later, in the Battle of Molech, Mortarion sacrificed several of his Deathshroud warriors to allow for the resurrection of Ignatius Grogor, the second captain of the Death Guard. By the time of the Battle of the Callium Gate late in the heresy, Mortarion's forbidden knowledge had grown considerably. He experimented with both Xenos and Chaos artifacts, vowing to remain pure through understanding. At the same time, he was tasked with Horus to find and destroy the White Scars, who had been harrying the traitor lines since the events on Prospero. Mortarion was initially reluctant, but was moved by Horus's declaration that he was the only Primarch the Warmaster could rely on, and was eager to settle the score with the Khan anyway. In the subsequent Battle of Catalis, the joint Death Guard Emperor's Children fleet led by Mortarion cornered the White Scars fleet at the Dark Glass artifact. But as Mortarion boarded Jaghatai's flagship, the Sword Storm, he discovered the ship abandoned, save for a contingent of Sega Mazan warriors. Worse still for the Primarch, the reactors of the Sword Storm had been set to overload, and the Khan had since evacuated to the battleship, the Lance of Heaven, which was leading the escape of the Loyalist fleet into the Webway. Unable to escape thanks to the Segar, Mazan, and the vessels reactivated the Void Shields, Mortarion led the massacre of the Scars. Rearguard, while directing his fleet to combine its fire to reduce the Swordstone shields. When the shields were depleted shortly after, he had personally killed Torgun Khan. Mortarion barely teleported off the Swordstone before it exploded. Following the battle, Mortarion realized that his divided fleet had hampered the war effort and ordered Eidolon to find Callus Typhon to splinter his fleet. After these campaigns, Mortarion received orders from Horus to make for Terra. Mortarion rejoined the primary Death Guard fleet under Callus Typhon, who battled the Dark Angels fleet in a campaign of misdirection in the aftermath of the Battle of Perditus. On Yenix, Mortarion and Typhon reunited, and their whole fleet set course for Terra for the upcoming battle. Upon Typhon's advice, Mortarion would make the journey inside his flagship, the Terminus Est, as opposed to Mortarion's own flagship, the Endurance. However, Mortarion found his once beloved brother Typhon change, and once their vessels were inside the warp, the first captain framed all of the fleet's navigators, accusing them of agents of Malcador. Typhon had his Grave Wardens execute all of the navigators, but assured Mortarion that he and his trained specialists could navigate the warp to Terra. Mortarion's distrust of Typhon intensified as the Death Guard became afflicted with the Destroyer Hive, a plague granted by Nurgle. The plague transformed the Death Guard into bloated mutants, unable to die by any means. No cure was found, and it seemed that the Death Guard was doomed to something as petty as disease. After Mortarion himself became infected, he confronted Typhon about the Navigator Station on the Terminus Est. Mortarion accused Typhon of treachery, and the first captain replied that he had indeed lied to his Primarch for a great purpose he would come to appreciate. Enraged, Mortarion engaged Typhon into a duel, with the first captain's psychic abilities allowing him to hold off the Primarch's attacks for a time. However, Mortarion eventually prevailed and struck down Typhon with his scythe. Due to the Destroyer Hive, Typhon quickly came back to life. Mortarion then revealed his trump card, unleashing the deformed Ignatius Grogor from his confines. Grogor strangled Typhon to death, fulfilling his oath to Mortarion to kill the first captain. However, Typhon quickly came back to life again, and both the first captain and Demon laughed as Mortarion realized he had been betrayed. With no more options and overcome by the Destroyer Plague, Mortarion began to hallucinate that he was back on Barbarous, attempting to endure the toxins of the mountains to reach his father's fortress. He heard the voice of Nurgle stating that, without his submission, that he and the Death God would be doomed to his torture for all eternity. However, with submission would come new, unparalleled endurance and power. Mortarion simultaneously experienced himself before the Emperor. After his failure to kill his father had finally snapped, he pledged himself to Nurgle, and the torture ceased. According to a demon known as the Remnant, Mortarion had allowed Typhus to corrupt the Death God as he saw no other path for the survival of his sons. What emerged from the warp bore little resemblance to what had gone in. The Marines' once gleaming armor was corroded and shattered, barely containing their bloated, pustule-covered bodies. Their weapons and armor were powered by the energies of chaos, and they became known as the Plague Marines, although they would still use the name Death God. During the Siege of Terra, Mortarion was the last of the traitor Primarchs to appear in the Sol System. The Lord of Death appeared aboard the Vengeful Spirit, his putrid stench sending all but Horus, Abaddon, and Tormageddon into convulsions. True to his earlier pledge, Horus let Mortarion's Death God be the first to land upon Terra. During the battle on Terra, Mortarion oversaw the siege of the western regions of the palace, spreading plague and misery wherever he appeared. Unlike Angron and Fulgrim, he did not even attempt to penetrate the Emperor's psychic shield around the palace. During a war council, Mortarion mocked Perturabo for not fully embracing chaos, but nonetheless allowed Typhus to work for the Iron Warriors Primarch. As part of a ritual to weaken the Emperor's psychic shield of the palace, Mortarion next met with Magnus in order to discuss an attack on the Colossi Gate, revealing to his brother that he hated his current demonic visage and was in constant pain. Magnus helped Mortarion control his new abilities, allowing the Primarch to regain his lost composure. Grateful, Mortarion immediately organized an attack on the Colossi Gate that Magnus would use as a screen while he infiltrated the Imperial dungeon. Following the withdrawal of Perturabo and the Iron Warriors from Terra, Horus gave Mortarion the Lion's Gate spaceport, which he turned into his own personal headquarters. However, this was assailed in a massive counterattack led by Mortarion's old foe, Jaghatai Khan, who was leading a force of White Scars, an Imperial army. During the fight for the spaceport, the two Primarchs once again came to blows. Faced with Mortarion's new demonic endurance and strength, the Khan was brutally beaten down and nearly defenseless. However, the Khan was able to find a weakness in the Death Lord. In his pride, Jaghatai Khan scolded Mortarion for being weak and giving in to the powers of the warp, while he himself had resisted the temptations of chaos and remained true to the Emperor. Mortarion flew into a rage, which the Khan took advantage of to launch a second wave of dizzying attacks that overwhelmed Mortarion. In the end, the badly wounded Jaghatai Khan was impaled on the blade of Mortarion's scythe, but the Khan simply pulled his body along its length to get face to face with the Death God Primarch. The Loyalist Primarch decapitated Mortarion, who was banished into the warp in a massive explosion, similar to that of a vortex weapon. Later, the Khan's badly wounded body was recovered by Imperial forces. After Horus was defeated, Mortarion reappeared and claimed the Plague Planet as his new world, and it is ideal for launching an attacks on the real world. Mortarion shaped it so well that Nurgle promoted him to Demon Prince. Mortarion got what he wanted, a world of his own. He rules over a toxic death world of poison, horror, and misery. To Mortarion, he had finally come home. Following the heresy, the ascended Mortarion shut himself from the affairs of the Materium, seeing the Materium as petty. His interest leaned towards the Great Game, otherwise known as the war between the four gods of chaos, vying for dominance over each other. He was rarely seen even by his own subordinates on the Plague Planet, leaving the Death Guard to conduct campaigns as its own warband. However, he still appeared in galactic affairs on a number of occasions. In 437, Millennium 36, Mortarion emerged at the head of a Death Guard and Rogal Demon army that led to the fall of Sanctia. In 901, Millennium 41, during the Battle of Cornovin, Mortarion killed Jaghatai, Supreme Grandmaster of the Grey Knights. Jaghatai's subordinate, Kaldor Drago, assaulted the Demon Primarch and spoke the true name that the Emperor had originally intended for him. Mortarion's physical form devastated, and his spirit was sent into the Materium. Drago carved his forebear's name onto the demon's heart, an insult Mortarion is never forgiven. After Roboute Guilliman was resurrected, in the closing days of the 41st millennium, Mortarion sensed his brother's rebirth. Guilliman's return sparked Mortarion's interest in material affairs once more, and for the first time in 10,000 years, he decided to lead the whole of the Death Guard in a renewed campaign. In anticipation, he created 7 new diseases with a hand of darkness, one of which was a blindness-inducing plague that swept through Ultramar. Much to Mortarion's chagrin, only Guilliman's presence could cure the sickness. Later, Mortarion personally led a massive invasion of Ultramar. In what became known as the Plague Wars, Mortarion massacred the population of entire worlds in an attempt to goad Guilliman into battle. During that campaign, Mortarion appeared during the invasion of Condor, where he led the Death Guard in an attempt to break through to Macragge itself. The Demon Primarch later aided Typhus and Kugath, a great unclean one, in their trap against Guilliman on Paramino, but was foiled by a mysterious young girl who may have been a living saint. Mortarion's plan against Guilliman reached its climax on Iax, luring his brother there in cooperation with Kugath, who created a deadly disease known as the God Blight, which was capable of even killing a Primarch. Mortarion and Kugath both ignored orders from Nurgle himself to move to the Scourge Stars due to the new war in the Rift, with even Typhus abandoning his Primarch to follow the Plague God's will. Mortarion still believed himself not a slave to chaos, and sought to transform Ultramar into an extension of the Garden of Nurgle. On Iax, the 2 Primarchs came to blows, but Mortarion was able to emerge the victor thanks to his demonically enhanced strength and resilience. Administering the God Blight, Mortarion attempted to goad his brother down the path of corruption by stating that Nurgle could save him from his agonizing death. When Guilliman suddenly reawoke and channeled the power of the Emperor directly, Mortarion fled before the power of his father. According to Rotigus, now Nurgle's new favorite unclean one, both Mortarion and Kugath had earned the displeasure of Nurgle for the insubordination and failure. Sometime after the formation of the Great Rift, Mortarion battled his brother Perturabo in the War of Rust and Ruin. This is the last known record we have of Mortarion. This concludes the information regarding Mortarion. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many foes the Imperium faces. Primarch of the 15th Legion, Magnus the Red. Magnus the Red, also known as the Crimson King, the Sorcerer King, Cyclopean Magnus, or the Red Cyclops, is the Primarch of the Thousand Sons of Chaos Space Marine Legion. A giant in both physical and mental terms, while a mortal inhabitant of the Materium, Magnus long tried to understand and control the warp, becoming a sorcerer of formidable power. Magnus would eventually fall from favor with his father, the Emperor, and with the majority of his brother Primarchs due to his zealous advocacy and use of such power. Indeed, it would prove to be his mortal undoing, as, forewarned of Horus's fall to chaos, his attempt to use his own warp-touched abilities to alert the Emperor to the situation brought about his own damnation and the servitude to the Chaos Gods Tzeentch. Magnus led his own troops to the banner of Horus and fought on his side during the Great Betrayal, surviving in the events and being elevated to the position of Demon Prince. He has spent the majority of the millennia since the heresy ensconced atop his tower upon the planet of the sorcerers, planning the destruction of the Imperium. Magnus, as an infant, was dropped into the remote colony world of Prospero. Magnus was unique among his brothers, as he was entirely aware of his own birth and development and remembers his infancy completely. He also regularly communed with the Emperor via telepathy before their official reunion. Magnus was incredibly fortunate to land on Prospero, as anywhere else, his psychic nature would have made him an outcast, shunned and hunted. Prospero was a world of outcast human psychers, making him nothing special in the eyes of the colonists. They had chosen Prospero for its remoteness from Terra. When Magnus fell from the skies, he was like a portentous comet. His pod landed in the central plaza of all the places on the planet. Mentored by the famous psycho-scholar Amon, he became a ward of the scholars and quickly gained their powers, surpassing them in many ways. Magnus soon even eclipsed Amon in power. Magnus mastered every psychic training program and soon surpassed the greatest adepts of the commune. By that time, he had so much control of his psychic powers, he was by far the greatest person on the planet. One day, Magnus performed something to change the world forever. Instead of channeling warp energy from the warp to the Materium universe, he looked into the warp, going from the student to absolute master instantly. Magnus had become the hero of Prospero when he led a campaign to purge the Psychonin from Prospero, who for centuries had wreaked havoc on the planet's population. With the threat removed, Magnus rebuilt many of Prospero's cities, most notably Tizca, which became renowned for its beauty and splendor. The chief scholars of Prospero that survived the war with the Psychonin and became the founders of the cults of the Thousand Sons. With such a mind in the warp, it was not long until the Emperor noticed him. When his fleet arrived and the Emperor stood foot on the planet, he and Magnus immediately embraced and conversed as if the two had known each other for years, as indeed they may have done, in the mind, if not in the flesh. Magnus was discovery by the Emperor in 840, Millennium 30. This may be in conflict with other sources, which state the Thousand Sons were not fighting the Crusade until at least 900 M30. Since even for a monumental task like fixing the flesh change, 60 years is a long time for a Primarch to spend on one project. Magnus may be dating his discovery as his first psychic contact with the Emperor, which would reduce the discrepancy. The Thousand Sons Magnus inherited were rife with psychic mutations, being based on Magnus's genes. He took them in as his own and began training them in the ways of the Psycho. Individuals from within the Imperium who are fearful that these rampant mutations began to voice their opinions openly, but Magnus silenced them. Magnus and the Emperor formed a seemingly close bond, reaching into the warp together. However, despite the warnings of his fathers to beware the horrors of the Empyrean, Magnus lost his right eye in a failed bargain with Tzeentch to save his Legion sons from mutation. The bargain cost Magnus his eye, but for a time, the mutations did go into remission. Magnus fought bravely and successfully during the Great Crusade and became close to Horus, Lorgar, and Jaghatai Khan, but he was always a wild and impetuous commander. Due to his early brush with chaos during his abduction, Magnus had an inherent affinity for the warp and the secrets within its fabric. Throughout the Crusade, he came into contact with long isolated creatures whose psychics had been allowed to flourish. Although warned by the Emperor to shun such matters, Magnus began to gather arcane lore from across the galaxy. From this material, he compiled the monumental tome of sorcery that would come to be called the Book of Magnus. The further from Terra the Crusade went, the more strange, warp-influenced creatures they came across. This naturally made Magnus look bad, his control of the warp being similar to these creatures. Leman Russ and Mortarion both distrusted Magnus due to his use of the warp, and because of his use of deceit, where they would have used a more straightforward physical strength. Such was the distrust that Magnus and Russ almost came to blows on Archreach Secundus over the fate of the planet's great library, and heavy bloodshed was only prevented by the intervention of Lorgar. To solve this dispute, the Emperor called for a debate on the use of psychic powers. They gathered on the planet Ikea, and the Emperor presided over the debate. The Emperor finally ruled that only astropaths and navigators would be tolerated, the librarians were to be disbanded, and that sorcery was to be banned. Magnus was not pleased with the outcome. Nonetheless, he remained true to the Imperium and tried to dissuade his friend and brother Lorgar from attempting to discover the secrets of the warp for fear that it may corrupt him. Before the events of the heresy, Magnus returned to Prospero, intent on pursuing his sorcerer's experiments in secrecy. He peered into the warp and saw a vision of Horus's revolt and roles all the legions would play, except his own. Entering the mind of his brother while it was under a chaos ritual initiated by Erebus and cultists on Davin, Magnus attempted to persuade his brother away from heresy and remain loyal to their father. When that failed, Magnus decided to warn the Emperor via an astral projection spell, because a warp storm was blocking the astropathic messages to Terra. As his astral form blazed through the warp, he came across a webway corridor that led to Terra and decided to take a shortcut through it. Magnus did not know that this particular corridor was built by the Emperor and was part of his top-secret webway project. Magnus tried in vain to breach the wall of the corridor, but then an anonymous voice within the warp offered Magnus the extra power he needed, and the overconfident Magnus accepted without question. Magnus tore a breach in the wall and followed into the corridor to Terra. Bursting through the portal beneath the Golden Throne, the breach allowed demons to invade the webway and ruin the Emperor's webway project. Enraged, the Emperor did not listen to Magnus's warning and banished him from his presence. The breach inside the webway went on to become known as Magnus's Folly. The Emperor dispatched Leman Russ and his Space Wolves to arrest Magnus and bring him to Terra. Leman Russ was subsequently contacted by Horus, who convinced him of the need to exterminate the Thousand Sons, as opposed to simply returning Magnus to Terra. In the ensuing burning of Prospero, Magnus watched in horror as the great libraries and arcane archives he had worked so hard to create were burned to the ground, engaging Leman Russ in combat just as the Space Wolves Primarch was about to strike the final blow. Magnus and his forces disappeared into the warp thanks to a ritual he had helped prepare with Armin, the first captain and chief librarian of the Thousand Sons. There, Magnus found what he had wanted, unrestricted psychic powers and an opportunity for vengeance. Eventually giving himself to the forces of chaos, Magnus took all that he had from Prospero, from the Imperium into the warp, forever. Magnus's physical form had been destroyed in the battle against Russ, and now existed as a being of corporeal warp energy in the Eye of Terra, alongside his legion. However, in truth, he had been shattered into many shards, which acted independently of each other. One of these shards of Magnus later appeared as an ethereal projection on the ruins of Prospero to Jaghatai Khan, and told his brother it was time to finally choose a side in the conflict. A shard of Magnus again appeared on board the Salamander's battle barge Charybdis, this time as a mental projection. There, Magnus conversed with Captain Artillus Neumon, asking him what he would sacrifice to see Vulkan restored, and seemingly helping the ship through the ruined storm. Magnus's words to Numion eventually were the catalyst for the Salamandr's captain to sacrifice himself to resurrect Vulkan. The main form of Magnus resided on the planet of sorcerers, but he was deteriorating. Ahriman left to track down the shards that he could find, being given a vague location of 5 shards after Ramon temporarily transformed into the Primarch on the ruins of Prospero. Eventually, Ahriman was able to recover 4, which allowed Magnus to restore most of his lost powers and prevent his deterioration into nothingness. The 5th, representing Magnus's goodness and humanity, was located on Terra, and he notified his legionaries that they would join Horus in order to free it and restore himself to his original form. Magnus later reappeared at the head of an army of 1,000 Suns on Ulanor, answering Horus's call to muster there in preparation for the drive on Terra. Shortly before the siege of Terra, Magnus and Ahriman journeyed to the ruins of Prospero in order to recover the demon Shaitan to use it against the Emperor's psychic shielding on Terra. While on Prospero, Magnus revealed his crimes on the world of Morningstar and the subsequent erasure of the 1,000 Suns' memory of it, drawing deep disappointment from Ahriman. Magnus eventually joins forces with the traitorous Astartes led by Horus, taking part in the siege of Terra as vengeance against the Emperor for betraying him. In the early stages of the siege, he appeared on the Traitor War Council aboard the Vengeful Spirit, advising on how to disable this Emperor's psychic barrier that prevented the manifestation of demons upon Terra. During the siege of Terra, Magnus was initially absent, with not even Malcador knowing where he was or what he was doing. However, after the fall of the Lionsgate spaceport, rumors began to swirl that Magnus had been sighted on the field, and Malcador believed he was committing his psychic might to weaken the Emperor. During the raid on Luna to secure the Magna Mater by the Loyalist vessel Sisypheum, Magnus apparently ordered the Photep to aid the Loyalists in their escape. According to Alpharius, Magnus had previously asked the Alpharius Primarch to not slay Nakano Sharokin, who had ultimately escaped with the Magna Mater. During the assault on the Colossi Gate, Magnus met with his fallen brother Mortarion, sympathizing with the constant pain the Death Lord was in. Magnus taught Mortarion to better control his war powers, helping the Death God Primarch regain a measure of his old composure. In truth, Magnus simply did this in order to manipulate Mortarion into launching an attack to cover his infiltration of the Imperial dungeon. Later, when the 1,000 Suns and Death God attack on the Colossi Gate fails, Magnus says the operation was a total failure, as he had gotten what he wanted. Shortly after the defeat of the traitors at the Saturnine Wall, Magnus made his move, assembling all 9,000 Suns on Terra for an attack on the western hemispheric region of the palace. During the battle, Magnus's forces achieved a breach after Magnus himself entered the fray and hurled the dying Capitol Imperialis, an Imperial war tank named the Kasisatra, into the palace walls, but were apparently repelled by Bodvar Bjarki and his wolves alongside Atog Abdemi, Bartek Zaitos, and Eigen Gargo, all members of the Salamander's Legion. However, this was just a ruse by Magnus, who used the chaos to infiltrate the Sanctum Imperialis alongside Ahriman, Menkara, Amon, and Atrahasis. Psychically cloaking themselves as blood angels, Magnus and his entourage moved to the Great Observatory, where the Crimson King unexpectedly saved a group of refugees from Phosphex bombs. After infiltrating deep beneath the palace via the Hall of Lang, Magnus and his sons came before Malcador and Levius Sarika, an immortal human called Perpetual, at the shore of a great underground lake. Malcador bid Magnus to play a game of regicide with Sarika, and it soon became apparent he was attempting to turn the Crimson King to his cause. However, when Malcador revealed the lost shard of Magnus on Terra was now out of his reach, having since been implanted into the Grey Knight Janus. The Primarch became enraged and seemingly killed Malgador. Though visibly shaken by what he had done in his rage, Magnus nonetheless decided to move into the Imperial throne room and kill the Emperor. As they moved deeper into the Imperial dungeon, Magnus and his entourage are next confronted by a projection of the Emperor dubbed Revelation in the Halls of Victories. Revelation led them to the throne room, where Magnus came before the Emperor on the golden throne, determining to go through with his vow to slay his father. Magnus obliterated the projection of Revelation and powered up his staff to deliver a killing blow to the Emperor upon the golden throne. However, before he could carry through with the act, he was blocked by Vulkan as his Thousand Sons engaged in battle with Vulkan's Drakward and Byaki's pack. The Emperor's eyes suddenly opened, and Magnus found himself floating through the ether with his father and witnessing the rise and fall of the galaxy's many empires. The Emperor showed Magnus a future where the Primarchs never turned against the Imperium, and the last world in the galaxy was conquered in the name of mankind. In this future, Magnus sat upon the golden throne to power the Imperial webley, but his soul was in perpetual bliss as it drifted in the Materium along the Emperor to discover the limits of cosmic knowledge. The Emperor stated that this future may yet happen, and Magnus could return to the Loyalist side at the head of a new legion being prepared for him. Together, the Emperor and Magnus would expel the traitors from Terra and undertake the Great Scouring, the Loyalist forces' counterattack to Horus. However, the price was steep, for the Emperor declared the Thousand Sons damned due to the rampant flesh change. It could not follow Magnus back into the Emperor's embrace and would need to be purged. This price was too much for Magnus to bear, and he again shook at the Emperor, but found himself in battle with Vulkan. During the battle, Magnus nearly defeated the Salamanders Primarch, but the sacrifice of Beric Zytos allowed Vulkan to seemingly pummel the Crimson King into submission. Before Vulkan could deliver the final blow, Magnus finally gave himself wholly to the powers of chaos, ascending to a new etheric form and being expelled by the anti-demonic wards of the Imperial dungeon alongside his sons. Magnus was now fully committed to the traitor cause. When Magnus next appeared, he was a winged and cloven-hoofed avatar, Tzeentch. He journeyed into the Imperial webley, enacting a psychic ritual to sap the Emperor's remaining strength so that demons could manifest even inside the Sanctum Imperialis itself. Vulkan was dispatched by Malgador to put an end to his brother as the Eternity Gate itself was being besieged, ignoring Magnus's lies and goadings along the way. After journeying the impossible city to the webley, Vulkan finally came before Magnus, again ignoring his brother's manipulations, including a vision of the burning of Prospero. The two came to blows. Initially in their battle, Vulkan seemed to hit nothing but smoke, and it became apparent he was swinging his hammer at smoke. The real Magnus was behind a psychic barrier, steeped within his own ritual to weaken the Emperor. Vulkan took advantage of this by smashing through the already stressed Magnus's barrier, forcing the Crimson King to try and kill Vulkan directly so that he may be allowed to complete his work. Magnus tried every method conceivable to kill his brother. He beheaded him with his khopesh, suffocated him by turning his lungs to amber, drained him of his blood, and immolated him with psychic fire. However, nothing worked, and each time the perpetual Vulkan would regenerate and continue to hammer his way at Magnus. Attrition took hold, and Magnus grew increasingly desperate. He entered Vulkan's mind as the noble he had once been, attempting to explain his actions. Vulkan had none of it, however, scolding Magnus for his arrogance and reckless use of sorcery that had turned him into a slave to chaos. In the webley, Vulkan stood above Magnus, ready to deliver the killing blow. Magnus used this moment to unleash the spell he had been working on, undoing Vulkan at a genetic level in a desperate bid to finally kill him. As Vulkan crumbled apart to nothingness, he was able to swing his hammer, smashing off Magnus's hand with Urdrakul and banishing him into the warp. After the failure of the Horus heresy, the newly formed commune joined together with Armin to find a way to stop the mutation caused by their allegiance to Tzeentch. They cast a mighty spell to counter the corruption. The planet of sorcerers, the new world of the Thousand Sons, suns was arcing with violent blue and yellow streaks of lightning. They would strike down every marine until Magnus had to intervene. Their mutations had been halted, but at a terrible cost. Their bodies turned to dust, and their armor sealed tightly shut. Magnus summoned Ahriman and his council, and railed at them for what they had done. When Ahriman protested, Magnus fought and gained the upper hand. Ahriman, no match for his Primarch, was struck down. But just as Magnus raised his fist to kill him, Tzeentch himself spoke. "Magnus, would you destroy my pawn so readily?" Then Magnus knew that his master had planned for all of this, so he spared Ahriman and banished him and his council on an eternal quest to understand Tzeentch. They still wander the galaxy, looking for relics of a former time of psychic prowess and control. It is said that Ahriman even attempted to access the Eldar webways, though this is unconfirmed. Despite knowing Tzeentch's plans that led to his fate, Magnus was beyond enraged to see that the legion he had sacrificed so much for, his legion of scholars, had been reduced to automatons who could no longer even think. With his homeworld lost and his legion in ruin, Magnus ascended to the top of his tower and vowed, as Horus had, that he would see the galaxy burn. Later, seeking revenge against the Space Wolves for the burning of Prospero, Magnus would lead his 1,000 sons in an assault against the Space Wolves' homeworld of Fenris in what became known as the Battle of the Fang. In the many years since the heresy, Magnus had become increasingly aloof and detached from his legion and the happenings of the Materium. He spends much of his time in the warp, waging the great game of the Dark Gods. Sometime later in the 41st millennium, Ahriman attempted to cast his second rubric on the planet of the sorcerers to cure his legion. However, a rival group of 1,000-son sorcerers discovered that the rubric would result in the destruction of Magnus, and the Primarch ended up hijacking the ritual to assimilate within even more lost shards of himself. Magnus became near complete, but the shards that were lost were those that represented his most noble qualities. Magnus would make his return to the Materium in the closing years of the 41st millennium upon the snows of Fenris, homeworld to his greatest enemy, the Space Wolves. Magnus had been preparing for the invasion for many centuries, seeding the corruption of the Wolfen across the chapter, tainting the Wolf's gene seed in the Battle of the Fang, and using the Changeling to manipulate an Imperial attack on the world. Magnus' invasion was ultimately bested by an Imperial coalition, and he was banished into the warp by Logan Grimnar, wielding the Axe of Morkai. This in turn was irrelevant, as he had succeeded in his ultimate goal, using the sacrifice of Midgardia to transport the planet of the sorcerers over Prospero and creating a gigantic warp rift. During the Terran Crusade, Magnus once again re-emerged, this time at the head of a 1,000 Suns fleet in a massive craft resembling the Great Pyramid of Zika. Magnus orchestrated a ritual that saw the expedition of the reborn Primarch Roboute Guilliman trapped in the Maelstrom. However, in truth, Magnus had already foreseen their escape from his trap, and again appeared to meet Guilliman's forces inside the webway. Magnus's plan was to trick Guilliman's Harlequin allies into opening a portal to Terra, allowing his own forces to spill through. However, Guilliman saw through the scheme and instead arrived at Luna. During the subsequent battle on Luna, Magnus and Guilliman battled one another. Magnus had the upper hand until Sisters of Silence arrived from Terra, weakening Magnus's powers enough for Guilliman to stab him through the chest. Magnus was forced back into the webway portal, and his 1,000 sons across Luna vanished with him. Magnus later appeared at the head of a great Tzeentchian host in the invasion of the Stygius sector. He reappeared on Prospero shortly after the end of the Indomitus Crusade, intent on harnessing recently discovered portals on the world to summon an army of demons. However, his plans were foiled by the Space Wolves. At the height of the battle, Magnus is distracted by Lucas the Trickster, a Space Wolf who offered him the needed spell of unlocking, which in truth was just a useless piece of paper. The distraction allowed Lucas and the last remaining wolves to escape. Since the opening of the Great Rift, Magnus intends to succeed with the Emperor failed and elevate humanity to a truly psychic race, projecting a sorcerer's aura from the newly relocated Prospero. He intends to create a foothold for Tzeentch within the Materium. His aura accelerates mutations while luring psychers to the planet of the sorcerers. He attempted a ritual to achieve this during the Psychic Awakening, but was foiled by the Imperium in the assault on Soriarius. Like his brother Primarchs, Magnus had a set of abilities and war gear associated with him. Magnus was above all else a supremely powerful psyker, matched in the Imperium by only Malkador, and surpassed only by the Emperor. Magnus was capable of changing his size and form at will, dispatching scores of enemies simultaneously with psychic assaults, and single-handedly battling titans. His psychic foresight allowed him to predict the future and foresee most events. Magnus's power was such that it's speculated that the Emperor intended to use him to power the Golden Throne, a task that quickly killed even Malkador. Magnus's own appearance is a byproduct of his psychic power, with Lorgar stating that nobody has ever seen his true form. Magnus usually relied on his immense psychic power for battle, but was equipped with regular weaponry. He was typically seen wielding a massive khopesh known as the Blade of Arnanurta, and an energy weapon dubbed the Sapphire Serpentia. He wore an ornate suit of power armor with many engravings and wardings known as the Horned Raiment. By the 41st millennium, the demon Primarch Magnus was equipped with the Blade of Magnus and the Crown of the Crimson King. Following his near death at the hands of Leman Russ on Prospero, at least parts of Magnus were scattered into several shards. These psychic phantoms have their own personality and ideals. They seemingly act independently from each other, and most were recombined with Magnus by the Cabal of Armin during the Horus Heresy. Known shards include the Crimson King, the Shard of Magnus on the planet of the Sorcerers, and the primary, Magnus, the Shard of Prospero. This shard urged Jaghatai Khan to choose a side in the war and seem neutral to both Horus and the Emperor. It was destroyed by the Khan. The Shard of Callista Eris, found in the urn of Callista Eris's ashes, carried by Lemuel Garman while imprisoned on Committee Sona. The Shard of Agoru, representing Magnus's warrior aspects, found on Agoru. The Shard of Cadmus, representing Magnus's quest for lost knowledge, found on Terra deep within Mount Citharon in the past. Armin had to travel into the past to reclaim the shard. This shard came to the aid of the Salamander's first captain, Artelis Numion, aboard the Fire Ark and guarded the vessel, which was carrying the remains of Vulkan, the Ruin Storm, and to Nocturne. The Shard of Nikeia, representing Magnus's feelings of betrayal, found on Nikeia. The Shard of Terra, representing Magnus's normal virtues. It was kept by Malkador the Sigillite on Terra, and the reformed Magnus declared that they would aid in the Horus's assault on Terra to recover it. Meanwhile, the shard had stalked the Imperial dungeon and was eventually sealed into the body of Reveal Arvida by Malkador. The ritual did not go as planned, and a new being emerged, neither Arvida or Magnus, known as Ianius. During the siege of Terra, Magnus attempted to recover the shard and flew into a rage when he was told by Malkador that it was now out of his reach. The shard of the Anathenum of Callimachus, representing manipulation, secrets, and change, was attached itself to the anathemum to plant the seed of the second rubric in Armin's mind. The Vengeance of Magnus, a shard representing Magnus's wrath and anger, which transformed into a demon-like entity and attached itself to Astraeus the Oath-Taker. It was consumed by the Crimson King after the second rubric. And finally, the Shard of Armin, which unbeknownst to its host, lived inside his mind palace. This concludes the information regarding Magnus. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many foes the Imperium faces. Primarch of the 16th Legion, the traitor, Horus Lupercal. Horus Lupercal was one of the 20 Primarchs created by the Emperor in the earliest days of the Imperium, just after the end of the Aegis strife. Like the other Primarchs, Horus was scattered from Terra by the gods of chaos and was placed on a faraway world in an attempt to prevent the coming of the Age of the Imperium. Traditional accounts state that Horus was the first Primarch to be rediscovered, fighting alongside his father in the Great Crusade as Lord of the Lunar Wolves. Becoming the favored son of the Emperor and beloved by most of his brother Primarchs, Horus eventually rose to become War Master of the Great Crusade and was seen as second only to the Emperor himself in power and prestige. But in spite of all of this, he was eventually corrupted by the powers of chaos and initiated the Horus heresy against the very Imperium he helped create. When Horus was scattered, his pod landed on the world of Chthoniya, a planet close to the Sol system. He was discovered by the Chthonian gang overlord Kagedon and was given the known name of Nergui. Growing up for a time under Kagedon's gang, Nergui engaged in the perpetual gang warfare beneath Chthonia's surface that dominated the world. However, his life changed dramatically when he came upon the pod he had arrived to Chthoniya on, now being excavated by the Mechanicum. Nergui engaged in battle with the Tech Priests, killing one and recovering its weapon before running back to Kagedon. Kagedon scolded Nergui for his recklessness, saying those he killed would chase them back to their tribal lair. Kagedon refused to give Nergui his kill name over the incident, much to the younger gangster's anger. However, just as Kagedon predicted, Mechanicum adepts arrived in their tribal hold and began to dig through it from the surface. With the chamber collapsing around them and most of the gang dying, Kagedon instructed Nergui to slay him to earn his kill name. After Nergui performed the act, he suddenly gained buried memories of the galaxy, technology, and himself. Even his body began to swell, seemingly awakened by a trigger. When the tech priests finally arrived to the chamber, a Primarch stood before them. Nergui proclaimed himself Horus. According to Horus himself, after his discovery, he was brought from Chthoniya to Terra alongside several of his elderly comrades from the gang world. He landed upon Terra to much fanfare, kneeling before the Emperor and taking an oath to serve him dutifully. This account, however, is sometimes disputed, with others claiming Horus returned to Terra itself. Because of his early discovery, Horus grew to be the most powerful among the Primarchs, as he had grown up from a child to an adult at the side of the Emperor. For 30 years, he was the only Primarch to have been discovered. Friendship between the Emperor and Horus grew rapidly, and the Emperor eventually trusted him enough to give him command of the entire force of the Imperium. The Emperor had saved Horus's life back at the Siege of Aurelius, as they fought back to back. At another battle, Horus repaid this debt when he hacked off the arm of a frenzied orc as it tried to choke the life out of the Emperor on the planet of Goro. The first of his brother Primarchs Horus was reunited with was Leman Russ, who he regretted meeting as he saw Russ as a savage and with a degree of hidden jealousy. Despite this, he fervently followed the Emperor's wishes to have him get along with Russ and the other Primarchs that will soon be rediscovered. As the Emperor and the Great Crusade marched on, Horus proved himself to be a tactical genius. He knew precisely which force to send and where to send it, showing no mercy to those that opposed the Emperor, but sparing the innocent from unnecessary bloodshed. As the Emperor departed to find and meet with the rediscovered Primarchs, Horus was left in temporary command of the Legiones Astartes, and this helped prepare him for the role of War Master. After the Ulanor Crusade, in which an Orc Empire was defeated, the Emperor, considering the crusade to be Horus's greatest victory yet, saw fit to partially transfer control of the Great Crusade to Horus, raising him to the rank of War Master, the highest official beneath the Emperor himself, and granting him command over any and all Imperial forces, as well to the other rights and honors. This strained Horus's relationship with several Primarchs, most notably Angron, Perturabo, and Konrad Curze, who felt either they deserved the title or simply didn't wish to take orders from their brother. Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson, meanwhile, meanwhile openly accepted the decision, but were clearly embittered by it. Roboute Guilliman, Jaghatai Khan, and Ferrus Manus supported the decision simply because of duty, but Fulgrim, Mortarion, Sanguinius, Lorgar, and Rogal Dorn all supported Horus's ascension to the point where they bowed their heads and meant it, and Horus grew closest to these brothers. In these, the last years of the Great Crusade, Horus would encourage the other Primarchs to compete against each other in order to discover the strongest and most able of his companions, and to improve their fighting abilities, as well as lead his own personal forces into several notable campaigns. It was after one of these campaigns, the first contact with the Interrex, that Horus chose to exercise his right, granted by the Emperor, to rename his personal legion, and the Lunar Wolves were renamed the Sons of Horus. But despite these accomplishments, the formation of the Council of Terra and his father's return to Terra created a deeply buried resentment in Horus that, before the heresy, not even he truly seemed to realize existed. Unknown to Horus, his brother Lorgar, along with his entire legion of word-bearers, had secretly fallen to chaos and conspired to make Horus the ruinous power's champion against the Emperor. For many years before acting openly, the word-bearers usurped loyalist holds on their legions by establishing warrior lodges, secret fraternities that would soon make up the traitor legions. The full conspiracy finally manifested during a mission on the feral world Davin, as Horus was wounded in battle by a blade of Nurgle wielded by the chaos-corrupted Yugen Temba. Horus fell unconscious, and under the advice of Wordbearer's first chaplain Erebus, the natives of the world helped to heal him. However, unknown to the desperate Mournival, a group of people Horus looked to for advice, the healers and Erebus himself, had all long since become corrupted by chaos and were orchestrating the entire series of events. Having his dying body moved to the Serpent Lodge, Horus was soon subjected to an ancient chaos ritual by the Davin priests, while Erebus entered his mind disguised as the deceased Hastur Sejanus. The image of Sejanus showed Horus horrifying visions of the future, where the Emperor ruled as a god and discarded the Primarchs once they had outlived their usefulness. Erebus also told Horus that the gods of chaos were peaceful beings with little interest in the materium, and it was in the Emperor that was intent on destroying their realm on his quest for godhood. Most disturbing for Horus, he was told that the Emperor had used the powers of the warp to create the Primarchs. Horus was shown a vision of the past where all the Primarchs, himself included, were scattered across the galaxy into a warp vortex. The scattering of the Primarchs, despite being orchestrated by chaos instead of the Emperor, simply confirmed to Horus the Emperor had used foul warp magics in his son's creations. Horus saw the Emperor, who had banned any research into the warp, as a hypocrite upon realizing early on that this Sejanus was nothing but an impostor. Horus nonetheless accepted these revelations, and his bitterness towards the Emperor, already growing from his father's isolation and secret project on Terra, as well as the formation of the Council of Terra, finally manifested in outright hostility. The only attempt to stop this conversion of Horus came from his brother Magnus the Red, who entered Horus's mind, but was not able to interfere with the powerful rituals of the Davin cultists, or convinced Horus to remain loyal to the Emperor. Horus dealt with Magnus afterwards by manipulating Leman Russ into launching an all-out purge of Prospero. After his experience on Davin, Horus agreed to align with the powers of chaos in order to overthrow the Emperor, which he had become convinced was a corrupt dictator bent on achieving godhood and forsaking his sons in favor of mortal rulers. The War Master soon introduced the talent to the Legion under his direct command, converting Angron of the World Eaters, Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children, and Mortarion of the Death God to his cause. Eventually, Horus was also able to secretly recruit Konrad Curze the Night Lords, Alpharius Omegon of the Alpha Legion, and Perturabo of the Iron Warriors. Horus also converted Fabricated General of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Kelbor Hall, founding the Dark Mechanicum. as well as many units of the Imperial Army. At the start of the heresy, Horus moved, along with several other secretly traitor legions, to Istvan III, seemingly in order to suppress the rebellion and reinstate Imperial control. Once he arrived, however, he sent down specially selected troops from all 4 legions with him, sending down all those he knew would never join him in open rebellion. Once they were on the planet, he proceeded to virus bomb the entire world and kill the billions of inhabitants in seconds, along with hundreds of space marines, and a ground war eliminated the remainder. The psychic shockwave from this event was said to be louder than the Astronomicon. Horus then redeployed his forces to Istvan V, where he was met by 7 Space Marine legions sent to bring him to Terra to face an inquest of his actions on Istvan III. 4 of these 7 legions proceeded to rebel against the Emperor. It became obvious that Horus had massive sway as he hunted down 3 legions that had stayed loyal. Only a few Space Marines managed to escape his forces and make it back to Terra, and among those killed was Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands. Eventually, Horus would mount the skull of Ferrus Manus in his throne room, where he began talking to it in private and lamenting that he must rely on psychotic generals and demons instead of true, effective strategists like Ferrus had been. As Horus's rebellion spread, he claimed to have a personal fiefdom in the Northern Imperium dubbed the Dark Empire, following a failed assassination attempt by Shadrach Medusan. After the Battle of Dwell, Horus regained a lost memory that the Emperor had erased. That the Emperor's unlocking of dark powers on Molech. Horus invaded the planet, hoping to gain the same abilities as his father. Horus eventually managed to enter the gate, and after an unspecified but extremely long period of time, exited the warp with his powers greatly increased. While time in the Materium had only been mere moments, Horus had been within the warp for so long, he had visibly aged. Inside the warp for what seemed like an eternity, Horus had won 1,000 kingdoms, amassed billions of demonic followers, and even defied gods. Eventually, Horus forcibly acquired the same power the Emperor had gotten, but with his own force of will, and without deception like his father had. However, he had refused a place within the warp, choosing instead to re-enter the Materium with his new power and make war on the Emperor. Aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Horus then survives an infiltration by the Knights Errant, led by his former Mournival advisor, Garviel Loken. The attempt failed, and Horus killed Jaghatai Khan before the Knights Errant escaped. Now with the powers of a god, and maintaining his previously youthful appearance with his newfound abilities, Horus then set a course to fight his way through the Imperium in an attempt to reach Terra, and ultimately to kill the Emperor and place himself on the throne. However, at the Trisolian, he was confronted by Leman Russ and his space wolves, who had tracked the Vengeful Spirit thanks to runes planted by the Knights Errant during the Battle of Molech. Russ and a large force of space wolves were able to board the Vengeful Spirit, and the 2 Primarchs came face to face. Russ was disgusted by what had become of his brother. Nonetheless, Horus pleaded with Russ to join him in his help to overthrow the Emperor and expose his lies. Surprising none, Russ rejected Horus, and the 2 engaged in a titanic battle. Despite Horus's sorcerer's powers, Russ was protected thanks to the spear of Russ he wielded. It thus came down to a battle of sheer power. One Horus was dominating, despite Russ's speed. Horus caught Russ upon his talon, but Russ broke free of his armor and impaled flesh to plunge the spear of Russ into the War Master's side. However, Russ hesitated at the final second to deliver the killing blow, and instead only partially pierced Horus's side. The wound was still devastating, and more importantly, the power of the spear cleansed Horus of the corruption that had befallen him since Molech. For the first time in the battle, Russ saw Horus Lupercal before him, not the creature of chaos. Despite the effects of the spear, Horus remained committed to the Emperor's destruction, and rejected Russ's offer to return to Terra and allow the Emperor to heal him. The 2 Primarchs again came to blows, and this time Russ was badly mauled by Horus's talon as Horus stood over Russ and was about to deliver the final blow with Worldbreaker. A single space wolf rushed to his Primarch's aid and was swatted aside by Horus. Soon, more came, and then hundreds, till Horus was swarmed by a desperate mob of space wolves piling upon him. The distraction gave Bjorn enough time to drag Russ back to the flagship Hrafkel and escape. After the battle, Horus ordered Abaddon to pursue the wolves to Yarent, but secretly expressed regrets that so much blood had been spilled in his war. The wound Russ gave Horus proved far more enduring than any could imagine, constantly plaguing the War Master. At the Battle of Beta Garmin, the wound reopened and Horus collapsed into a coma-like state. Before he passed out, Horus demanded that Malgahurst issue a general summons to all the traded Primarchs to Lenore in preparation for moving in Terra. Despite his best efforts of Malgahurst to hold the trade of war effort together, without Horus's power, things began to fall apart. Fulgrim and Angron refused the summons entirely, while Mortarion stated that he would only take the summons from Horus himself, with Abaddon busy chasing the wolves at the Battle of Yarent. Horus Aximand and Fulgus Kyber vied for leadership and undermined Malgahurst's authority. Malgahurst, in desperation, turned to Lorgar and Zardu Lyak to revive the War Master. The word-bearers revealed that part of Horus's soul was still trapped within the gate of Molech, and the Chaos Gods were literally tearing it apart in their squabbles over such a valuable prize. The majority of Horus's spirit refused to submit to the Dark Gods, and this combined with the doubt created by the Spear of Russ had created this comatose state. With the sons of Horus facing destruction at Haida Gladius under the leadership of Aximand, and Malgahurst conducted a blood ritual with the bound demon Amarok to journey into the war and attempt to recover the lost piece of Horus's soul. Inside, he found Horus on an eternal battlefield, waging a never-ending struggle against enemies and creatures from across time and space. This Horus thought he was still on Molech and was unaware of what had transpired since. Malgahurst revealed the truth and bade Horus to go with him. Horus refused to submit to the gods and free his soul from this realm, but Malgahurst attempted the ritual a second time. This time, the two found themselves on Ulanor, on the eve of the triumph. Malgahurst begged Horus to submit to the gods, but the War Master refused to be a slave. Malgahurst noted that Horus had chose this path and was no slave, and it was far too late to turn back now. The War Master must settle things with the Emperor and end the war. This time, Malgahurst understood what must be done and plunged a knife into Horus's wound, with Malgahurst giving his own life to awaken the War Master. Horus awoke and immediately took command of the Legion once more. With Horus renewed, he traveled to the surface of Ulanor to meet with the traitor Primarchs that had already arrived. On the surface, he met Fulgrim and Lorgar. In truth, Lorgar had planned to usurp Horus's War Master, as he viewed him as weak and undeserving of the title. Before Lorgar's coup could be enacted, Horus revealed that he knew of his treachery thanks to the efforts of Akatea. With the previously enslaved Fulgrim being freed by Zardu Lyak, Lorgar's plan fell apart completely. Horus beat Lorgar viciously and exiled him, ordering that he never enter his sight again, but retaining command of the word-bearers of Zardu Lyak. Before leaving, Lorgar revealed his sadness for Horus. He had become such a slave to chaos that even he pitied him. According to Lyak, by this point, Horus's form was consistently shifting between various states. His pure, lunar wolf form, and that of the War Master, that of the empowered being on Molech, and finally his new form that was simply a dark maw of chaotic energy. Horus had finally thrown away the last of Lupercal. All that existed was a slave to darkness. Horus then met up with the other Primarchs that had arrived on Ulanor: Perturabo, Angron, Alpharius, and Magnus. A second, darker triumph on Ulanor was held as the traitors allayed their forces. After sacrificing a tenth of their slaves to the gods, Horus ordered all to move to Terra at last. Horus's forces at last arrived in the Sol system, and the Solar War now. However, during the initial phases of the battle, neither he or the Vengeful Spirit appeared, and this led to much grim speculation by Rogal Dorn, Malkador, and the others as to his true intent. Their suspicions were proven correct when a ritual conducted by Armin and the word bearers aboard the comet created a massive warp rift directly over Luna, from which spilled tens of thousands of warships. At the head of the armada was the Vengeful Spirit, with Horus himself commanding from Lupercal's court. Beset on all sides, the defenses of the Sol system collapsed, and Horus was able to strike directly towards Terra. But as Horus besieged the Sol system, the Materium, so did the ruinous powers assail the Imperium and the Immaterium. The Emperor alone held back the tides of the warp from the Sol system. As Horus finally arrived in the Sol system, he appeared to the Emperor as a feral wolf, goading the Emperor and declaring him a tyrant and liar. The Emperor refused to even respond to Horus in these exchanges, looking past him to instead announce his rejection of the ruinous powers and declaring their puppet as nothing. As the embers of his fire died, the shadows around him drew closer and closer. As Horus arrived directly over Terra, the fire finally died, and Horus gloated that the only option left for his father was to run. Horus's war came to its climax at the siege of Terra. During the siege, he was increasingly absent from direct command, something that frustrated First Captain Abaddon. Instead, Horus spent large amounts of time inside the pocket dimension that had become Lupercal's court, accompanied by Zardu Lyak and his word-bearers. Here, he would fall into a comatose state, scanning the Empyrean for lore and weakening the Emperor upon this psychic battlefield within the warp. Horus swelled with the powers of the Chaos Gods and uncommanded through fear rather than charisma. Abaddon began to become disgusted with what Horus had become, considering him now to be more than little a slave to the Chaos Gods. Zardu Lyak stated while supremely powerful, the Chaos Gods would quickly burn out Horus with their power, and he had a limited time left to live. Lyak's prophecy rang true, as a few months into the siege, Horus had begun to display signs of senility. He recalled past glories as if they were presently occurring, and called out his current emissary Argonis by the name of Malkahos. Horus was kept recluse from the traitor armies, and much of the day-to-day planning in the siege fell to Perturabo. After the setback at the Saturnine Wall, however, Horus became more directly active in the siege's execution. He ordered Perturabo to use the Legio Mortis to attack the Mercury Exalted Kill Zone, despite its formidable defenses. When Perturabo expressed doubt in the plan, Horus was adamant it would succeed, because it will it so. Later, Horus had Argonis inform Perturabo that the Iron Warriors to be dispersed across various war fronts, and that the Lord of Iron's own position would be taken by Mortarion and the Death God. The act caused the already disillusioned Perturabo to quit the war effort. Horus remained aboard the Vengeful Spirit until the final stages of the siege, where he apparently had begun to prepare for his landing to kill the Emperor personally. Horus issued his first direct command, not given through Argonis in weeks, when he ordered traitor forces to capture the Eternity Gate. Horus then psychically ordered Angron to find and kill Sanguinius, an act apparently more out of desperation than anything else. After much fighting, death, and betrayal, Horus realized he would have to hurry his attacks in order to secure Terra in time for him to set the defenses sufficiently to prevent the arrival of two loyal Space Marine legions, which could potentially turn the balance back in favor of the Emperor. To this end, Horus ordered the Void Shields of his flagship dropped to entice the Emperor aboard for one final conflict. Somehow, the Loyalist forces arrived and scattered throughout the ship, and Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, appeared before Horus, who offered him riches and power if he denounced his allegiance to the Emperor. Sanguinius refused and attacked. Horus killed him and was found standing over his broken body when the Emperor entered the chamber. The Emperor and Horus fought with a power that would have eviscerated any mortal man dozens of times over with each blow. The Emperor held back for much of the battle, remembering Horus as his beloved son, and not wishing to believe that he had turned so utterly to chaos. This allowed Horus to inflict crippling mortal wounds on the Emperor, since nothing short of the Emperor's full power would be sufficient to defeat him. At the critical point in the battle, a lone Adeptus Custodes guard entered the room, while others state the lone warrior to be Elenius Pius, an Imperial army soldier. Horus flayed the soldier alive, but with a look, and in an instant, the Emperor realized how far his favorite son had fallen. The sacrifice of the individual bought the Emperor time to deliver a finishing blow to Horus. With iron resolve, he gathered his full strength and delivered a massive psychic blow that killed Horus and almost instantly obliterated his very soul. In his final moments, the powers of chaos withdrew from him, and the Emperor sensed his favorite son's return to sanity for a fraction of a second before he finally died. After the battle where Horus died, the warship was won back by the forces of chaos led by Ezekiel Abaddon, captain of the First Company. Abaddon found Horus's body and ordered the retreat into the Eye of Terror. The body of Horus is said to have been put on display in a temple, the sons of Horus revering the Warmaster even in death. At the end of a series of inner traitor wars, the fortress of the sons of Meliam was destroyed, and the body of Horus stolen by the Emperor's children. To the disgust of the sons, the body was used by Fabius Bile to create at least one clone of Horus. Ultimately, Abaddon returned to lead forces to destroy the Emperor's children fortress and the clone of Horus with it. At the climax of the battle, Abaddon, wielding the talon of Horus, confronted the clone of Horus, who was armed with Worldbreaker. After killing scores of Abaddon's allies, the clone of Horus caught sight of the talon of Horus worn by another. Horus's clone lashed out at Abaddon with Worldbreaker, but the first captain caught it with the talon. Worldbreaker was crushed, and Horus's clone impaled by Abaddon. In its dying moments, the clone of Horus remembered who Abaddon was, and acknowledged him as his son. By the time of the heresy, Horus was equipped with the gigantic power Maul Worldbreaker, said to be constructed by the Emperor's own hands. His right arm wielded the Talon of Horus, a monstrous power claw constructed for him as a gift by the Dark Mechanicum's fabricator general, Kelbor Hull. Originally, Horus followed the power sword and twin-linked bolter. Horus wore an enormous suit of Terminator armor known as the Serpent Scales. This concludes the information regarding Horus. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many foes the Imperium faces. Primarch of the 17th Legion, Lorgar Aurelian. Lorgar Aurelian, or the Arisen, is the Primarch of the Word-Bearers, one of the original 20 Space Marine legions. Fiercely religious and prone to fanaticism, Lorgar yearned for a greater meaning to his existence besides conquest. This quest and the tragic events that befell his perfect city of Monarchia led him to become the first Primarch to become seduced by the powers of chaos. Hiding his new allegiance for many years, he helped to orchestrate the events that led to the Horus heresy. He has since ascended to demonhood and bears the self-appointed titles of Archpriest of the Primordial Truth and Minister of Chaos Absolute. In his youth, the Primarch Lorgar vanished from the Gene Labs on Luna while still an infant, alongside the other 20 Primarchs. After his spiriting away by the forces of chaos, he was found on a desert feudal planet of Colchis. A nomadic tribe of outcasts known as the Declined, under the chieftain Fat Morgal, found the infant's shattered capsule and took him in. They named the child Lorgar, or the Raincaller, 17 Days later, Lorgar, already grown to the size of a young child, was discovered by Corferon, an exiled priest of the Covenant. The feudal church of the planet of Colchis, immediately sensing greatness in the boy and believing him blessed by the powers, Corferon convinced Lorgar to become his disciple and promptly killed Fat Morgal and his tribe to cover up the boy's identity. Despite enduring Corferon's vicious abuses, Lorgar fervently believed in the Covenant and researched every aspect of it that he could find, coming to the conclusion that there was the one that binded the polytheistic covenant together. Corferon dismissed such notions initially and often abused Lorgar physically and emotionally. At the same time, Corferon saw something special in Lorgar and attempted to manipulate him in order to rule over Colchis. Nonetheless, Lorgar remained intensely loyal to Corferon and even saved his life in a crew mutiny. Lorgar also grew close to those in Corferon's caravan, which included the captain, Ataxa, and slave, Nairo. Despite Corferon's abuse, Lorgar quickly surpassed his master. He became a devout preacher, his skill in oratory, and the power of his charisma winning him over many followers, rising to the position of Archpriest of the Godsworn. After saving Corferon's life in the crew mutiny, Lorgar was named the new bearer of the word by the priest. Lorgar's fame quickly spread thereafter. He began liberating slaves across Colchis. However, as Lorgar grew standing amongst the people, members of the Covenant began to grow jealous of his popularity. Lorgar's youth was plagued by visions of a mighty warrior in gleaming bronze armor coming to Colchis, a cyclopean giant in blue robes standing beside him. At one point, the visions reached such intensity that Lorgar claimed that the prophesied return of Colchis' god was soon to occur. He began to preach this news to the people of Colchis, causing disruptions to rule over the Covenant as people converted to his beliefs. Lorgar's enemies in the Covenant saw this as the opportunity they had been waiting for to remove the threat that Lorgar was to the status quo, declaring him a heretic. Those who came forward to arrest Lorgar were killed by his followers. The Covenant split into two factions, the followers of the Old Faith and the Brotherhood of Lorgar, and a holy war of immense proportions known as the Schism Wars erupted. Eventually, the entire population of Colchis was forced to choose a side. This war lasted 6 years. Lorgar eventually amassed a massive army that marched on the capital of Varadash. After a fiery sermon before the city gates, they opened to him, with lower priests of the Colchis presenting the corpses of the Covenant Ecclesiarch and Hierarchs as a gift. After taking Varadash, Lorgar's forces moved from city to city, taking them either peacefully or in some cases putting everyone to the sword for the heresy and refusing the one. After several years of fighting, the last city to stand against Lorgar's army was Gaivarla, which was protected by a Dark Age of Technology era storm generator. Performing a miracle, Lorgar approached the maelstrom around the city and caused the storm to part, allowing his army to swarm through the gap and capture Gaivarla. With that, Lorgar was a lord of Colchis, proclaimed that they still had much to do, possibly as part of this conflict or after it. 1 in 3 of Colchis were said to have turned against Lorgar, and the first Great Purge was conducted by the Brotherhood's fanatically loyal warrior monks, handpicked by Lorgar. Less than a year after the victory of Lorgar's people, a landing craft carrying the Emperor and Magnus the Red, along with 2 tactical squads of Thousand Sun Space Marines, descended from orbit and landed near the temple. Lorgar was said to immediately recognize these people as the ones in his visions and swore his fealty to his father and creator. Every facet of the Covenant's belief structure was reorganized towards the worship of the Emperor as their savior, and the people of Colchis united behind their new god. The elaborate celebrations and displays of piety lasted for months, although it was said that the Emperor did not approve of this, wishing to rejoin the Great Crusade as soon as possible. At the conclusion of the celebrations, Lorgar was made commander of the 17th Space Marine Legion, which was then known as the Imperial Heralds, but was soon renamed the Word Bearers. Lorgar led his legion throughout the Great Crusade, the Word Bearers seeking to eliminate all blasphemy and heresy within the new Imperium. Ancient texts and icons were burned, the construction of vast monuments and cathedrals venerating the Emperor were supervised. The greatest chaplains of the Word Bearers produced enormous works on the divinity and righteousness of the Emperor and gave grand speeches and sermons to the masses. The progress of the Word Bearers was slow, but domination of the defeated was complete. At some point during this period, Lorgar penned the Laetitia Divinatus, postulating the worship of the Emperor as a divine being. This book would later become instrumental in the founding of the Imperial cult. However, the Emperor was not pleased with the lack of progress the Word Bearers were showing, and was even more dismayed at their religious zeal, as one of the main goals of the Great Crusade was to free humanity from the ignorance of religion, and so the Emperor personally reprimanded Lorgar, informing him that the mission of the Space Marines was for battle, not faith. Thus, the Emperor ordered the Ultramarines to destroy Lorgar's world-building project on Monarchia. Worse still, the Emperor, accompanied by Roboute Guilliman, forced Lorgar and his entire legion to kneel before him, humiliating the Primarch. Lorgar was said to mourn the Emperor's command for a month, speaking to nobody save Erebus and Corferon, and wearing only hair-shirt robes. The Emperor was about to reprimand the Legion again for the lack of action when news reached him that the Word Bearers had gone back on the offensive, and this time, worlds fell before them in rapid order. Much is to be said about the character of Lorgar Sorat Tachur, one of the Word Bearers' captains who took battle in the Battle of Calth, confided in his friend, Honorius Luciel of the Ultramarines, that Lorgar had been a burden to his own legion for many years, every bit as brilliant and charismatic as the other Primarchs, but also moody and mercurial. Roboute Guilliman echoed this sentiment after a brief conversation with his brother. Guilliman said, "He is so changeable. He is so prone to extremes. Eager to please, so quick to take offense. He's so keen to be your best friend, and then, at the slightest hint of an insult, he's angry with you. Furious, offended, like a child." Even after suffering the worst effects of the Word Bearer's treason, Guilliman said he felt his brother's pain, felt that Lorgar had been manipulated by forces beyond his control, and was agonized at what those forces had pushed him to do. However, at the Dropsite Massacre and his duel with Corax, it is said by those around him that Lorgar had changed and became a different person, dubbing himself the Minister of Chaos Absolute. He became more accepting of war and violence, developed grand schemes and manipulations, enhanced by his combat prowess, and his mastery of the war rapidly outpaced that of Erebus and Corferon, who began to realize they could no longer control him. Lorgar himself was bitter over his existence as a soldier, bred for nothing but war, wanting to understand the greater nature of the universe and build a society to venerate these universal truths. Lorgar never mastered the arts of tactics and combat like his other brothers, and looked down upon acts of conquest. Because of this, he often found solace with Magnus the Red, whose personality and mindset most closely resembled his own. Much like Magnus, Lorgar quickly developed his psychic potential over the physical. Magnus once criticized Lorgar for being selfless, and the Chaos Emissary said he was chosen by the Chaos Gods because of these traits. While many allied with the Chaos Gods for power, Lorgar became an idealist, and that is why he is chosen to lead humanity into the embrace of chaos. Lorgar thought himself free of vanity. It was this destruction of Monarchia that led to the beginning of the Horus heresy. It is the event that turned the Word Bearers to chaos. Whilst Lorgar brooded over the Emperor's reproach, Corferon and Erebus, his top lieutenants, whispered to Lorgar of the great gods of chaos. beings that welcomed and even demanded zealous worship and devotion. Lorgar was slowly poisoned against the Emperor by Corferon and Erebus, who were appointed Master of the Faith and First Chaplain respectively, and were tasked with converting the entire Legion to chaos. After a failed attempt to get answers on the nature of the universe from his close friend and brother, Magnus, Lorgar decided to go on a pilgrimage to discover the truth for himself. Eventually, Lorgar's psychic abilities lured him to the newly discovered Cadia, insisting he heard a voice calling for him. There, he encountered Ingethel, the Ascended, who showed him the primordial truth of the universe, otherwise known as Chaos. Ingethel convinced Lorgar that humanity had to accept and welcome the gods of Chaos, and failing to do so would have their race share the same fate as the Eldar. Finally, after being shown a horrifying vision of the future, Lorgar was finally converted by the ruinous powers. The Word-Bearers came to venerate the gods of Chaos, but instead of throwing the support to one god, they worshipped Chaos Undivided, a pantheon composed of the 4 Chaos gods. Later, Lorgar journeyed with Ingethel the Ascended deeper into the Eye of Terror, where he defeated an Eldar avatar upon a shattered Crone world, and went on to best the mighty bloodthirster Angrath the Unbound in battle, a sign he was chosen by the Dark Gods. After the fight, Lorgar met Kairos Fateweaver, who told him that Lorgar now had a choice. He could achieve either personal vengeance for his shame by slaying Roboute Guilliman in the future, but thus doom Horus in his rebellion, or put personal satisfaction aside and taste the shame and bitterness forever, but work for the greater goal of illuminating humanity with the primordial truth. Fateweaver made it clear how vital this decision would be, as this was a rare occasion where both of his heads spoke the truth. Contemplating his course of action, the last stage of his pilgrimage, Lorgar demanded to see a vision of the future, as the forces of Chaos lost the upcoming war with the Imperium. What Lorgar saw changed him forever. Now an agent of Chaos, Lorgar dispatched his trusted subordinate Erebus to Davin. There, the First Chaplain orchestrated a series of events in cooperation with the Davin Chaos cult priests that saw Horus corrupted by the ruinous powers. The Legion kept their new devotion secret until War Master Horus declared his own faith in Chaos and began the galactic civil war known as the Horus Heresy. The Word-Bearers quickly joined the rebellion, and many of the worlds they had conquered since the conversion turned as well, having been corrupted by the Word-Bearers during their conquest. During the Dropside Massacre, Lorgar and his Word-Bearers revealed their true colors alongside the Night Lords, Alpha Legion, and Iron Warriors. Lorgar engaged Corax in combat, with the Raven Guard Primarch having the upper hand until the intervention of Curze. During the Traitor War Council, the Battle of Isstvan V, Lorgar encountered the demonically possessed Fulgrim, and in a rage, viciously assaulted the corrupted Primarch. Only the intervention of Horus himself stayed Lorgar's hand, for Lorgar saw a total demonic possession as a perversion of the natural order, and preferred a shared bond between vessel and demon. The majority of the Legion was ordered by Horus to see to the entanglement and possible destruction of the Ultramarines Legion, so that their vast forces could not be brought to bear against Horus's march towards Holy Terra. This was a task that the Word-Bearers took up with joy, for as the Emperor had chastised the Word-Bearers for their faith, the Ultramarines had become his favored legion. The assault on Ultramar was led by Corferon, who swore to destroy the Ultramarines. The Word-Bearers ambushed the Ultramarines at Calth, an attack which eventually turned against them. When help from the Ultramarines' homeworld Macragge arrived, the Word-Bearers were routed from the system. During the heresy of the Orders of Horus, Lorgar would team up in the Shadow Crusade with Angron and his World Eaters to strike at Ultramar in an attempt to distract the Ultramarines in conjunction with the Battle of Calth. Lorgar and Angron were on tense terms at first, with the Red Angel delaying the advance by strategically worthless worlds. However, the two avoided inter-Legion war when a Dark Eldar assaulted and unified them against a common enemy. Lorgar, recognizing Angron's instability and hidden sorrow over his forced departure from Nuceria, recommended that Angron return to his adopted homeworld to find a sense of closure. Lorgar also had the intention to summon a great warp storm known as the Ruin Storm, which would cut off the rest of Ultramar from the Imperium. When the two Primarchs arrived on Nuceria, however, they discovered that the slave lords in Nuceria had massacred Angron's comrades and told the population that he had fled during the last stand. Infuriated, Angron ordered that the World Eaters and Word Bearers purge Nuceria of its population, and Lorgar willingly took part in the slaughter. Eventually, the Ultramarines and Guilliman himself arrived, pursuing the traitors from Calth. The Lord of Macragge battled first Lorgar, then Angron. However, this had all gone according to Lorgar's plan, who used the immense rage Angron was emitting to begin a coordinated ritual which transformed the Wordbearer's Primarch into a monstrous avatar of chaos, allowing him to overcome the slowly debilitating effects of the Butcher's Nails. Following the Shadow Crusade, Lorgar began to believe that Horus was too weak to lead the forces of chaos to victory over the Emperor. He was disgusted by Horus's refusal to submit before the power of the gods, and had foreseen that Horus would lead the traitor war effort to defeat. Ultimately, Lorgar became secretly committed to killing Horus and taking his place as War Master of Chaos and anointed above the gods. Lorgar made his move following Horus's fall and Beta Garmin, appearing on the Vengeful Spirit with Zardu Lyak. Although Horus was comatose, he agreed that the traitors needed to be assembled at Ulanor in preparation for the drive on Terra. However, not all of the traitor Primarchs could be found, nor were they all obeying the summons. Thus, Lorgar proposed that Perturabo journey to find Angron, while he himself committed to finding Fulgrim. Using an oracle disciple of Cyrene Valantian as a guide, Lorgar, Lyak, and a small force of word-bearers entered the webway in search of Fulgrim. They successfully navigated its treacherous corridors to enter the Eye of Terror, where they found themselves before the Palace of Slash itself. Inside, they find Fulgrim and Akari engaged in debauchery. Fulgrim refuses to leave his delights and return to the war effort, forcing the two sides to battle. As Lorgar holds off Fulgrim, Zardu Lyak utters the true name of the newly transformed Demon Primarch. Lyak had learned the name from a ritual Lorgar conducted, but due to total amnesia, it would eventually give the name's bearer. He had to put the burden onto the Dark Apostle instead. Fulgrim was bound to Lyak's will by the name's utterance, and Lorgar now had a pawn with which to slay Horus with. Horus had at this point recovered thanks to the sacrifice of Malcahurst, and Lorgar revealed his plan to usurp the War Master. After sacrificing large amounts of mortal servants, Lorgar planned to unleash a psychic scream that would disorient Horus, then have Zayak order Fulgrim to attack. The Word-Bearers and Emperor's children orbiting Ulanor would finish off the sons of Horus, leaving Lorgar control the traitor war effort. However, Lorgar's coup quickly fell apart, as Atecia had tipped Horus off to his treachery. Upon meeting Horus on Ulanor, Lorgar was immediately assailed before he could unleash his psychic assault, and Zardu Lyak freed Fulgrim from his bindings instead of ordering him to attack. Lorgar was beaten mercilessly by Horus, who threw him his weapon and demanded he stand and fight. Lorgar refused to fight, and instead expressed pity at the monstrosity Horus had become since his recovery, consisting of an ever-shifting form with a maw of dark energy at its core. Horus ordered Lorgar to leave his sight, pledging to kill him if he ever returned. The Word-Bearers under Lorgar's command followed Zardu Lyak, would continue to serve Horus. Lorgar left for destinations unknown, claiming that Horus was doomed to failure due to his weakness. As the Word-Bearers battled across Ultima Segmentum, the rest of the Word-Bearers were led by Zardu Lyak to Terra, where Horus and his forces were repulsed and defeated after a 55-day siege. The Legion took refuge within the Eye of Terror and the Maelstrom, vast wounds in space where the immaterial leaked into reality. Following the heresy, eventually, the atrocities committed by the Word-Bearers allowed for Lorgar's ascension into demonhood, becoming the equal of a god in the eyes of his legion. It is said that his birth scream echoed across the Immaterium with triumphant vindication. His faith and devotion rewarded him with immortality and unbridled power. He has since isolated himself within the Templum Infinico on the demon world of Sicarius, where he has remained for thousands of years, forbidding anyone to interrupt his meditation. Lorgar temporarily broke his exile to aid word-bearers against the monstrosity that was hunting them. This creature was eventually revealed to be Corax, who had become mutated by the powers of the warp during his quest for vengeance against the traitor Primarchs. Lorgar and Corax engaged in a duel once more, with the Raven Lord dominating the engagement and forcing Lorgar to withdraw through a portal he had arrived in. As the portal between them closed, Corax stated that he now had Lorgar's scent and went hunting down. After 10,000 years of seclusion into the warp, Lorgar is finally rumored to have returned close to the end of the 41st millennium and the formation of the Great Rift. It is said that he has been seen walking mortal realms in terrible splendor, preaching the word of chaos at the head of a massive word-bearer's force. Like his brothers, Lorgar wielded a series of war gear that was unique to him. The Illuminarium was an ornate scepter powder maul fashioned by Lorgar by his fellow Primarch, the master weaponsmith Ferrus Manus, an Archaeotech pistol, or an old-style, dark age of technology side-on. He wore the armor of the Word and the helm of Lorgar, and after the Horus heresy, the demon prince Lorgar is seen wielding an intricate metal rod topped with a three-eyed skull. This concludes the information regarding Lorgar. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the few allies the Imperium has, Primarch of the 18th Legion, Vulkan. Vulkan was one of the 20 Primarchs created by the Emperor of Mankind to lead his great crusade and reunite the scattered peoples of humanity. Vulkan's Space Marine Legion was renamed the Salamanders in his honor. As with all the Primarchs, Vulkan inherited an aspect of his father. However, for him, this was the unique ability of being perpetual, making him essentially immortal. Vulkan was able to regenerate fully from any injury, including a death that would vaporize him completely. This ability was unknown to him until the Horus Heresy, and during the Great Crusade, he gained a reputation for his empathy towards average humans, as well as his craftsmanship abilities. Like his brother Primarchs, Vulkan has a characteristic that sets him apart: his patience and humanity. Though possibly gene-bred into his temperament, this was also likely influenced by his upbringing in a small village. He demonstrates this characteristic many times on 1544. Vulkan constantly gives commands in the heat of battle that cause the least amount of casualties to the native population, against the advice of Ferrus Manus and even his own men. It is spoken of among his brothers that Vulkan is the most suited to their father's vision of a peaceful Imperium. Vulkan is also the largest and physically strongest of all the Primarchs. He is said to be as tall in his power armor as Horus is in his own, much larger Terminator armor, and is capable of overturning Space Marine battle tanks with his bare hands. During sparring matches with his brother Primarchs, Vulkan deliberately held back out of fear of hurting them. He, much like the rest of his legion, also possesses coal-like skin with fiery red eyes. When the Primarchs was scattered from the Emperor's laboratory, Vulkan arrived on the planet Nocturne during the time of trial as an infant and was soon taken in by the blacksmith, Nabel. Nobel raised Vulkan, naming him after the first king of the Salamanders, and the young Primarch considered him his father. The people of his hometown were astounded by this child, for within the space of 3 years, he was stronger and bigger than any man in his town. In addition to his massive physical size, he was the quickest mind and the greatest blacksmith anyone knew of. Indeed, it was not long before Vulkan himself was teaching forging techniques to the people that had not yet been discovered. The people of Nocturne were frequently raided by the Dark Eldar. They were so used to this common occurrence that each person in town had developed their own hiding place to avoid capture. When the Dark Eldar raided again in Vulkan's 4th year on Nocturne, the Primarch refused to hide and instead stood out in the center of the settlement, his 2 smithing hammers crossed over his shoulders. The people of Vulkan's town were so inspired by his example that they joined him and prepared to defend their town. With a Primarch leading the defense, the people of the town decisively defeated the Dark Eldar. Vulkan alone killed 100 Eldar that day. Within weeks, the leaders of the 7 largest towns on Nocturne had traveled to meet Vulkan, and they soon swore never again to hide from the raiders. In celebration of the Primarch's victory over the Eldar raiders, a tournament was decided to be held. Unexpectedly, a stranger arrived in the middle of the festivities. Of pale complexion and wearing outlandish clothing, the stranger asked only to be allowed to compete. When he announced that he could best anyone in the town, the people laughed at this outlander. Who could possibly beat Vulkan in any feat of intellect, strength, craftsmanship, or endurance? Nonetheless, Vulkan and the stranger wagered that whoever lost the tournament would forever serve the victor. Lasting 8 days, the contest included many tests of strength and endurance, such as the anvil lift, in which the 2 held anvils above their head for half a day before the contest was called a tie. The number of contests is unimportant, however, for by the end of day 8, Vulkan and the stranger were tied. In the final event, both contestants were given 24 hours to construct a weapon before using said weapon to hunt down and slay the largest salamander they could find. Climbing a high mountain, the 2 each went out to find a drake. Vulkan quickly found and killed a very large fire drake. However, on his way back, the mountain he was standing on, which coincidentally was a volcano, erupted, casting Vulkan over a cliff. Hanging on for dear life over the precipice, Vulkan was determined to hang on to his massive salamander. Thus, he found himself hanging by one hand from a cliff, and his other hand clutching the tail of his drake. Hanging there for hours, Vulkan's strength eventually ebbed away until he knew he must decide between the drake and his life. At that moment, however, the stranger arrived, carrying his own drake. Even from the edge of the cliff, the Primarch could tell that the Outlander's drake was indeed bigger. Seeing Vulkan in distress, the stranger acted quickly, tossing his drake into a lava flow that separated them and using it as a bridge to cross to the Primarch. After hoisting Vulkan out of his mortal predicament, the stranger walked with him back to town, leaving his own drake to burn in the molten river of rock. Though the Outlander's drake had been superior in size, he had thrown it away to save Vulkan. And when he returned to the town, with the Primarch empty-handed, Vulkan was declared the victor. To the amazement of his people, however, Vulkan kneeled before the stranger and said that any man who would value life over pride was worthy of his service. At this moment, the Outlander cast off his illusionary disguise and revealed himself to be the Holy Emperor of humanity. It was thus that the Primarch, Vulkan, and his Emperor were reunited. During the Great Crusade, it is believed that at first, Vulkan did not become unified with his own legion for some years after his rediscovery, instead staying alongside the Emperor under his tutelage and fighting by his side. When Vulkan was eventually reunited with his legion, it was at the head of a fleet of 3,000 new recruits, which saved his forces from a massive orc horde. Eventually, it was decided that Vulkan's legion of Space Marines would henceforth be known as the Salamanders, in honor of the beast that united him with his father. The Primarch continued to serve loyally throughout the Great Crusade. At some point during the Great Crusade, Vulkan and his legion participated in reconquest of a world designated as 1546, or locally known as Karaton, together with the Night Lords led by the Primarch Konrad Curze and the Mechanicum Titan Legio Ignis, and several Imperial Army regiments. During this campaign, Vulkan became enraged at how Curze and his legion waged war after he found out the Night Lords had killed the inhabitants of a whole city in order to seed fear amongst the population. This confrontation between Vulkan and Curze resulted in a brief but fierce argument between the two Primarchs. After the conclusion of this campaign, Vulkan reported Curze's behavior and actions to War Master Horus and Primarch Dorn of the Imperial Fists. However, during the battle against Karatan's ruling Eldar Coven, Vulkan flew into a rage when the Remembrancer ship, Seraph, was killed the surrendering Eldar child. This incident would haunt the Primarch deeply. On the world of 1544, Vulkan and his army came into contact with tribes of primitive humans living alongside Exodite Eldar. Surprisingly, the humans did not welcome the Imperial invaders. Vulkan was guided by a mysterious Remembrancer, later to be discovered as a psychic projection of the Emperor, to a webway portal. After a vicious battle to the portal, Vulkan came across human tribals preparing to sacrifice a Dark Eldar woman. The humans had learned to fear the Dark Eldar raiders and sought to sacrifice her to ward off their return now that the Exodites had been defeated. Moreover, Vulkan realized that the Dark Eldar woman was from the raiding parties that terrorized Nocturne in his youth, and these humans were descendants of Nocturne's captives liberated by the Eldar. Vulkan realized the Emperor had guided him here and understood that these humans would never accept the Imperium over their Eldar liberators, and he ordered the planet to be cleansed. He sought to erase any trace of human-Xenos coexistence. Later, when Vulkan gave his protest to Horus, he sensed a great darkness within him. This caused Vulkan to neglect giving Horus the hammer, Dawnbringer. During the events of the Horus Heresy, Vulkan was present alongside Ferrus Manus and Corax at the Isfahan V Dropsite Massacre. During the battle, the majority of the Salamander's Legion was killed by nuclear missiles fired from the Iron Warriors. Due to his perpetual regeneration abilities, Vulkan survived the explosion, but found himself surrounded by hundreds of warriors from the Iron Warriors and Night Lords. Fighting to what he thought was his death, Vulkan was stabbed, shot, and bludgeoned in unconsciousness. Seeing a chance to torment his brother, Konrad Curze took Vulkan prisoner. The Primarch of the Night Lords spent the next several months trying to break Vulkan's spirit and trying to kill him. Curze personally cut off Vulkan's head, ripped at his throat with a fork, stabbed him to the chest, and tore him limb from limb. Separately, he had Vulkan eviscerated, shot with hundreds of bolters at close range, left in the venting shaft of a starship's engine, and even thrown into empty space, completely naked. Each time Vulkan died, his body would regenerate completely, leaving Curze furious. Eventually, frustrated and bored with his inability to kill Vulkan, Curze decided to get Vulkan to admit he was no less a monster than himself. Curze had several Devanite priests ensnare Vulkan's mind and run him through trial after trial, ensuring he failed each time and innocents died. When Vulkan would not break, Curze decided to end things in a duel. He made Vulkan navigate a maze designed by Perturabo, at the center of which lay Dawnbringer, Vulkan's personal hammer, as well as the corpses of several of his comrades. When Vulkan retrieved his hammer, he managed to overpower Curze and activated a teleporter built into the head of the hammer. Vulkan was transported across the galaxy to the upper atmosphere of Macragge and burnt up during re-entry, confident he would wake up in the care of the Ultramarines. His charred body was later recovered by the Ultramarines, who at first were unable to identify the corpse as anything more than a grotesque statue. As all living matter having burnt up on re-entry, over a series of days, Vulkan's body began to regenerate, eventually returning to life and shocking the Ultramarines apothecaries he had been entrusted to. Realizing who it was, the apothecaries summoned their Primarch, Roboute Guilliman, who was at first furious that no one could give him any answers as to how or why Vulkan had suddenly fallen from the skies. To Guilliman's horror, he found that Vulkan was broken mentally, violent and incoherent, attacking anything and everything he could. Unknown to everyone, a bond of sorts had formed between Curze and Vulkan, the latter being able to sense when the Night Haunter was nearby. Curze was indeed on the crag, having been trapped aboard the Invincible Reason, but eventually breaking out of the Dark Angel's flagship and stealing a drop pod to the surface. Vulkan broke free of his bonds and pillaged Guilliman's private armory before setting off to hunt Curze. The two fought across an entire city, Vulkan finally realizing his regenerative abilities and using them to his advantage. By focusing his will, he could regenerate much quicker. At one point, Curze shot Vulkan's head off, causing the Primarch to fall from a cliff. Vulkan was back alive before he hit the ground. Their rolling duel was eventually stopped by the perpetual John Grammaticus, who had been in charge by the Cabal to permanently kill Vulkan with the Fulgurite, a petrified bolt to the Emperor's own psychic abilities. The Cabal had ordered Grammaticus to give the Fulgurite to Curze, as only a Primarch could kill another Primarch, but before he could complete his mission, Eldred Uthran of the Ulthway Eldar appeared to Grammaticus, convincing him that if he used the Fulgurite to kill Vulkan, he would give up his perpetual nature forever, but in exchange, completely restore Vulkan's mind. The presences and abilities of another Primarch in the Emperor's armies would tip the balance against Horus. Grammaticus then stabbed Vulkan through the heart, killing both of them in a psychic explosion. Grammaticus regenerated, as he always did, but was aware that this would be his last life, and Vulkan never recovered. Later, Vulkan's corpse was reclaimed by the Primarchs Guilliman, Lionel Johnson, and Sanguinius. Vulkan was placed in a stasis capsule, handcrafted by Guilliman himself, with the words "Unbound Flame" carved into the side. The few remaining salamanders who made it to Macragge were allowed to stand guard over their fallen Primarch until such a time as he could be returned to Nocturne. During their vigil, the salamanders thought they had heard a heartbeat coming from the casket, but dismissed it. Convinced he could be resurrected, an expedition back to Nocturne, led by Artellus Numan, eventually was able to bring Vulkan's body back to Nocturne, and with Numion as the final sacrifice, Vulkan was restored from the Unbound Flame at Mount Deathfire. Upon his resurrection, Vulkan was in a condition similar to a fugue state and remembered little. He found himself in the depths of Mount Deathfire, conversing with an old man calling himself Deathfire personified. The man urged Vulkan to travel back to Terra and lead the Primarch to two items that he had no memory of forging: the Thunder Hammer, or Dracul, and the Talisman of Seven Hammers. When Vulkan awoke, he was at the steps of Mount Deathfire and discovered by three of his legionaries, Atok Ebdimi, Barak Zytos, and Egan Gargo. Vulkan ordered the three to return in 3 days and forbade them to speak to anyone else that the Primarch had returned to Vulkan. When the three returned, now dubbed Vulkan's Drexward, or his personal guard, the Primarch used his talisman to open a webway portal deep below Nocturne. What followed next was an arduous journey through multiple webway tunnels and exits to reach Terra. Vulkan and his Drexward found themselves in a satellite realm of Kamara, battling Dark Eldar. They next found themselves with a fleet of Shedrak Medusan, still engaged in a guerrilla war against Horus. Vulkan found Medusan's fleet in the midst of the upheaval, with the cult of the Gorgon claiming that it had resurrected Ferrus Manus. Upon meeting the supposed reborn Ferrus, Vulkan discovered to be a little more than a mechanical puppet, with one of Ferrus's metallic arms attached. Saddened that his brother would be ashamed so, Vulkan shattered the puppet with his hammer. Vulkan refused to take part in Medusan's war and bring the battle of the Argonaut chain, and left for Caldera. On Caldera, Vulkan was greeted by Eldar, who guided him to a new webway portal on the orders of Eldred Uthran. Inside the webway once more, Vulkan and the Drexward ventured upon Kalistar, long since abandoned since the war within the webway. In Kalistar, the companions were beset by demons, and Vulkan became enraged in a battle against the Great Unclean One, Aglabor. Using the Talisman of Seven Hammers, Vulkan was able to not only slay the demon, but give it a true death. Still beset by demonic hordes, the companions were saved by Eldrad, revealing himself to be the old man of Mount Deathfire. Revealing that the way to the Imperial dungeon had been sealed by the Emperor, Eldred opened up a new portal that took Vulkan and his warriors to the front of the Imperial Palace. Vulkan was reunited with a visibly relieved Rogal Dorn, but promptly led by Custodes to the Golden Throne to meet with the Emperor himself. The Emperor, now trapped on the throne, revealed that he had not only been expecting Vulkan, but had been guiding him this entire journey, and had been the force that compelled him to construct Udragul and the Talisman of Seven Hammers. The Emperor told Vulkan that the Primarch's purpose had always been intended for this moment, for he was designed to construct the Talisman and oversee its true purpose. The Emperor revealed that the Talisman was a weapon of unprecedented power, a dead man's switch that would consume all of Terra should Horus succeed in the coming struggle. It would be Vulkan's duty to press the switch that would destroy Terra, but deny the world to the powers of chaos. Vulkan was horrified by the prospect, but the Emperor told him that he must be the one to oversee the device, for the Primarch has always been the most hesitant to use the weapons he forges. With that, Vulkan installed the talisman to the Golden Throne and took up a position by the Eternity Gate, keeping his existence a secret, save for a select few during the Siege of Terra. Vulkan next saw action when Magnus the Red and a group of his 1,000 sons infiltrated the Imperial dungeon to kill the Emperor. Vulkan blocked a lethal blow by Magnus's staff that had been intended for the Emperor's form on the Golden Throne, but quickly backed down and alongside their father bid Magnus to return to the Imperial's fold. Vulkan became disheartened when Magnus refused the offer to return to the Loyalists after the Emperor told him that he would have to purge his legion due to its rampant mutations. Vulkan himself admitted that he would have made the same choice as Magnus, but nonetheless again defended the Emperor against the Crimson King's assault. Vulkan and Magnus then engaged in a furious duel, but it was saved from a decapitating blow thanks to the sacrifice of Egan Gargo. Horrified by his son's death and taking up his thunder hammer, Vulkan wielded twin hammers to seemingly beat Magnus into submission. However, before a visibly despairing Vulkan could deliver the final blow to Magnus, his brother fully gave himself to the powers of chaos and vanished from the throne room, with Magnus now inside the Imperial Webway and enacting a psychic ritual to sap the Emperor's remaining strength. Vulkan was dispatched by Malkador to put an end to his brother as the Eternity Gate itself was besieged. As he moved through the Webway, he ignored Magnus's lies and goadings along the way. After journeying to the impossible city to the Webway, Vulkan finally came before Magnus, again ignoring his brother's manipulations, including a vision of the burning of Prospero. The two came to blows. Initially in their battle, Vulkan seemed to hit nothing but smoke, and it became apparent he was swinging his hammer at smoke. The real Magnus was behind a psychic barrier, steeped in his own ritual to weaken the Emperor. Vulkan took advantage of this by smashing through the already stressed Magnus's barrier, forcing the Crimson King to try and kill Vulkan directly so that he may be allowed to complete his work. Magnus tried every method conceivable to kill his brother. He beheaded him with his khopesh, suffocated him by turning his lungs to amber, drained him of his blood, and immolated him with psychic fire. However, nothing worked, and each time, the perpetual Vulkan would regenerate and continue to hammer away at Magnus. Attrition took hold, and Magnus grew increasingly desperate. He entered Vulkan's mind as the noble he had once been, attempting to explain his actions. However, Vulkan had none of it, scolding Magnus for his arrogant and reckless use of sorcery that had turned him into a slave to chaos. In the Webway, Vulkan stood above Magnus, ready to deliver the killing blow. However, he hesitated, despite the Emperor's own voice ordering the Salamander's Primarch to kill his brother. Magnus used this moment to unleash the spell he had been working on, undoing Vulkan at a genetic level in a desperate bid to finally kill him. As Vulkan crumbled apart, he nonetheless was able to swing his hammer, smashing off Magnus's head with Udragul and banishing him into the warp. Later, Vulkan's regenerating form was seen slowly making it back to the palace's Webway portal, Udragul in hand. Vulkan eventually made it back to the throne room through the Webway Gate, only to be greeted with the news that the vengeful spirit had lowered its void shields and the Emperor himself was preparing to lead an assault on the vessel. However, Vulkan was told by his father that he would not take part in this last-ditch effort. Instead, he would look after the Golden Throne, as Malkador took his place on it in the Emperor's stead. Should the traitors breach the palace, Vulkan was instructed to activate the Talisman of Seven Hammers. Mere hours later, Vulkan met with Hellenius Person, John Grammaticus, and their group finally reached the palace. There, he learned from Jaghatai of the prophecy that foretold Horus as the Dark King and the potential fifth Chaos God. At the end of the Horus heresy, it is claimed Vulkan was one of the Primarchs to oppose the Codex Astartes. This, however, would not be for lack of courage or loyalty, but due to the crippling losses sustained at Isfahan V, where his legion was cut down in size to but a few. During the Great Scouring, he became furious at the tales of the horrors visited upon Terra's population by the Emperor's children, attempted to find and kill Fabius Bile. Sometime later, Vulkan chose to leave the Salamanders, claiming that, like Space Wolf's Primarch, Leman Russ, he would return in the end times. This was the last anyone saw of Vulkan for the next 1500 years. 1500 years later, during the War of the Beast, Vulkan reappeared, single-handedly defending the imperial world of Caldera from a massive orc invasion. Though he died many times against the Greenskins, he would regenerate and appear again at the forefront. Vulkan's one-man war on Caldera was unveiled by the Inquisition, and Lord Commander of the Imperium, Corland, led an expedition to the world to recruit him for a counter-offensive against the mighty war boss known as the Beast. Vulkan was eventually discovered by the expedition, but refused to lead it until Caldera was saved. Citing a vow long ago he made to the world to never let it fall again to flame. The aid of Imperial forces, Vulkan was able to save Caldera from destruction by destroying the attack moon, or a moon converted to be a massive orbital cannon construction generator. After saving Caldera, Vulkan returned to Terra with Corland. He took command of the frantic Imperium, scolding the High Lords for their squabblings and inefficiency, but stating he would not purge them for the sake of unity. He then proclaimed that he would lead the might of the Imperium to Ulanor, the home world of the Beast. Vulkan made clear that his return was temporary, for he was destined to reappear for another war at another time. Vulkan officially led the subsequent crusade to Ulanor to find and slay the Beast once and for all, but in truth left most of the details to Corland, who he gave his full support to. Instead, Vulkan tinkered with Doomtremor, his new hammer, and remained isolated in his chambers aboard the Fist Exemplar's battle barge. Alcazar remembered. Though this discouraged many at first, Vulkan leapt into the fray of battle directly when the Imperial forces reached the capital city of Ulanor, Gorgograd. Vulkan eventually led the final charge into the Beast's massive temple Gargant and confronted the war boss directly. Realizing that Vulkan had always intended to fight the Beast alone, and knowing he could do little in the fight, Corland ordered an evacuation from the temple. As the two giants clashed, the 10-meter high war boss revealed he spoke perfect Imperial Gothic, gloating that humanity was on its knees and he would be its end. When Vulkan tackled the war boss, they both fell into the temple Gargant's power generator, where the Primarch became imbued with massive amounts of Wa energies. Rather than be consumed by the energies that so many other men had, Vulkan had used his primal and savage essence to become one with it and launch one last attack, slapped Doomtremor into the Beast's face, and detonated the generator, causing a chain reaction that shattered the temple Gargant, instantly obliterating them both. Vulkan was presumed dead by the Imperium, and Corland stated that his sacrifice would be forever remembered. However, the Salamanders still hunt for him in the 41st millennium. They believe that he will return to them after they have found all 9 of the artifacts of Vulkan. During his lifetime, Vulkan left prodigious philosophical writings, particularly those recorded in the Tome of Fire, a vast series of writings that, amongst other mundane teachings, are said to hold glimpses of the future and prophecies yet to be fulfilled. Yet, even the more mundane of his writings held profound lessons, many of which have gone to become the key tenets of the Promethean Creed, with one reading as such: "Ours is a violent calling, but as adherents to the Promethean Creed, we believe in the Circle of Fire. None can come back as they once were, but in death we return to the ash from whence we came, to be born anew. Our blood and bone bonded with the earth. Through fire, our remains made protean. Through fire and the reunion with earth do we experience rebirth. After death, after our duty is ended, we will give ourselves to these elements, and in so doing, become a part of them. This is the nature of the Circle of Fire. Like his other brother Primarchs, Vulkan was equipped with a unique set of war gear. Vulkan was equipped with many finely crafted weapons, built by his own hands. Most notable of these was the massive Thunderhammer, Dawnbringer, and the plasma pistol, the Furnace's Heart. Before forging Dawnbringer, Vulkan used the hammer Thunderhead. For protection, he wore the Baroque power armor known as the Dragon Scale, which included the Gauntlet of the Forge and Kasari's Mantle, an impenetrable cloak made from a salamander on Nocturne. After his resurrection following the Battle of Nocturne, Vulkan wielded the hammer Ur-Dracul. 1500 years later, during the War of the Beast, Vulkan wielded the hammer Doomtremor. Vulkan forged thousands of unique and dangerous artifacts in his time, but charged the first Forge Father, Tekel, with destroying them as he departed for Istvan V. He conceded to allow Tekel to spare 7, which were then locked away in the Rot if Vulkan ever fell at Istvan. These 7, along with the Gauntlets of the Forge and Kasara's Mantle worn by Vulkan at Istvan, survived to become known as the 9 Artifacts of Vulkan and are still sought out today. This concludes the information regarding Vulkan. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the few allies the Imperium has, Primarch of the 19th Legion, Corvus Corax. Corvus Corax is the Primarch of the Raven Guard Space Marine Legion. Growing up to become a revolutionary for the workers on Lycaeus, otherwise known as Deliverance, Corax became a master of guerrilla warfare and hit-and-run tactics. He remained true to the Emperor during the Horus Heresy, and as such, his legion took some of the heaviest losses of the war during the Dropsite Massacre. Corvus Corax was separated from the Emperor while still an infant by the 4 Chaos Gods. He was discovered on Lycaeus, the desolate moon of the planet Kievar. At this time, the planet was a technologically advanced forge world, providing its city-sized factories with minerals extracted from the non-atmospheric moon by legions of mind slaves. Under the iron watch of heavily armored gods, the inhabitants of Lycaeus, criminals, political opponents, and workers who had failed to meet their quotas, had long provided the rulers of Kievar a free and unlimited source of manpower. After the slave girl, Natsuri Euphrenia, discovered the light-skinned child who became Corax, the deliverer in their tongue, they kept him from their masters, training him in various skills they believed a leader and warrior needed: urban warfare, close combat, and demolitions, as well as political and philosophical matters. Ultimately, his abnormally fast maturation comforted the slaves, and they became fixed in the belief that he was the savior they waited for. Educated to be a leader as well as a rebel, he rapidly began his task by organizing the workers into fight teams, promoting the best of the men as squad leaders. He began building huge stockpiles of weapons, concealing them in numerous secret caches. He ordered a campaign of psychological warfare, launching riots and strikes to build up followers in the workers' rebellion and stretch the garrison's strength and morale to a breaking point. Waiting for the opportune time to strike, Corax's forces launched their attack, taking key security points and destroying them by crude force or sabotage, killing every man of the Lycaeus defense forces. When Kievir's rulers struck back, Corax was ready for them. He outmaneuvered and ambushed their foes on Lycaeus with his battle-hardened warriors, crushing their supply lines and striking the 5 biggest cities in Kievir with 1 atomic mining charge each. The charges were embarked on small transport shuttles and reached the surface via a supply gravity well. Soon, their forces nearly destroyed, their vast factories unable to produce anything due to the mineral shortages. The tech guilds collapsed in civil war, while thousands had died in the nuclear bombardment of Kievir. Millions of its people had been freed. Celebrating their victory, the inhabitants of Lycaeus renamed their home Deliverance. It is said that the Emperor appeared on Deliverance that day, and after a day and night with his son, appointing him the Primarch of the Raven God Legion. Nothing is said of the conversation. The one condition of Corax's acceptance was the help of the Emperor in the task of bringing peace to Kievir. Soon, the Adeptus Mechanicus stepped in, and the world was rebuilt to the benefit of the Imperium, while the Black Tower, which once housed gods of the moon, became Ravenspire, the fortress of the Legion. During the Great Crusade, Corax's talents for planning and sabotage were of great effect, and the Raven Guard, fighting frequently under the orders of Horus, became renowned for an unmatched ability with covert ops, sabotage, infiltration, and lightning strikes. However, Corax and Horus never saw eye to eye, and after an argument, the 2 Primarchs nearly fought each other. Corax left Horus's command soon after. Corax also began to display great ill favor and mistrust towards Terran-born warriors within his legion, as opposed to those from Deliverance. This was due to Corax's disgust with the Terrans for their use of terror tactics, which reminded him of the Night Lords. Corax instead sought to transform his legion into a force for liberation of the oppressed. While Corax bitterly opposed Horus violently sacrificing Terran-born recruits on the Battle of Gate 42, he nonetheless began to purge Terrans by sending them on forgotten crusades to the Galactic Rim and unexplored space. During the crusade, Corax was frequently compared to Konrad Curze, Primarch of the Night Lords. The two were not only physically similar, but also alike in their childhoods and how they even waged war. However, unlike Curze, Corax retained a degree of humanity and did not engage in the mass slaughter the Night Haunter was known for. Corax himself was disturbed by the comparisons to Curze, while the Night Lord's Primarch himself came to hate the Raven Lord for the constant comparisons. During the Coronary Retribution, tensions between the two came to a head, with Corax confronting Curze over his mass slaughter of civilians. The two nearly came to blows, but Corax was able to convince Sevatar to pressure Curze to withdraw. During the events of the Horus Heresy, the Raven God Primarch only met Horus again on Isvent 5. During the Dropside Massacre, Corax was among the Primarchs leading the loyalist effort against Horus's betrayal. In the battle, he personally engaged Wordbearer's Primarch Lorgar in combat, impaling him with his lightning claws. Just as he was about to finish Lorgar, Konrad Curze intervened and forced Corax to retreat. Though grievously wounded and forced to fight a guerrilla war on Isvent 5 for the next 98 days, he escaped the slaughter with a handful of loyal Space Marines, thanks to the arrival of a small Raven Guard navy led by Captain Bran Nev. Captain Bran had been left as reserve on Deliverance, and he departed the moon only due to strange dreams haunting the nights of Praefector Marcus Valerius, the commander of the Therian cohort, a loyalist Imperial Army regiment. Unbeknownst to both sides, the Alpha Legion had allowed Corax's escape to further the plans of Alpharius on quitting the Esvan system. Horus sent back to Deliverance all the remaining ships, while he himself headed to Terra to seek the counsel of the Emperor. The Primarch was desperate as the Imperium was collapsing. His Emperor needed warriors that Corax could not provide. Moreover, Corax was not granted permission to see the Emperor due to his workings on the man-made corridor to the Eldar Webway. The Emperor, sensing his son's desperation, was somehow able to divert a path of his psychic might in order to grant Corax what he was looking for. Through a psychic vision, Corax asked for a rapid and effective solution to restore his legion's might. The Emperor, feeling the righteous intent behind his son's question, implanted in his brain some selected memories concerning the project for the creation of the Primarchs in the exact place where the ancient laboratory was to be found. However, stated the Emperor, the laboratory was well guarded by a complex system called the Labyrinth, and it was up to Corax himself to find a way to pass through it. Corax was successful in this task, and what he attained was the common genome all Primarchs shared. From this genome, through tough selection, the Emperor created each of the 20, granting each of them some particular and well-defined traits, along with a number of commonly shared feats, such as increased growing rate, regenerative powers, intellectual acumen, and so on. Once back on Deliverance, Corax tasked his chief apothecary, Vicente Six, of retrieving the correct Raven God genome and start the direct implantation on fresh recruits. With the assistance of the loyalist Mechanicum, Genitor Nexon Orlandrias, Six actually accomplished the task and went so far as to approach complete removal of the progenoid clans from the correct genome. In fact, the whole Space Marine would have grown directly, all his enhanced organs already present. The only exception would have been the Black Carapace, due to its synthetic nature, as the Carapace permits the interface to the power armor and is not a real organ itself. In this way, the progenoids would have been useless for future generations. With this knowledge, around 500 new, war-ready Space Marines were created in a few weeks. It is at this point that an infamous treachery took place. Some Astartes of the Alpha Legion, in a plan orchestrated by the Primarch Alpharius Omegon themselves, infiltrated the Raven God after the Dropsite Massacre. To obtain this, Alpha Legion apothecaries crafted the facial traits of some dead Raven God over the face of their own legionaries. The objective was to hinder the Raven God using their obtained knowledge, as this would have displaced the balance against Horus's forces, said the Cabal emissaries. Of course, since free to act as best suited, Alpharius Omegon had in mind to also recover the secret knowledge in order to expand their legion too. With the help of renegade mechanical Makos, Unithrax, and his forces on Kievar, the Alpha Legion tainted the original genome recovered from the laboratories of the Emperor on Terra. This was accomplished by introducing a virus-vectored mutagen based on demonic blood. Thus, the successive implantations result in still operational but deeply mutated Astartes that exhibited scales, horns, fangs, tails, overgrown muscles, and similar features. However, while the plan to corrupt the new Astartes were successful, the attempt by the Alpha Legion to destroy the Legion's gene seed was not. After this outburst of mutations and the discovery of the Alpha Legion infiltrators, Corax decided to stop the rebuilding of the Raven God and led his warriors, along with all the war-capable, mutated Marines, with small squads striking like lightning on the enemy's weak spots. Following the battle on Rivendell, Corax still was committed to combating the forces of Horus, compensating for his devastated legion's small numbers. He conducted raids, hit-and-run attacks, and instigated uprisings on traitor-controlled worlds. These included actions on Constanix II, Skarato, and Karandiru. Eventually, Corax reassembled the entirety of his surviving legion at the Dexius system. There, he contemplated the future of the Raven God, with many of his legion wishing to return to Terra to aid the Emperor against Horus's offensive. After evading a Night Lord's attack, Corax was again influenced by the visions of Marcus Valerius, who saw the space wolves were on the verge of destruction. Corax led the Raven God in the Battle of Yarant to aid the Space Wolves against traitor forces. During the battle, Corax led a suicidal last stand alongside Bjorn, but after witnessing the arrogance and vanity of Horus's forces, realized that it was not up to him to determine when he would die. He was a servant of the Emperor and would continue to aid him against the traitors until he met his end. Thus, Corax led an evacuation from Yarant and expressed his intent to continue resisting the traitorous War Master from the shadows. Corax and Russ made for deliverance, eventually meeting up with Lionel Johnson at the Raven God's Fortress Monastery. The Lion is quick to question the Raven Lord's absence from major fronts of the war, but his ire is put to rest by Russ, who points at the survival of his own legion as evidence of their worth. Russ declares he would join the Lion's crusade of vengeance, including warriors equipped with a new Mark 6 power armor produced on Kiovar. Corax, however, is cautious to commit his bloodied legion to what he sees as a needlessly spiteful waste, and only assigns a small expeditionary force of his Raven Guard to the Lion's forces. Even in this role, Corax's forces will be used to eliminate key enemy targets ahead of the main Dark Angel's fleet in order to spare entire worlds from annihilation. Raven Guard forces later took part in the Siege of Barbarous, assailing the homeworld of the Death Guard alongside the Dark Angels and Space Wolves. This would be their last recorded instance of assisting before Horus would be killed by the Emperor and the heresy ended. When ultimately he managed to rebuild his legion, the Horus heresy had ended, and Roboute Guilliman's codex edicts that the legion had to be split into smaller chapters. Knowing that Guilliman's vision was true, Corax split his forces, but remained unable to forget the growling monsters that he had personally created in the form of his mutated marines. After pondering for hours as to what should be done, he decided to administer the Emperor's peace to the ones who remained, praying for their souls and his. Then, racked with guilt, he locked himself in his chamber in the Raven Spire, begging for the Emperor's mercy. Nobody knows if he received the absolution he required, but a year to the day after he locked himself in, he left the tower in deliverance on a course towards the Eye of Terror, never to be seen by the Imperium again. His last recorded words were, "Nevermore." Corax went to hunt the traitor Primarchs, seeking revenge for the Dropside massacre. At some point he became mutated by the powers of the warp, turning into a creature made of darkness and shadow itself. Using his new abilities, Corax wreaked havoc on a word-bearer's demon world in the Eye of Terror, far beyond the abilities of the average word-bearer. The demon Primarch Lorgar himself appeared before Corax, and the two engaged in a vicious duel. Corax managed to dominate the battle, forcing Lorgar to retreat and close the portal he had arrived from. As Lorgar vanished, Corax vowed that he would hunt down and slay the demon Primarch. Like his brothers, Corvus Corax wielded a set of war gear and abilities. In battle, Corax favored a heavy bolter for long-range killing, which he hefted and aimed as easily as an ordinary man would lift a battle rifle. He wielded two Archaeotech pistols as additional firepower. For close quarters fighting, he carried a three-headed power whip specifically crafted for him by the Adeptus Mechanicus, as well as a pair of lightning claws known as the Raven's Talons. In the absence of these weapons, he was more than able to tear apart enemies with his bare hands. Corax wore a jet-black suit of power armor known as the Sable Armor, which incorporated an advanced jump pack known as the Corvidin Pinions. The Sable Armor was also capable of masking his energy signature, and it could be used to jam nearby enemy communications. Corax's most potent ability, however, was his Wraith Slip, also known as a Shadow Slip or Shadow Walk. This allowed him to singly meld with the shadows around him, disappearing from the view of his foes before striking unseen. Following his reappearance sometime after the heresy, Corax became empowered by the warp itself, able to contend with the demon Primarch Lorgar. Corax is now capable of transforming himself into shadows, darkness, and flocks of ravens. This concludes the information regarding Corax. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off. Greetings, loyal subjects of the Imperium of Man. I am Librarian Elias of the Adeptus Astartes. I am creating a series of recordings with the intent of educating the general populace of the dangers of the galaxy. All of this information comes from the Lexicanum, provided to me by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I will be reading verbatim from their archives. This recording will cover one of the many foes the Imperium faces, the Primarch of the 20th Legion, Alpharius Omegon. Alpharius Omegon, also known as the last Primarch, or the Lord of Serpents, was one of the 20 Primarchs created by the Emperor in the earliest days of the Imperium, just after the Age of Strife. Like the other Primarchs, he was supposedly scattered from Terra by the gods of chaos and placed on a faraway world in an attempt to prevent the coming of the Age of the Imperium. In truth, Alpharius Omegon are twins, known as Alpharius and Omegon respectively, though they describe themselves as one soul in two bodies. While often considered the last Primarch to be discovered, they may have been the first. However, according to Alpharius himself, this account is a lie. Alpharius Omegon is an enigmatic figure within the history of the Legiones Astartes. No definitive record of their appearances and activities exist. There are claims that the Alpha Legion Marines assumed the name and identity during wars and even council meetings with other legions and Imperial officers, that Alpharius was somehow able to duplicate himself, and that he had a twin. Reports of his physical appearance seem to widely differ. Alpharius and Omegon seem to at least initially share a similar personality, one based around putting aside all morals, sentimentality, and loyalties in pursuit of the greater need for the Imperium. According to Alpharius himself, his purpose by the Emperor was to keep secrets and take the long view. Alpharius Omegon was supremely rational and pragmatic, lacking serious desire for honor or glory, while seemingly sympathetic to common Imperial citizens and showing disdain for those who recklessly expend their lives of the loyal. Alpharius was willing to kill innocents who threatened to expose his secrets. He saw such acts as necessary to preserve the Imperium, and considered such victims as fulfilling their duty to the Emperor by dying to ensure its continued safety. However, in a dubious account, allegedly penned by his own hand, the Primarch admitted that he hated to waste lives and prepared to spare and recruit those who learned too much about the Alpha Legion, such as Annie, Nezra, and her family. Despite the often grim nature of his missions and the dislike for other Primarchs, such as Guilliman and Rogal Dorn displayed for him, Alpharius, at least upon revealing himself, was not a particularly cold figure and was capable of humor and joy. He had a great deal of respect for several Primarchs, such as Lionel Johnson. It should be noted that the Alpha Legion's trademark secrecy extends to the records of their Primarch. Little recorded information on his background exists, and almost all of which is currently known by the Imperium comes from the information provided by Inquisitor Craven of the Ordo Malleus. Inquisitor Craven was subsequently believed to have been tainted by the Alpha Legion, and his current whereabouts are unknown. Hence, much of the Imperial data concerning the Primarch should be considered suspect, and indeed, there are some who believe that the whole Craven affair was an Alpha Legion plot to plant misinformation in the Imperial records. Greatest secret about the Alpha Legion's Primarch is apparently told to none outside the Legion, as unlike any of the other Primarchs, Alpharius has an identical twin, Omegon. It is unknown if the Emperor designed this, or was even aware of it. Upon their supposed reunion on Bar Savor, the twins speculated that the Emperor may have kept their existences hidden from one another, while it was equally possible they were split into two beings or scattered into the warp. Alpharius and Omegon are both the Primarch of the Legion, although Alpharius is the public face and appears as the more senior of the two. Though as both are identical, it is possible for them to switch roles and have Omegon play the public role. Supposedly, from their first meeting, and at least several times after, Omegon appeared before the small court of Horus instead of Alpharius. They have been described as one soul in two bodies, and collectively have been referred to as simply Alpharius Omegon, despite their close bond and describing themselves as two halves of the same soul. Omegon's loyalties may not lie with his brothers, or vice versa. During the Horus heresy, Omegon, or perhaps really Alpharius, took suspicious steps against his brother. This included sending troops on a suicide mission to destroy a pylon array, preventing the White Scars about learning of Horus's betrayal without his brother's apparent knowledge. Afterwards, an Alpha Legion fleet that may have been under Omegon's command did not follow Horus's orders to join with the White Scars, but instead seemingly provoked them into hostilities after blockading them long enough for Jaghatai Khan to receive a message from Rogal Dorn, warning of Horus's treachery. As the Alpha Legion are known for their schemes within schemes, the true nature of these acts may never be known. However, Alpharius and Omegon may not see completely eye to eye, as the former is more accepting of civilian deaths than the latter. By the time of the Siege of Terra, Omegon, posing as Alpharius, openly removed the Alpha Legion from the traitor war effort to take the throne world, though he offered a map of the Sol System's defenses as a parting gift. Much of Alpharius' history has been expanded upon in a tale given by the Primarch himself, which states that instead of being the last discovered, he was instead the first, and was raised upon Terra in secret. The tale is recounted in multiple places below, but despite being from Alpharius himself, the Primarch states it is a lie. The Ghost Legion, typical of the Alpha Legion's own nature, conflicting tales of how Alpharius was rediscovered by the Imperium exist. Many of the tales have been proven lies, while many more still remain unproven or unknown. A dubious account by Alpharius himself, which he states is a lie, states that he was actually the first Primarch to be found by the Emperor. According to this tale, after his scattering, Alpharius re-emerged on Terra's Zonian Plateau, outside of the Proto-Imperial Palace. The young Primarch was found by the Emperor himself, who had to kill a group of scavengers present to keep the secret safe. Thereafter, the Emperor, alongside Malkador the Sigillite, raised and mentored Alpharius, turning him into a being who would know the importance of the whole before the individual, secrecy, and necessity. During this time, Alpharius was kept a total secret from the rest of the Imperium, even as new Primarchs were rediscovered. One of his first major actions was disguising himself as a First Legion Space Marine during the Palace coup at the end of the Unification Wars, after testing the security of the Custodes by attempting to assassinate the Emperor in a quasi-blood game. Alpharius became known to Constantine Valdor. Meanwhile, Omegon emerged far from Terra on an empty, nameless world. Living alone on the empty planet, Omegon was nonetheless able to come to understand that he was a manufactured being. On the abandoned world, the young Omegon discovered the Xenos weapon that would become known as the Pale Spear. When a group of human pirates arrived on his planet, Omegon was able to steal their ship and escape. He began a long journey towards Imperial-held systems, hearing tales of the Emperor, Primarchs, and Space Marines. The dubious account by Alpharius goes on to state that as the Great Crusade continued, Alpharius secretly accompanied the Emperor in the rediscovery of several Primarchs. Alpharius was present as a disguised Space Marine when the Emperor came before Lionel Johnson and Lorgar. In between these endeavors, he continued to lead the 20th Legion, the Ghost Legion, in covert operations across the galaxy. During this time, he gathered around him a group of loyal captains, which included Armillus Dynat, Akil Gakul, Eitan, Ignopek, Matthias Herzog, Kel Salonius, Sheed Ranko, and Octillion Score. Continuing to keep both his and his legion's existence hidden, Alpharius presented himself before Lionel Johnson to offer aid during the Rangdan genocides and perhaps cultivate him for War Master over Horus. Alpharius saw the Lion as a Primarch most like him, though he continued his deceptions before the Lord of the First. During the Xenocides, Alpharius identified himself by name, but denied being a Primarch. During the Ragdan Xenocides, Alpharius finally received the information he had long been waiting for, eventually coming to the world of Bar Savor after battling through Slouth, a Xenos race that was vaguely humanoid in shape, but covered in hundreds of half-melded, maggot-like worms. Alpharius and his squad were finally able to meet Omegon, who had been battling the Xenos of the world on his own. The twins immediately recognized one another. With their split soul finally reunited, Alpharius and Omegon agreed the time was right to formally reveal themselves to the Imperium at large, while keeping the nature of their dual existence hidden from even the Emperor, though they were not sure if he truly was unaware of it. The twin Primarchs subsequently orchestrated their coming encounter with Horus, though it was Omegon who took on the title of Alpharius during the incident. During the encounter, Alpharius used a ragtag fleet of primitive 1- and 2-man fighters to cleverly put the advanced ship of the Lunar Wolves fleet in a precarious position, which necessitated the intervention of Horus himself. Boarding the vengeful spirit, Omegon made his way to the bridge, killing or maiming several Lunar Wolves marines before Horus intervened. Welcoming his long-lost brother, Horus declared the last Primarch found before asking for his name. Omegon replied, "I am Alpharius." It is said that instead of immediately sending him to Terra to meet the Emperor, Horus kept Alpharius with him for some months. The two formed a strong bond, with Alpharius and his ragtag alliance quickly embracing the Imperium. Both brothers were greatly impressed with each other, though Alpharius refused to reveal his homeworld, denying that each world in the system that his brothers brought into compliance was his point of origin. Eventually, Alpharius had to journey to meet his father, the Emperor. Their meeting was, as were all times when the Emperor found one of his lost son, surrounded with much celebration. However, since the Great Crusade was in full swing, little time was spent in idle rejoicing, and Alpharius was quickly given the command of the 20th Legion. Created just a few decades before, renamed the Alpha Legion, they followed their Primarch on crusades. Alpharius quickly developed a unique approach to Astartes operations, focusing on the philosophies of initiative and flexibility, as well as extensive use of subterfuge and non-Astartes specialist operatives. This multitudinous, almost unstructured approach rankled Roboute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, leading him to question Alpharius' approach to fighting. A violent discussion erupted between the two, which was closed when Guilliman pointed out his own legion's record, something that Alpharius could never hope to achieve, since his Alpha Legion was almost 200 years younger than the Ultramarines. They parted company acrimoniously, Alpharius believing Guilliman hated him. He resolved to ignore the Ultramarine Primarch from then on. Alpharius' methods were further critiqued by Rogal Dorn during the World Prince campaign. However, the criticisms stuck. Alpharius began to push his legion even further. More and more were the situations where he would take the more difficult course of action to force his Space Marines to grow. Plans were more complex, more subtle, while at the same time relying on more and more factors to achieve victory. Training was more intense, and the new strategies and approaches were constantly developed, as Alpharius sought to prove the worth of both his legion and martial philosophy. It has long been supposed that since Alpharius was only familiar with one Primarch, Horus, it was self-explanatory why he chose the side he did at the outset of the heresy. Indeed, the very plan at Isfont 5, where Horus struck his first blow against his fellow legions by destroying most of the Iron Hands, Raven Guard, and Salamander's legions in a massive ambush, was very reminiscent of plans that Alpharius had created in the past. However, it is possible that there is another reason for Alpharius leading his legion to the side of the traitors, a secret known only inside the legion. Around 2 years before the beginning of the heresy, Alpharius Omegon was apparently contacted by a member of a Xenos organization called the Cabal, who brought him visions of the impending civil war within the Imperium and expanded knowledge of the nature and designs of chaos. It is believed that the Cabal convinced Alpharius that the only way to permanently defeat chaos was to ensure that Horus was victorious. It is perhaps for this reason that Alpharius Omegon, secretly true to the Imperium and loyal to the Emperor, may have chosen to join the heretics. Further, during the heresy, the Cabal sought to lead Alpharius in Omegon's actions in order to make Horus's victory easier. One such action was the ordeal against the Raven God, with the intent of preventing Corax from rebuilding his legion. After the blows struck on Isvan 5, some Alpha Legion Marines were infiltrated under the direction of Omegon in the Raven God, thanks to Alpha Legion apothecaries crafting the facial traits of some dead Raven Gods over the face of their own legionaries. Once known through their infiltrators that the original genome of the Primarch was in the hands of Corax, Omegon acted in order to recover the secret knowledge so the Alpha Legion could be expanded in future times. With the help of renegade Mechanicum Magos Unithrax, the Alpha Legion tainted the original genome recovered from the laboratories of the Emperor on Terra. This was accomplished by introducing a virus-vectored mutagen based on demonic blood, making the successive Raven God implantations result in operational but deeply mutated Astartes, exhibiting scales, horns, fangs, tails, overgrown muscles, and similar features. Meanwhile, Omegon, bound to his service, although not directly consistent of the fact, both a renegade Mechanicus faction and some representatives of the ancient and noble guilds of Kievar, the home planet of the Raven God. He pushed them in open rebellion against the Raven God, and in the chaos resulting from the battle, he personally recovered all data stored in Corax's laboratories, as well as the tainted original genome. In the aftermath, Alpharius was obliged to give the obtained data to Horus, who handed them to Fabius Bile for deeper research. What Bile did not know was that the data was practically useless, since it was incomplete at best. Of course, the Alpha Legion kept for itself the integral data, as well as the corrupted genome. The plan of Alpharius had always been to use the data to raise the Alpha Legion over all other legions, loyalists, and traitors. After this action, Omegon left the Cabal representative, a Theathetir, on board his ship into the void, stating that the Legion would fulfill its engagement on its own, without external interference or control. Later in the heresy, Alpharius dispatched forces to attempt to block the White Scars from leaving the Contracts campaign and joining Loyalist forces. The White Scars were alerted to the heresy after Omegon initiated a mission to destroy a jamming array. Despite a fierce battle with the White Scars, these ships may have not been armed, further compounding the true nature of Alpharius or Omegon. Alpharius went on to corner the Space Wars under Leman Russ himself, nearly destroying them and dueling Russ while disguised as one of his own Lernan bodyguards. Victory seemed certain for Alpharius until he was forced to withdraw after the Loyalists received Archangel's reinforcements. Alpharius, or at least an Alpha Legion member claiming to be him, again appeared among the force of Shattered Legion's resistance fighters, assuming the mantle of Iron Hand's leader, Shadrach Medusan, and garbing a unit of his own Marines in Iron Hand battle gear. Alpharius' disguise was completely undetectable by the members of the Iron Hand's Legion he met, traveling in a vessel that appeared to be the Iron Heart, Medusan's own flagship. Alpharius fell in with a separate unit of mixed Istvan survivor Marines under the command of Cadmus Tyro, an Iron Hand's captain, and convinced them, in his disguise as Medusan, to aid him in an action against the other members of the Alpha Legion. His deception was revealed toward the end of the affair, and the survivors of Tyro's force escaped with the knowledge that Alpharius had been impersonating Medusan. In preparation to infiltrate the Sol System in the Solar War, Alpharius used his librarians to seemingly switch bodies with his trusted Harrowmaster, Calcelonius, to ensure secrecy. Alpharius also erased his own memories and took on Salonius's persona. As the real Salonius led a fleet of 200 Alpha Legion warships into the Sol system, Alpharius led a headhunter and human operative team in setting the stage for its arrival through acts of sabotage and preparation. During the final action, Alpharius's memories were restored by a psychic trigger. During the subsequent Battle of Pluto, Alpharius confronted Rogal Dorn in a chamber locked inside of the Hydra Fortress moon in Pluto's orbit. He killed Archimus's team, hunting him, but left Archimus mortally wounded and alive to watch as Dorn teleported into the chamber. Both of Dorn's Huskars and Alpharius's Lineans teleported in, but the Primarchs slaughtered the other's warriors. The two battled, with Alpharius dealing Dorn many wounds, using his speed to stay out of reach. Throughout the fight, he tried to convince Dorn that he was there to teach him how to win, to expose his weaknesses, that he could not win the current war, and how there needed to be a new type of war. He also claimed that Dorn didn't understand what he was fighting for, and they both cared about the future. He only knew the truth regarding the conflict, and did not fight for Horus, but for Dorn. Eventually, he tried to kill Dorn with a blow from his pale spear, but Archimus saw the strike and tried to intervene. However, Archimus reeled harmlessly off of the spear's haft. Archimus was unaware that Dorn had seen the strike, the Imperial Fist Primarch outplaying Alpharius by using a move he'd seen against a giant orc decades earlier. Dorn stepping into the shot and tanking it in his shoulder to pin Alpharius in place. He then grabbed the spear and sliced Alpharius' hands from the wrist, before he slashed Alpharius across the chest and stabbed Alpharius with his own spear. Dorn finished by cutting through Alpharius' skull with his mighty chainsword, Storm's Teeth. Archimus soon passed away, but a team under his second Kestros found the Primarch and the now deceased Archimus. Dorn then hid from the loyalist Alpharius' appearance within the Sol system and his death, promoting Kestros and the others with direct knowledge of the events to Huskar. To replace those who died, Dorn sought to deny Alpharius any acknowledgement or honor. Far away, Omegon sensed the death of his twin, and he grew distant upon being notified that Horus demanded to speak with Alpharius. Omegon took up the name and became his twin brother. Alpharius then reappeared alone on Ulanor during a muster of traitor forces there in preparation for the Siege of Terra. No other Alpha Legion forces were present in the system, causing the other traitors to wonder how Alpharius could even be there at all. Before Horus's dark triumph on Ulanor, Alpharius appeared in the War Master's command tent and gave him a cylinder which contained a detailed layout of all the Sol System's defenses and infrastructure. Alpharius then took out a dagger and shattered it on his hand, throwing the pieces at Horus's feet. Before leaving, Abaddon demanded that Horus kill him for such insolence, but the War Master instead let Alpharius go. During the end of the heresy, Alpharius, or after his apparent death on Pluto, Omegon appeared more interested in proving his own legion's worth by fighting, at every chance he got, the best of the loyalist legions. Thus, even after Horus was cast down and the heresy over, the Alpha Legion kept on fighting, moving more and more towards the galactic east, towards the Ultramarines. It was on the world known as Escrador that Alpharius Omegon and Roboute Guilliman would meet for the last time. Believing that Guilliman would adopt his standard Codex deployment procedures, Alpharius was surprised by the Ultramarines, as a splinter force, including their Primarch, made a quick strike at the Alpha Legion's headquarters. Both Primarchs met in combat, and Alpharius Omegon was killed. Believing the combat over, for who could ever survive the loss of their Primarch in battle, the Ultramarines were taken by surprise by the remaining elements of the Alpha Legion when they struck back a day after. After a week of constant fighting and heavy losses, the Ultramarine strike force managed to reunite with their main elements and quickly evacuated the planet. Even though they had lost their Primarch, the Alpha Legion had soundly beaten the Ultramarines, who proceeded to bombard their foe's position from outer space. It should be noted, however, that Alpharius' death is still considered to be suspect, even by the Ultramarines, and he may still be at large. Alpharius' apparent earlier death during the Battle of Pluto during the Heresy complicates the mystery even further, as it may have been Omegon who really died on Escrador, if at all. Many within the Alpha Legion, such as Quetzal Karthak, seem to believe it was Omegon who was slain on Escrador, though others, like Occam, believe him to still be alive. Whatever the truth, the Primarch of the Alpha Legion has not been seen since. At some point after the Heresy, word reaches the High Lords of a Chaos Lord claiming to be Alpharius, ravaging the moons of the Denerva subsector. Debate rages about whether this could potentially be the case, for the Primarch's death has been recorded more than once across the span of Imperial history. Nonetheless, the Grandmaster of Assassins dispatches a force of 6 Vindicare assassins. Over a number of years, they identify and slay a dozen Alpha Legion champions, bearing the name of Alpharius. But the reports of raids upon the subsector's mining operations only intensify. 5 years later, the heads of all 6 Vindicare assassins are found frozen in the food storage halls of the High Lords. A partially redacted quote credited to Alpharius Omegon also exists, dated to around the year 123. Though the Millennium is redacted, it likens the chapter to an unpredictable serpent and says that they have retained their identity and purpose, while other Space Marines have fallen to stagnation and damnation. It goes on to say that they are uncertain allies to the Chaos Gods, are unaffected by the lies of the Xenos, and are a necessary evil to the Imperium, acting as both its poison and antidote in an unavoidable destiny that they have created for themselves and others. While the Astartes of the Alpha Legion, once at least, made an attempt to all look alike, both Alpharius and Omegon were still somewhat distinctive. Taller than the rest of the Legion, slightly copper-skinned, bald, and possessed a heavy brow, they somewhat resembled their brother, Horus. Unlike him, Alpharius and Omegon had piercing eyes that seemed to glitter, appearing to shift color from a cold Arctic blue to a shimmering green. The overall impression was one of nobility and intelligence. One way to tell the two apart was when Omegon was performing as commander of Efred's stealth squad. Large portions of his power armor and gear were painted black and otherwise darkened. The armor worn by Alpharius was not particularly different from that of an ordinary Alpha Legionnaire. Alpharius wore at least 4 sets of armor before the Heresy, which he discarded when they showed signs to identify himself. Alpharius himself was the smallest of the Primarchs, but his lieutenants were larger than normal Space Marines. This allowed them to often switch places and assume each other's identities. To disguise Alpharius Omegon further, members of the Alpha Legion would drink a substance mixed with the Primarch's blood that seems to temporarily turn them into him. The disguise is so convincing that even the Legion's own apothecaries are fooled by it, and those who undertake the process are given some of that Primarch's memories. Another more bizarre method of disguising himself further saw Alpharius use his librarians to apparently switch bodies with members of his legion, as was the case with Celsalonius. Alpharius' most potent method of disguise is one he apparently was born with, comparing it to the innate powers of the Primarchs, such as Konrad Curze's visions, or Corax's ability to hide amongst the shadows. Alpharius states he has the second power that enables him to hide or otherwise minimalize his presence to others. While not truly cloaking himself, Alpharius is able to render himself a diminished and inconsequential figure to those he uses his power upon, essentially allowing him to hide amongst others. This ability extends from standard humans to even Primarchs who confused Alpharius for a standard Space Marine. Like his brothers, Alpharius Omegon wielded a set of war gear unique to themselves, typical of the Alpha Legion's nature. Alpharius and Omegon utilized completely non-standard and inconsistent war gear, and the Primarch himself did not typically engage in open combat. He often preferred using chameleon-lined cloaks and armor that partially cloaked the wearer. However, Alpharius and Omegon were observed utilizing reptilian-style power armor known as the Pythian Scales. One of his strange reported weapons was the Xenos artifact known as the Pale Spear, and a plasma weapon known as the Hydra's Spite. Alpharius Omegon was also seen with power swords, power spears, and plasma guns in combat situations. Omegon possesses a suit of grey power armor that he kept hidden from even his brother Alpharius, though if one takes into consideration Alpharius' dubious tale of being the first rediscovered Primarch, the suit belonged to him, as opposed to the later discovered Omegon. This concludes the information regarding Alpharius. More in-depth information regarding him will be recorded at a later date. This is Librarian Elias, signing off.